ka step ka basuk bat ka bakmen ye philang baro. Good morning to all the dear viewers to this particular program this morning. Kani kalong kasngi hakaba ngiyo eka counting yaka election MP kabala long mentala shi bnai shi teng tam ngilaya ap la kham slem bat hakani kasngi kimi ki result jong kini ki kertong ki bayeng na ki party ki ba pher hapo aka state ka jongi ngidon artli ki MP seats namta ka Lok Sabha kata kalong ka Shillong Parliamentary seat bar ka Tura Parliamentary seat ngine kren khambon halor ki seats ki bedai bar ka state Meghalaya ka jongi henry hakaju ka por ngine pej ru bat ngine kren ru yiki trends bat ki results ki bangin shem bat ki bangin yo nakari India hi borok kawai ti shwab ngine ya chakmat hakani ka discussion ka jongi hak bangin pej yiki ni ki number ki result ki ba mi ngin yo shwai ka introduction ka baling kot yakini ki panelists langot ki badan langbat ngi hagani ka por ningkong ngi don ya i Padmashri kong Patricia Mukhim i kong Patricia Mukhim ilong i editor joka kot khobor Shillong Times ka bolong ka wei ni ki kot khobor phareng ka ba rim tam hagari chatai lami ngi ka jongi i deiru i journalist iba hakmat bat iba tho halor bon ki social but developmental issues ki bakta umdai tang ka state ka jongi henry ka region Northeast India jongi borok kawai bat ka ri India hi borok kawai i pej bha ka geopolitics ka baya hapo ka Northeast India borok kawai bat i tho ki columns ki jong iru ha ki kot khobor bat ki media ki ba pher ki be dei bat ka Northeast hi borok kawai khobli shibun kong namta ka por ko jong phi ba phidon lang bat ngi ha ni ka program ha ni ka step ngidon ru i Professor H Shrikant idei na po ka school ba Northeastern Hill University idei professor ha po ka Department of Political Science idei iwe ni ki professors ki bala rimba ha po ka school ba Nehu but i deiru iba la penmi bun ki kot but ki jingtho halor ka political economy halor ka development of indigenous cultures and indigenous studies ila peru bun ki jingtho but ila le bun ki research hakabide but education and elections kata ka dei ka wi ni ki benta ki ba ila contribute bha hakaliang ka research ka jong i. But khaddu we welcome you sir to this program and khaddu ngidon bat ngi ya i pastor ki pertu ke mangi tep hi ide iwe ni ki ba long very vocal halor ki issues ki ba dei ba ka state ka jongi i tho halor bon ki ikren halor bon ki but ngi so keben shi bon ba idon hangne bat ngi hani ka por bangin snap ke ba idon ban ong haba i intersect ya ka background ka jong i but ka social action dan ka social order ka bangi sham hapo ka state ka jong i khule shibun pastor wa pidon lang bat ngi hagri ka por tinang ni shakmat menta ngin sedang da ka ba ngin yo sngo ya ki opening comments linkot bahamo so we'll be starting with opening comments, short opening comments from all the panel members at this particular moment. So we will start in sedang shwa da ikong Patricia ki opening comments ki jong phi ne ki jingi ki jong phi halor kani ka election governmenta the 18th Lok Sabha baro
kawai ka bangi yo i shai ka long ka voter trend ka turn out ka duna palat menta ka sin. We don't know whether it is voluntary or people didn't turn up because of the heat as they claim or because they were coerced, because we know that in many constituencies people were warned not to come out to vote, especially people of a certain religion. That is one cause of concern. And the other cause of concern is this is the first time kasin banangkong le se ka ba ki brave ki penpau ya ka jing bom snow shania ya ka Election Commission of India ka kompaniat kam jongka, because the very idea of their selection is questionable. Te kini ki pen i bakadon ka jing na ka benta ka reason sya pat ba ka bangi ong mo democracy.
Sir, do you have your opening comments concerning this election as a whole?
Yeah, these elections I consider as very important, as it is going to decide the fate of India for next 5 years or so. and it has become very interesting. For when it started, it appeared one party or one alliance had complete advantage over the rest, but in course of time the opposition also has picked up, so there was a contest, and there were different kinds of narratives here, some in support of the ruling regime and some in support of the opposition. And it is interesting to see which narrative is going to be true. Ultimately, it is the people who decide. We have also seen the exit polls. And there is opposition and contest against the existing the exit polls. So it will be very interesting to see how far the contention by different people comes out true in these elections. So it is educating for us, for all of us.
Thank you, sir. Pastor Pipat Pi Ikumno.
Yang ai simet ngadon katu kan itli ki mat ki bangan su pasat ka sedang jong ni ka jing keren ke jongi kani ka election tang mangam tip kan nungut kin kuburi kata re yang ai simet kani ka election kan sa kan mau na ka benta katu kan itli ki daw kawai election ke beningkong ke bangiyo aga kandai spa san puar ngila yo yiki nongilam jonggari ki ba kraw ngila banong tinrei kan san hagini ki kindiat snem mon do ke snem arajar khat sau teter arajar khat kandai I kumba kani ke kenhun ke basan syari ngi menta I bakan su pendam no ya baro kat ki badan yiki prime minister ki barim say ngamdan sa kanu kaliang day my opinion is that I was ngai kumba wat kin supendam no Nehru kin supendam no Gandhi kata ka digaway ka baarle dang action ka por election ni kami ka kentin no nongelam jong ka liang sensar buong bahari India kim tip yu Mahatma Gandhi de tat adu balasna ya ka film Gandhi ti ka balai bede kalong ba kadig election ka bansa kan mau ba kadig election ka bajrong tam pa kumba pila ong ha ka basdang sibna siteng yele election dan le ki bala klet kidang perkhat ba ka election ka lakut ne kumno ne sulong mentangi kan mau biang ni dan menta sauterik bangin yo e ka result dingin poi bre sa ka jala le jong election aga selong seat le ka long ka ba song sit tam ka bansa kan mau tang ba kadairu kebansa kan mau hagawi ke liang ba kerukom yalap election kam dadon ya kador kumbang ngilai penpau hagi por ki balalek tele se kata kan dei tang jing pasat sigentin Argentin ha kabasdang
Tong boleh sibun pastor bat ya borok ki panelists minta habangi ya chaprang bat ngiya chakpat hagani ka program India decides ngini pen ni kong yakni ka trend ka bangi I hapok ka state ka jongi hapok Meghalaya kum bangi I mentahi ki pen I ba ka Indian National Congress ka lead hakaway ka seat and hakaway pat ka seat ki pen I as others ba dangdon ba lead menta hak to kaway pat ka seat ngatharai ketika others kandai yanu competition
VPP
okay ngatharai kandai kumtahi I think so that
because it's not a national party no
exactly
we usually refer to local parties as others
because so as we can see the trends right now for our state Meghalaya they are showing Indian National Congress as one others as one so I think the others like what Kong Patricia said it is actually the VPP so we can safely say that in Tura seat the Congress is leading, Mr. Saleng Sangma is leading, and in the Shillong seat, VPP is leading, which means Dr. Ricky A.J. Singkon is leading. Professor Shrikant, what do you have to say about this? These are, of course, very early leads, but what do you have to say about this?
Actually, I was reviewing these elections in Northeast India, and I felt that this is going to be the reality that VPP has an advantage when it comes to Shillong seats, and in the way that the elections took place in Tura, the Congress also had advantage over it. This is what we expected. We have to see whether it happens ultimately.
Okay, of
But
course,
it was-
we'll be waiting for more
Yes,
details.
I think-
Patricia,
I think
what is
we-
your take on this?
No, I think we also need to wait for results to come in from different parts of Meghalaya, different parts of Khasi Hills, for instance. There are some sectors where the VPP is strong. There are others like Jaintia Hills where some other candidates may be stronger.
Yes.
And there are the silent voters who might have voted for anyone. You know, in Meghalaya, it's very difficult to predict voter reaction, voter choice of candidates.
Pastor?
Hagwede begini si suar ke jisngi tabur kakandai 3 April ngala tho bat mentar nganang yang hang tai ba yangai ke pen kemau ho hagata ke por dengan nang kena ngam padon vote kakandai spa nyo punyo kandai election ke baya serim bat kani election ke pemerintah ke ba kakandai spa nyo punyo ijob iba uping ibade independent candidate ke ba baro kilaya kwa yu tau briu ba ubam day na kanu no ka parti ke ba day ke national party lani ke parti ke bal apau but ke juk kakandai spa nyo punyo bat mentau bat ke technology kala ya per sibun tile se hagata ke por ngim dayo wat adu mentar ngim la ban lum mi ki data jong ka kakandai spa nyo punyo nalor ke bangi yo na election commission kan nungut kile tabot kan no vote yo iba uping kan no vote yo iba pitar bat giwi iba swell kum tar teter tende yanga hi ngasimba lada ka voice of the people party ka job ka day ka election ka ba repeat lani ka ba penkan mau yi ya ka 1977 election ti kumbangi ong bro mentar dang sipau duna ti le singim pala ban ai kanu ka bakut ban ong la itai la don hagalinti se ka jing job ti le si kharui biji kharui siteng ti ngila ala ban ong
Kumle sibun pastor ngangek namta ki nong pej ya kan ka program ha kan ka step iki ba bun hi let's say khamtam kini ki badang the young voters and ki voters ki bampat datem ben film dum dak kan mau bha ya usnem khat khandai spa new pun new kumba pun kan mau I pastor pertu mentan
Nga kan mau how to snem ngia long volunteer jong ke HSPDP.
okay so kini ka program jadi
Syai we mengan super kemau yang ye ginong tabot ginong song senong bro iba kan pam sing ni mentang ni em ke teknologi dagi WhatsApp what hadian ka silence period ru apol silence period ru ya pa message bod yuta hendai mudur pi iba kan pam ida pa print ya ka pamphlet ka bai ai kerteng city show parlok kata kami how much swaga election kaba kadon imi really ki volume ka we ka volume ka dei thik tang na benta ka election MP Lok Sabha election ka kandai spa nyo kaba ida ther ting ya ka parti ka badan ka jing sin shara ka tu ko por ke ABCLC but ki thu ki ru temen yang ki ba kumbi ong kong Patricia ki bala ya don hakti ka jat bi ba uping ki ong ka dei ka tu city ka ba penjob iba uping ke city jing ba kan pam ka ba mental le si ngi pa di WhatsApp mo ko di video gi
kumle sibun pastor namta ki jing tip bat ki information bat PI ngi nganget babun hi ba page ngi ka program ha kan ka step kin yo bon ki sing bo jing tip ki ba thamai lembaga ni ka discussion ka jugi ni ya chakwat ha ni ka program India decides ngan pa si kong Patricia kong please take your time but batai ngi candidate ya ka picture jong ka Northeast India barok hi kawai ha kawai day but kani ka election 18 Lok Sabha but kumno ka Northeastern India barok kawai kalong important ha kani ka election barok kawai but kamut ayu ya ka Northeast India barok kawai lada ka wan biang ka NDA lani lada ka wan ka India block lani ka le bha ka India block what does it mean? What does the 18th Lok Sabha election mean for the Northeastern region as a whole?
See, we are a very diverse region, and if you look at the election results of Arunachal Pradesh Assembly Constituency, there was only one Congress candidate who won.
Yes.
The BJP won 46 seats. So it would seem that the India alliance has not really consolidated its strength in this region for whatever reason, because we did not really see Rahul Gandhi or the others coming and spending time here. It was a short visit to Nongpo and then he went off. Of course, he did walk around in Assam, but in Assam, you know, the voting pattern is completely different, and from what it appears, the Congress also doesn't seem to have a firm position in Assam as well. Then you come to the other northeastern states. I think they're all going to, in Arunachal, I think both seats might go to the BJP. Kiran Rijiju is sure to return. And in Mizoram, in Nagaland, the alliance partners will win. The alliance, those who are in alliance with the BJP. So this region will always vote in a way that that helps them access resources, and they know very well. Perhaps, you know, I think all of us may not want to admit, but we have to also understand that there is a strong likelihood of the BJP repeating its rule at the center, and the Northeast doesn't want to be on the back foot because we are so dependent. All this talk about federalism, Kajingya, Day Hapadenki center, but ki states, it doesn't work really. If you're not with the ruling party, the ruling government, then you're out of, you know, you're out of the reckoning as far as resources are concerned. So this is how the voting pattern has always been. We have seen people switching sides completely. Arunachal Pradesh is famous for that. At one time, 59 people switched over. There was only one opposition member in the assembly. So we don't really vote ideology. We don't vote with reason. There's a video going around in Arunachal Pradesh. They're offering iPhones and money, you know, and we know that the amount spent for elections there is phenomenal. In our state also, I mean, politicians do give out money, but for the MP elections, we didn't see so much of money power in play. So, you know, it's not really an election that is democratically sort of charged or democratically led. It's more of emotions. People vote personalities. People don't vote for ideology or a political party.
Alright, kulit shibun kong. Minta hari ke por ngidon ke ke breaking news ke bangin wanra shopi. Ka ngidon ya ka breaking news bat kata ke long namta ka Shillong Parliamentary seat jonga state ke jongi. Dr. Ricky A.J. Singkon naga party Voice of the People Party Idon Hakman. Dr. Ricky A.J. Singkon is leading the Shillong parliamentary seat as of the moment. And now I believe we have Dr. Singkon with us on the line. He is with the reporter in the field. We have Dr. Ricky with us on the line. Some reporter is there on the field.
See the arrival of Dr. Ricky. What are your aspirations?
Well, we look for a good result. We put our trust and faith in God, and we've done our part as a party. So we look forward for a good result.
But Ricky, Section 144 has been imposed in this area. What is your message you have for your followers?
Well, it is from the party. We request all our supporters and even others to respect the decision of the authority and to maintain peace and to be part of this this great country of ours, to ensure that democracy is being maintained, peace and tranquility will be part of this this state and this country of ours.
One last question.
Yes.
God willing.
Yes.
And let's put it this way, that if the magic happens, what's the plan for the day?
Well,
because I'm sure all of your supporters are, all around the entire districts are waiting for the call. So what is the plan for the day?
So we'll let you all know. Let's see after the declaration of the results.
All right. Wishing you all the very best.
Thank you.
Kumbangi mentan itu ilong Dr. Ricky AJ Singkon ibayang naga party Voice of the People Party nam taga Shillong seat ia keren hang tu mentan bat iba Nicholas iba don hapo pulo hang thi iba report nam taga station Doordarshan Shillong mentang ini discuss chu shakmat halor kanika election but accounting kabayaj menta. Professor Shrikant, I will come to you this time. Can you give us, Kong Pratisha was talking about the picture of the Northeastern region for this particular Lok Sabha election. Can you throw us a picture of the entire, so as to say mainland India? What does this election mean for the country as a whole and how it would impact whatever policies or legislations or laws we might have going ahead?
What kind of policies will take up, it all depends on who comes to power. Now that is something to be decided. Right now, as you see the trends, it is not that we are sure which alliance is going to come. There is fight going on, and definitely in some states BJP or NDA has an advantage, whether it is Gujarat or Madhya Pradesh.
Uttar Pradesh.
Such states you have advantage. In some, say in southern states, definitely there is an advantage for India alliance. But there are many other states where we have to see what happens. Maharashtra is one. We do not know which alliance gets more. So also Bengal, we are not sure the position, whether TMC can withstand or not. That is a thing. And also Odisha, earlier BJD had an advantage. Now people say BJP comes. Whether it is happens or not, it is to be seen.
We have to wait. Of course.
So also now there is a contest in UP and Bihar also. So how far India alliance makes a push in these states, on that depends on the overall Indian situation. So we need to wait for a bit to understand the all India situation.
Of course, these are still very, very early trends. As we move ahead now, we have a small clip, a small graphic which has been prepared by the station here in Shillong. We will go now to this clip. Let us have a look. But the trends are very interesting, Pastor. The trends are very interesting. I mean, if you look at the India alliance, it's giving a good fight. Shall we say a good fight, Pastor?
Yeah. We have to say that. I mean, we have to hope.
Yeah.
Because see, another important thing that we have to understand that this election, as many experts, political analysts and activists had expressed during the election campaigns and during the 7 phases of elections, kabakiong ba, ki penpao that apprehension that this will be the last kind of election that we will be having in the entire country. Whether that is right or wrong, it will be it's hypothetical at the moment. But the trends also show that kapani balada kanyam kayalam yaga politics kumba ka long menta gari India ka don ka jingma kumba ila ka do ikong Patricia ka pastang ba kidon shikan hun ki minority ki ba pejye gani ka election da ka jing seir min sim what mangiru indigenous people jong gani ka than chate lamingi ka sulong ba ka geography ka erap yang i khendiat ngim don hapdeng jong gari India dengi don sharut jing sha kmat ka perthai brengim don sharut dadangi kren ya economy le la shai la sisi da ka kala ka yo ka kot ngi nginde ka pedeng jong ka perthai na mar ngi jan bat ki wei bat kiri ki ba sapang sethe jong ga doba isha kata le se ga bangin sa la bani kren
dia pastor religion and politics ngan beteng bat thi pastor nama phikta iti point mentani la aktek ijing mujung perkhat jonga hadu kan no religion kan niam ne ka jing niam ne ka jing mo ka religion jong ki brio kala trekam hagani ka election ka bamenta hato ka compare bani gitu ki election ki bala dep minchwa how much of
Yes.
religion was a factor in this particular election? This is for everyone. Ngan sedang sya biang na pi pastor.
Ngan keren ya
Ham- hamling kot.
Ya India bro ko wele ka pau sai kadar. Adien ka arajar ka khandai le. Shari thor. If you belong to that particular religion, Muslim, you have no space to breathe. Look at the bulldozer politics. Pidai Muslim, pibakla, lalik rat dengan bulldozer.
No, and look at the
So-
the hate speeches from the
hate
Prime
speech,
Minister addressed particularly to one religious group, the Muslims. Has it ever happened in this country before? You know, it's so blatant. You don't want a leader of the country taking that kind of a position. And the Election Commission turned a blind eye to all those hate speeches. This is what I'm saying, that this is an election, led by social media largely. You know, we've all been so influenced by what we watch on social media. But it's also true that people have been very liberal in expressing their views this time, for some reason.
And what haka jela ka jungiru belingin buri kata saya ka long time si Albert Tenyang ila depto ila ban pensisa ya kata ka jing ong ba ka don ka jing sam pisa haka por election dakin long ilam niam kata it's an open secret ngim la ban buri mo dine haka ju ka por bade ka party wat ka party ba thamai ru da ka boburam gom ka BBP kai I kumba ka no hisa kata ka liang haka ba kidan ki jing lang ki bolong public kiba let's say kalau long no kum ke jing seng jong away ke kenhun balang bat katu kan sabu ye ki ke jing ba ki wei pat ki bam ya menjur ba katu ka rukom ngej ke jong pi wat Pakistan ru kinum long comfortable namar komentar wat ngisir ya ke jing busu jong kita ki RSS ha ki kenhun jong kiniam tenrai ki jong iru kadan kata ke jing keren ru kadan ke jing sir ti ngatrai hadim kan election kata kan deki isu ke bagi nak bani keren namar ngi keren mestang ngila isu konsor tu you blay bo undan bo dei bai ban ya sya yang i bo dei bai bo un penjob yang i bo dei bai bo un pen ruspa yang i
Nila ya pat palat kajai ben riu kan halor kan yang.
Hello kan yam.
buat ngatrai ke election na mekhalia ru kindan ki certain sections certain pockets kiba voting ngan sa e pada kiban sale detail analysis will be I suspect that ganong on sectarian religious lines. Yeah.
Kata kali kebentar ke bangin nang ya page nang ni sya kemat. But Sir Shrikant, what is your take on religion and politics in the context of this particular election?
See, there are efforts made to consolidate Hindu vote right from the time of you can say Ram Janmabhoomi movement, and they could succeed to some extent at all India level, especially in North India, and that is how they could come to power partly. But it is not correct to say that just because Hindus are in majority, all Hindus will vote for BJP
of course.
or India alliance. It is not so. You can see the entire South India is religious, but they are not communal. There is a difference between being religious and being communal. Yeah, so they go and pray every day and do perform their rituals and all that. But when it comes to politics, they take a secular stand. So also you can see it happen in the east, and whether it is in Orissa or West Bengal. Okay. So I do not think that this religion works out, playing with the religion always works out. When there are problems of unemployment, price rise and others, if you go on harping on religion, it may backfire also.
No, but Professor, you know and I know that people don't vote rationally. People vote on emotions. And there is the book by Drew Weston which says the political brain, and he's done a lot of studies to show that people vote on emotions.
No, it is true, ma'am. Emotion that need not necessarily be only religious emotion. It can be emotion of different kinds. I may be attached to my ethnicity, my language,
but
my other things.
Then what is the slogan Hindu Khatre mein hai?
No, that is the slogan given by a particular party to consolidate its votes. I think giving an all India appeal. But if you see that appeal is taken with a pinch of salt in some states. People did not do
True,
that.
true.
If that is true in South India also, they should accept that.
Of
But
course,
it is not.
we will have multiple pictures and multiple perspectives on this one. Everyone, we're going to have our own
Yes.
way of looking into things, our own opinions. But moving ahead, Kong Patricia, hatopi sngomo ba karukom campaign ya ka election hakanika por nginepe take chua tang ka state ka jongi ngin yele chaba take ya ka state ka jongi ka Tura seat berka Shillong seat hatopi sngomo ba karukom campaign election hakanika sien ka menta kala khamlong herdor ngi claim ya kran bhashu ya ki issues neki developmental issues neki issues ki ban kta ya ki bri ki jongi ka judgment ri ki jongi haki por ki ban wan henry nila share divert no ya kran no yikiwe pat ki issue ke bangi bro ngiatep ngia poi ki issue ki bale se kim daya hab but kim daya day but ke election member of parliament p shim kumdo kong pe kumdo haka bay day but kini ki seats jong ka state ka jongi
Pi kawai ke banung kong ke bangayo ha kani ke jela jongi ke long ba we do not pay attention to statistics te. Ka statistics ka batai ba 37% of the population ha kan ki nong snong lai pu nyo na ka shispa ki dei ki bala akhir sya kata ka jingduk tasam below poverty line. Kani kala dei ban penkendit ban riu yangi bangin wat jingtip balai ke ilong kumta kino kita ki section ki bela akhir hadu kata-kata but ke ai ke bangila ban le nadu ka illiteracy nadu ka dropout rates we are very very poor in all of these but our government and our politicians never talk about these statistics. They never look at the statistics with pragmatism. They
otherwise it will work against them.
Yes, because all of them are involved in putting down people. No, nobody is interested in having a healthy educational ratio. So what has happened is they have been barking at each other, they have been tearing each other apart. It has been very personal. Kaneka jingalap election kala along shimet palat kita namar nga sa umpling tika don ka ketuka madan hang tu nga ongi rang ba snong balai pi ailat bakin ya tat long bakin ya tan iwe kren halor ka issue ken tang ba ngala su thu hi bala da kren halor ka issue let's say don ba you know because namar ba it's all about emotion kat no phila ban pen kende men semi ki breu ne
hato kong pisngo ba kani ro ka pen iya ka jinglong kum ka jaj ben riu ka jongi ka reflect ya ka jinglong ka jogi
of course namar ba pen menta ka ba bhayangi ka dei ka environment kamariang iwei rum don ba kren pang kamariang ngai menakani ngayo ka statistics ngidon kum ba khat pra hajar terli kita ki quarries ki mines and only 115 are actually legal. Te perkhat mapi what kind of state are we going to leave behind for the future? Ndai kani kam kta ai ru em kini ki badan ha ka san perthei.
Ho kubli shibon kong. Hakani ka pon ngidon ya iba Aaron na po Tura. Ba Aaron, good morning piyo asngo yangi. Ba Aaron, good morning. Ngidon iba Aaron iba report nam tak Doodarshan na po Tura. Ba Aaron piyo asngo yangi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you clearly.
All right, Aaron, please, we are here sitting in Doodarshan Shillong. Please tell us something about what is happening in the Tura seat, the counting, who is leading in the early trends. Please give us all the updates.
Very true. So, Benjamin, right now we're standing at the ISBT here in Tura, which is West Garo Hills. Now, first of all, the Election Commission of India has actually appointed 6 counting observers spread across 5 counting centers across the entire region. Now, after the first round of counting, we have Saleng Sangma from the Congress leading by a huge margin. So, as we speak, the second round of counting is happening at the moment. Now, just for the benefit of the viewers who just tuned in probably, we have 4 candidates in fray here from the Tura constituency. That would include Agatha Sangma from the NPP. We have, of course, Saling Sangma from the Congress. We also have Zenith Sangma from the All India Trinamool Congress and an independent. So like I mentioned earlier, these are just early trends, but then going by ground report and what is circulating on social media, it seems that we have a two-cornered contest here in the region. That's between the NPP and the Congress. But like I mentioned, we have to wait for the final results to trickle in. But as of now, this is what is happening right here in Tura. The weather is perfect, and we've got rain just a few minutes ago. So that's the latest we have. Benjamin.
Aaron, you said just now that Mr. Saleng Sangma is leading by a huge margin. Can you give us a number? What is that number? Approximately, maybe?
Exactly. Yes, he's leading by more than 50,000 votes at the moment. So that is, again, a huge number. Now, just to stretch it a little bit, what's important to note is that if at all the Congress springs up a surprise this time, it would be a big boost to the party here in the state, considering the setback that it just witnessed way before the assembly elections that just happened last year, where all of its candidates, just ditched the entire Grand Old Party to join other political parties. So if at all Saleng Sangma springs up a surprise, this will be a big boost to the Congress. But having said that, we still have NPP Agatha Sangma, who is a big and a strong player here in the region. But like I said, we still need to wait and watch. These are just early trends at the moment.
Aaron, let's talk this number 50,000 right now. To the viewers, I would like to reiterate, we are talking right now at this particular moment, Saleng Sangma leading by 50,000. We are not drawing any conclusions right now. The counting is not over in the Tura seat. But Aaron, can you let's talk about this number 50,000. What has worked against the NPP in the Tura seat this time?
You know what? I think when you do all the ground research, people, I won't say just a little, but a lot of people are skeptical of the BJP's support to the NPP at the moment. So that is something that we have to take into consideration when we talk of the NPP. However, having said that, like I said, the TMC is also a player, considering the fact that they've just entered the state politics just recently. And what they did before the assembly elections was commendable in the sense that they got 5 seats. So if that trend of the All India Trinamool Congress translates to the general elections here, then that would again be a big boost to the TMC. Now, the NPP has to be a little bit wary because there are issues that are at hand that people are concerned. For example, the CAA, the UCC, the inclusion of the Akhasi and the Garo languages in the 8th schedule. Now, let me remind our viewers here that Agatha Sangma has supported the CAA in the parliament, and I don't know if that would bode well with the people. But these are issues that people will be looking very closely if the representatives from the region go to the lower house, and these are some of the issues that will be watched closely. So at the moment, like I said, if Agatha Sangma wins, this will be her 4th term. But again, it's just too early to say. Benjamin.
Thank you so much, Aaron, for those updates from the Tura seat. We will come back to you in no time, I'm very sure, with more updates. In the meantime, Pastor, what do you take about the developments in the Tura seat?
For me, Tura seat is very, very interesting. Of course, Geelong also, we have had Pala, 3...
Let's talk about the Tura seat.
Yeah, I mean, let me come to that. Dengan wan chatai Pala representing license to mangimpat ong in kumnu in long menta tenre ke Tura ru ikong Agatha la kanu atem mo la
4 terms.
Kani ke basau. Ti tharai ki nong song snong jong garilum garuru ki ui ba dei ban thamai. Tamangan poi sa ta beteng ya ke boi ong ikong inum ya phai din su ya ke gitu ke jing ya kerkat ke jing ya la por election kamtam ni ke baladep si kawe ke bang songsi ke kalong kani ta kentin ke babha ke bagi nong ile election ki la ban ong ke babatam ha por election ki ong be inwan ra jing kala ni ke jing e bre da pikli ke kita ke jing kala ke bagi inwan ra kimla ban spell out watang si photli ki matru tatang santeliru kata kadai ke jing agane ka electoral politics ke jongi lakalong agas state ke jongi ti menta gumi ong kong ki issue ki bobon to ila krennya ke environment kemariang lesai kadai ke singi mo ke bengin saya le burom ya kan mau ya tung sentiu ya le ai ya tung ding tama deng ru don ki batung kim julit sumar re tu ding ru dei ke wei brang aku aman appreciate i kong ya tu ka jimensim satar ke jung i bilik ho ya ko am kra ye bentah jong ko wa am kra man la ke si sajan aku wi ke si tengah ru ko ai bengan selai lang tama teng na pe je ko wa dengan watang bengan juro ngai sir tom ni le kata tinrei ya ki issue bade ki babon ki ba ki nong mi khmat ki jongi lagi long MLA ki MP ki di ben sim la hap sim no du pai ba tamau pai ba jongi ru filatip hi uba kum gale lang thari kum gani garimal kum tu kawan ka salat na phang ti kim jubudin tin rei ki issue bade ki ba pau nam ta bade ru kim da dei than ki issue bade ru ki ba ngim ye kren ye ka yo ka kot ngim ye kren ye ka kot ka khya ka jing duk te kala nang tit jing khang yangi mo menta ka poverty index ka ri ke jungi de ka balai hadin ka Bihar bat ka wei ka tu ka state kong ngam na kan mawa ni lightly ki state ki baduk tam ha ga India ba ka wei ni kita ka ka Meghalaya ka ba kon top ya ka Bihar ti kini ki issue ki ba ngin haban
Professor Shrikant, let me just interject here. I'm looking at the numbers of India Alliance. They have touched, these are trends. The numbers of India Alliance, these are trends. They have touched 200 plus. So what do you have to say about this?
Initially it is the postal ballots that they calculate. In the postal ballot, definitely BJP or NDA will have an advantage. So as it unfolds, they start with the ballot boxes and others that we come to know. But considering the fact that it is only few hours, still it is showing as 2009. This is a very good number. So we need to see that as they open the ballot boxes in the villages. So most our population lives in the villages.
Yes.
So what do the people in the village think of and whom they vote? That matters a lot, because we are always guided by urban votes who are more vocal, and on that basis we try to judge.
True.
But these are the illiterate people, poor people in the villages. They ultimately determine the course of the elections. So right now it is, though they may still BJP or India has an advantage, it is possible that India Alliance may pick up.
Itu ke biaya page ini ke program jungi hagani ke puar ke bamenta ke India Alliance kala cross haki early trends kini kidi tangki trends mo ngin ong biang sasisian ka counting kampat kut kadang ya kan kut kam sibet kini kidi tangki trends henry haki trends ki bangai ui nam ta ka ri India baro ko we ngilap ba haka bamenta ka India Alliance kala kot ars pa tam but ka NDA kalau akot lai spa tam kade kata ka trend juga India barok ko wei chapi lang barok to ngini pai sha ini graphic iwe update chwa sesi sen pat ko mar chuput kan mau ko mo ong iba aren menne hapo Tura seat iba saleng sangma juga Indian National Congress idon hakman to akat bangin ang up ya ketuka grafik ya kebagi dang sina paso pertu fidan e bodong
bangan klet dan iswa ben klet job menu nganum pela ladai ba Ricky Singkan bat usaleng un job apo Tura bat selong seat namar pi ngiyui hakini ki khendiat banai bagadon ke jing bitar jung ki pajba ya kata ka rujing sensar lemo lem tham kan rum kan ram ki kam ki jam kam tam e ka bam sab ban biang ke jing ur jung ki surok ke jing tua jung ki yeng mo tikadon kata ke jing dom jung ki beri persya ya i candidate iba dei na kaliang sensar te lada ki job kini ngam phala le se kanta kan dei ki ga daw ka bawan ra ya ke jing job bengiyo di ki beri ki bathmai tindai lada ki job kan dei ru pada ke jing penkit aki ya ke jing kit ke bakhya ba kumnu pada menta bakin pentuit ya kini ke jing dom jong gibriu ha ke rukom ke badai kenang ba kata pada ke jing angnut pi upai ba menta angnut kum hari jong gi le ya ke jela ke jong ki samla dan kam dan jam ki badan kam ki hap tre ar lai teli ki kam man basai ki kun batang yue anmod ti kande ke jingkit ke bakhya ya ki but kamde ke besok ru ya ki bakin penyait ya kata ke jong ke jing bitar kenang bakan wan ra susu bre yuso uba kamba
boleh sibun posto mentang nginget ba ka ketuka grafik kalau long ready to ngin ya pai menta chen ka grafik hadin ka grafik ngin yo ka jing kran interview but I ba Dr. Ricky AJ Singkon ngin page ka grafik
Aduh kan lo bilang confident berpinjak ya kalau
We done back to Kirban. Akhir dia ni, we done back to Kirban.
yo I bagan ni kadang jadi kita jom tahu pai ba ba ni bentuk buat dan yo tam mau punya dekat ni minta ya pasang
Kajing ihit kiri kawai, bat kajing trang, kajing angut, kajing pajba, tu bala badom, tu bala nya, bala khaj, tu bala jilap, ya ke politics, ke ba, ya ya, ke ba sinshari, ke kisnam apa.
Okay.
That's all.
Was it expected? This kind
As a party, we do expect, for a good result. And so the early 10, I believe it goes in line with the thinking of the party.
But according to you, what led to this huge victory for you and your party?
All the declared victory for us. Well, I believe that people, they fed up with the kind of politics that we've had in our state for quite some time now. And people want change, and they see in us that we are a party with a difference, like we will say. And so this is the result, I believe, of the longing of the people. So we look forward to fulfill the dreams and aspiration of the people for this change which they have been looking forward to.
But since this is clear that you're leading now, what will be your future plans? Are you going to support NDA or within their bloc?
That is too early, so we will let you all know in due course of time. For now, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Habang ikran ang nisha khmat ha program India Decides. Professor Shirkan, I'll come to you. We have these big states, states which will really decide who will form the government at the center this time. We have states like UP, we have states like West Bengal, we have states like Gujarat, Rajasthan, Maharashtra. How do you think the numbers will play out in these particular states, looking at how the country has been going through in the last few years? What are your predictions, if I might say, on this particular? Let's look at only the big states, Karnataka and all.
Yeah, actually, if you see the last 2019 elections, in UP they got 62. BJP got 62 out of 80, which is a big number. So also in this Bihar also they got a majority of the seat. What majority? It's 90%. So also in some of the states like Rajasthan and others, they swept this. And even in Karnataka, they got almost all seats except only one went to Congress. So that kind of sweep decides in which way it moves. I think. But whether that sweep is going to be there this time or not, in how many states, that decides. The way that they got in 2019, if you see, many of the states, they got 90% or even 100% in many of the northern states.
Yes, like Gujarat and all, 100%.
So even if they did not get seats in South India and in East India, they could manage that number 303. But whether that happens this time or not is the question.
No, I'd like to step in here.
Yes, go.
See, states like Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, UP, where they are supposed to be strong, they have recorded very low turnout.
Yeah, that is.
So we don't really know why people are so disillusioned. Are they disillusioned with the BJP because of all the syndromes, the no job, and people see you're giving them some benefit somewhere, but you're raising the price of LPG, for instance. This affects housewives, and we know that women voters are always more prompt in voting than male voters. So a lot will depend actually on the responses of women voters. What are they voting for?
Yeah, actually it's interesting that some of those people who said NDA will win, they argued that the women will be there voting for NDA, but that is contentious.
Okay.
It is because the women they only project this Ujjwala scheme and the ration scheme. On that basis, they assume that all women vote for NDA, which is wrong, because many state governments also have taken up different welfare measures for women, whether it is in Bengal or in Andhra Pradesh and other places, even in Karnataka and others. So the women are benefiting by different governments in different places. So you cannot judge that all women in the whole of India will vote for one alliance. And moreover, it is not that women, yes, you are giving ration. That doesn't mean that women are happy if their sons are without jobs.
So according, talking about women, so according to you, in the rural hamlets of India as a whole, how do the women voters perceive the governance of the NDA of the last 10 years? And how has that impacted upon or influenced upon their voting in this particular election?
See, in the states where BJP is already there in power, and it is also in the center. So there any identification of welfare programs, it will be identified with Modi. So it is Modi who has given that. So there it is possible that they think in terms of voting for Modi. But in states where opposition parties are there in power, and they are also carrying they are also coming out with different welfare programs, they use their own names, their own party names and their own individual names. As you find in case of Andhra Pradesh, where YSR uses his own name for every kind of program it is taken up. So then comes the difference. So you cannot make it a kind of all India kind of thing, saying that women as a whole is voting for India or against NDA. You cannot do that.
It's true. It's true.
It differs from state to state.
Voting is very nuanced. And we have seen clips of some women who who protest very strongly when you talk of anyone else other than Modi. There are such type of women also.
There are both kinds of things.
Pastor khandit mo gidon ki updates khandit hang ni namta ki viewers ki jongi kini ki voting percentage kimdi ki absolute numbers, they are not absolute numbers, kini ki tang ki percentage, kini ki numbers ki tang ki percentage, but namta ka Tura seat Mr. Saleng Sangma has got 57% of the voting percentage so far till now. Mrs. Agatha Sangma has got 33% and Mr. Zenith Sangma has got 7%. This is the Tura picture in terms of voting percentage. Voting percentage for the Shillong seat. For the Shillong seat, Dr. Ricky Sinkon has got 53%. Kong Amperine has got 18% and Ba Vincent Pala has got 18%. So this is the voting percentage, viewers, of the two seats of our state at this particular moment. Now we will go back to the ground and we are going to Polo, where Ba Nicholas is there. Ba Nicholas, good morning. Good
morning. Good morning, Ayasngova, and a bright and sunny day to each and everyone. And we are looking forward for a great day. And well, the nation as a whole is looking forward to the results of the Lok Sabha elections 2024.
Ba Nicholas Phila Adon hang tu nadu men step Phila interview ya ba Ricky Singkon Henry Dangdon show ki updates ki ba Phila ban yangi from the ground Phidon hang tu hapulo ki updates yangi
yang mentahi ke bangila bani kalong ba ki nong kershan jong ka seng VPP ki laya lum yalang ki laya shitram ba hang ni bat ka bangila bani ni kapor kalong ka jing angnut ka jong ki banyo ban tip ya ka lead ka ba ka parti ka dangdon hak ni kapor ko ba Phila update bentan ba ka lead kalong almost 53%. So the sentiments are really high. As we can see, these are all supporters jong ka VPP.
Ba Nicholas but
yes,
pilang manusia keren itu ki supporters hang tu are lain got laki long from any party klem dapat yano kat ki badan hang tu pilang manusia keren manusia asko daki ki ong kumno halor kani ka counting process hadu ka puar ba menta.
Okay. To tiang ni kelim bat kay bangila banyi kalong ba kani ka jingyalang ka badon hapdeng jong ki nong Krisyan jong ka seng VPP but nila banyi ba badeng dot dong ibadon hang ni badeng kay ka jing angnut pe kan ni jing nong Krisyan ki adon ka hang ni kay ka jing angnut ka jong pi ka ba pidon na benta iba reki
kajing angnut jonga kalong bet ba ka suncar kadar kamut kan long ka khoj nongkong na namar balei baro khoj ni community ni kermen kani kadi kersan juga berit baria jong ki babun balang mo ki baduk kinong kendong ye tengi kermen bet ba lada unjob undang suncar ni kandidat jongi mo jong ka BPP bariki singkan tengi kwa bet namar ba lade lupa inong hikai ideru bala hikai ki skol ba ni hu mo chua tengi kermen bet marba ndadon kam than bangin keren ki taru nomor latip khamba tengi kermen bet bang inyo kataka jingsha ka sencar khadar marba kata kadika ke banging perkhat nga simet nga perkhat long bangi kwa community tak sencar khadar bakhut ke
kajing kun kalong hapdeng ki parti ki bala seng yala di hakari bat kani kadi tang ka regional party ka barang sukhe menta tang katu kade hatu iba hatu kum ka parti kadno kalong ka kongsan ya ka PPP banlong ban mi khmat lada yo kalat ka kabu ban mi khmat hang te po Lok Sabha kham tam
ti kani kalong namar ladingi keren kita ki national party ru nei ngangan ong IP namar kajat bendiu jungi asal party leaks nam aya mo andre kamdon kata ka jingshai ya ka jela kamdon ru kata ka develop da village senong kendong le katam aldanga nglit sinong to teng isnei mo namar tang ka surok ru banginia bania pas artli kali ru hadian siling silia ti ngipe ikilti skin namar ngim kmil ti kata ka yo simet namar ka jingkwa jungi kalong bet kumno ban develop ya kisnong kithaw ki nong kendong namar lada tang hasor silong kamut ka surok ka he kapli long ka jeli ka bha da teng rasong kali yo thia tengi pede chai nong kendong da chong kali long bachong kali kulai te long habe perkhalang ke ngi nong kendong
ka jingkerman ka ba pidon ba iba
jingkerman ngadon namar bali ngi tengi klat nga tenga klat international party ladang am chania ubrio ken andre habang chania ubrio ngadon ru ka jingkerman ba inle ia ti nak kata ba ki ba ki MP bala lek bro sikata kamut kim simla le ia namar teng kimi tang for election tengi perkhat ia kata namar bali ba kajing kermen ngidon namar bali bor habang ijit unong hikai te habau hikai da dikit kli te ngi kermen ru kata ba lada ijob kamut idon kam lasko to imai te ngi ndot ka
ikibok ya kata bat ngi kermen ba pi kum kinong kersan ru pin long giba jai bat buram khamtam ya kata ka thong lada ipoi sha ka thong tapi dia buram lang ban raj daga ban sa nam ka parti bro mo so as you have seen kumba pala skap ani ko ka sentiment ka jong kinong kersan ka long bet ka barat ba hak baki don bet ya kata ka mesim kapala pa lupa ya kata ka jing thang ka joki ben yo tau so ka jing job ka persang ban ya ben yang ban pek ya ki we ki political party supporters andre imat ngan hap ban chuong ba kidang ya long ki ba tang ya apswa ya karsol andre dapat hi kumni kinong kersan jong ka BPP tekilaya mi pai ba kumni ban pa lupa ya kata ka jing kersan ba dia kata ka thong jong ka jing job ka baki ang nuat
ba Nicholas kandid mo pila your interview ya iba Ricky Singkon kumno ikong ipat ki candidates kum ikong amperin iba pala hatop hi ola ban kren mat ki menne
haka hak jing yo I jongan du menem step ngadon hang ni ki we ki candidate kim pot poi datang iba riki singkam iba lawan du menem step andre hak ni ke klipmat atrai ki candidate ki dang pechwa ka trend hak no kodur but based on that atrai kin sa ya mi pat andre kumbai hi ka trend isingila kham so thu hi ke ka ba ka jingmut ka long
Kubli Shibun ba Nicholas ngin sawan pai biang Shapi hadian kat tu kat Nepal. Pastor
isu ketu number gi bapi dak jing khen gi bapi la pen snow bat pila yo snow nang tu. Hoi ka jing tam gi dak jing khen te kala yar ba mo la long Shillong bat Tura sit gu. Tin rei aku juga por pada nga sukwa ban tip ti ngin yo em gi jing tip. Namar ba ngi nyobot hakalang gi district. Atu kani kadai bala lumlang na giwi ki counting centers jong ka state ne of course East Coast Hills ka Kambon desi ginong ki kerteng jong ginong Thabon di
district wise
kadai pastor tambah kita ki update specific updates but ki details kin sawan the specific details and updates are on the way
hakani ka live san pulai percent
subuh for general ya borok ki district kat kabaki la your information in kan mau ki nong page hakani ka por begini ki numbers bangi kran mentai ka state ka jongi ka Shillong seat ba ka Tura seat kini ki general numbers ki bangi yo lem bagi constituencies borok ko bai ngin sa IFP ki specific details ngin sa IFP ki specific details ngin yo ya kita so pertu kan wan Shapi PUE mentan iwe na ki supporters juga voice of the people party ikren hang tu but ikta ya kini ki mat ki bede with the common man ikta sipang ka surok yang sipang ka traffic yang ikta gitu ki mat ki bakta ya ki brio ngila bon ki rio madan mo the common man bakta ya ki but iong ba
ulak kan
but i khmi lenti ba lada ka VPP ka job lada counting 4 kod lada ka VPP ka job ka party ka la ban ra bun ki jing kala po ka state ka jongi ngidon tang iwe seat artli seat na po ka state ka jongi ban lech po 18th Lok Sabha have hi ka calculation ba ka jing su thu ka long kumno
kalong tang kum ni ba ben mo kumbangilai kren do ba sedang saya baru ngi kubur ba ka jing ang not ka ba sisa ka ba nela jong ki pat ba bon yo ye ka jing kala kam ni ka bakai ka ta te ka don tama ka jing ka long ba manga mapi le ni menu ki ba day kita ki nong yalam ki nong mi khmat nyim la ba de ban kdo lenti ngangam dangit than tang hoi iwe number le ni artli ki number nyim pala ban thau per thel ra pisu ye ken pisu ya mudur lah kata jeli ke bahasan spa tam kita ki nong thau an ki nong ki ban sa penwandur ye ki policy ye ki an ki jongi tin re ha ju ko por beru kan deiru tang ka puris ka am bangin ong ba unong mi khmat jongi unum la ban ne de ka song ru ha ka rukom trekam kum mentale le mo ngi ong ba ngi layo ya ki brio ki bala kam start tin re kam de ka sin ka baning kong ngila yo teng lu iba professor Gigi Swell ubar nyota hangaling sem nagi kot ki banga puli ngatrai nu MP ubang ila pha ubon kam tam dei ba Swell binda puli ko ka kot khubor ka bai pinmi i mai election New York ban represent ni gari India election Canada ida tho city ka longum ta ka gari balengi rungim le no kum ta gari ki jongi ka jala ka jongi ide ubon kam tam nagi dak ki
kandet pastor ko yang pastor we free sang tu kadai ru ka rukom trekam henry la ngi pek pat
ngan poi sata
no pastor kandet kadai ru ka rukom trekam te henry la ngi pek pat ya ka jinglong jong ka political scenario hapo India menta udon be UNDA but imat menta nang ni syakmat ka sedang ka India Alliance ngong imat nabang ngim tep anja ayu imat kan don ka India Alliance tipi tharai kumdo kata ka rukom trekam kan long lada ki kertong ki jongi nang ni dadai manu ki ong ba ngim dei satu bat ngim dei shani ti nja ayu ya kan ka seat ka jongi hang the hapo Delhi haba don sanspa sau phulai ngut ki MP hapo Lok Sabha lada phimdei shani phimdei shatu phimjit you know kumno phila ban race ya ki concern ki issue ba ki voice ki jong people story ya ikong
okay
kani te kadai ka bangi la ju I men shwaru kin shupoi hang tu kinum la ken ban kren ban penyo sngo ya ka sur jong ki briu nang ni namar ngi la tip hi ba kadon ga lobby mano ban yo kren ka nuru kadon ga lobby ka ba khlan ba but ngi de ki break wadon buram ba ho ngim jula ban ya tet mit tet chuki kiwei te kinut
Lain bak saleng.
ho
Lada ijop.
lada ijop te ila ong hi bangan dan job dengan tet mit te hendai ngi nang ni na kari khasi jentian mangila don buram palat ban halla ru ngim nut bangin kawang de ki ngim nut te ngin shushong ba yang tu ngin ngap ngin keren le si once in a while ngin lobby but no nakabentak ni jela lada pilong uriu marway pilong independent pimiate ban ubat nur kalong ka ba in political in a democracy which is politically led. It's very difficult to be an independent person amongst 543 people. And then I think it's also fair for us to ask the gentleman who wins, if he wins from the VPP, who is he going to align with? Because I don't believe this non-alignment business. You know, how many will be there who are non-aligned, and what is their role really in parliamentary democracy? No?
Professor Shrikant, this talk of alignment and all, what is your take on this? Specific to the Shillong seat.
No, Shillong seat. When it comes to Congress, you are very clear that it is against it. Now it is VPP which has to spell out openly.
Exactly.
Which they have not so far.
That is, but it is like that when I spoke to some of the persons who are close to VPP, they have been telling that we are consistent when it comes to question of secular ideas, and we will never align with BJP. But whether it is the stand of the party or not, it is something that the party should officially spell out.
Yes.
I feel that they have a tendency, but they may not align with BJP, I think. But we do not know the kind of politics which goes on in the Northeast as a whole. As Patricia McKim was rightly pointing out, there are many other considerations which make the regional parties to align with the national parties for one or the other reasons. I hope VPP or the others, they stick to their ideology and see that they don't align, come what may, whoever be there in power at the center. Because that gives some kind of balance.
Yes.
Pastor Portu, people come tip kandidat nyekran ini mat no. People come tip ha changka history jongka MP election jongka state. Ka jongi kuma phila akran on fia thu bon ki khana. Henry menchwa ngi lai iba na pok Shillong seat ki jongi ki la bon ki independent ki balai. Hato PE kumno pa de ka rukom trekam jongki ka ba menchwa but balai maki ki la ala ban long successful ngi la ban ong.
Ka jela ka jongi le ka don ye kata history ka ba ngi la kila spe kita kisembai jong ki parti rulum
coalition government
ki sha ngoi no pada ki mi ki sha ngoi la mi ki BCLC adien bagi yo e jela sha ngoi no timentaru msen ingin sa sha ngoi tinringan poi biang sa katu ka bangong mene pada ka rukom trikam no manga doni ko ka rukom perkhat abang abu e kata ka jingkli hakano ka dur ngi pentrek ngi trikam kum ki no mi kman kawai ke bang asyik perkhat kalaban bakalamo sa penbet yang aki daga buram mi ginong pet tu kalaban long ka daw bangim laban trikam namar kam dadi bang yedei bat ki bri ki badan na gajing sensar namar san spangon si spasan po aspa tikindon ki badan sabar jong ga liang sensar yo le si nga super khat ken hakini ki san po tuli ki snam yo ngi kim jingmot te ngim nang ban penyedei bat ki tu ki wei pat ki aspa ngon ki bamde ka liang sensar mo la kalong mensuala ne menta namar banga syam me gane gawai ngidan sibon ke history ya gari ke jongi wala dangi akran ni kata ga bangyong ka ayu eru endre mundan weiru MP sabar na ga jalla ga jongi uban sampang ya kata ga jingete lok jongi ta gis im khasi ngim palaban pen so tho ya ga parthai India ya ga history ke jongi bakir kin so tho ba pleng dan kam bani kersan ya gane ga kunhun jad reu ka red khnang bakin im agane ga parthai nimbala bensutu iki sa kapertai India tingang suong le si kung katang so atang kanuk samo war kini ke bangia ke bolong popular mentagi isu ke jing perung ya ke ketien kasi ngamtip ngimna ndrei hadu arajar ka kendai ka government of India la ka diga India ne ka diga NDA ka diga Congress ne ka diga BJP kidan make away ka standard reply ha parliament ba kidang sudep thung dang sen senam arajar tam aim tu ya gawi ka committee ka ba study biang ya kata ka ban kumnu ban perung ya ki jaitin ba per jonggari India haga ake each schedule ndai nadu ki senam ka kandai spa nyu pau ter ki jong ba aradhon ki jong ye kila ju pelong ye ki jingelang bagi wan ki member jong ka Sahitya Academy ru kala ju thung ye ki expert committee ban study ya ka jing ruspa jong kata ka ketin kasi kung kini ki issue ngidon kam ban penyedai perlok kataken ka bangoong ka jing start rekam ka bang ngamut do ya kata ban penyedai perlok lane ban play ki jing mut ki jing perkat ki jongi lada ngim play ki jing mut ki jing perkat ki jongi kumno ngini penyedai perlok tendai wayu bang asem lesi ubalala ban ubala persang ban le kumta udai ba joy akapor bu dang long tang kum emily jong ka apo ka asam ru upersang berudan ya kata kerukom berkat ba em ngidi man job ye ki pat ki jela ki pat ki jaka jong sama
ha iyang marwe na kanika jela hiru mdon ba support ye
mdon hagap bentang ye keren ye ka
ngakwa ban keren khandiat te shwa ba ngin ya poish ki pat ki benta ba brosh kata hakisnem ki baladep ngidon ka Northeast MPs Forum ngitip banang ni ngipa at pusan ngut ki MP brokhoj ndai ka turu menta kala aja we don't hear of this Northeast MPs Forum anymore today. If we cannot lobby as a region then how do we lobby individually? You know, we have seen how opposition states like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala have had to go to the Supreme Court to get their share of the central funds. So what is going to happen to us if we do not lobby in the right way, if we don't have a voice? A lobby means a voice, no?
So now we'll go to the national trends. We're going to have a look at some of the graphics. As we can see over there, India Alliance are 223, the Congress has 98, NDA 291. So as of now, sir, NDA is down by around 90 as compared to the 2019 figures, and of course India Alliance will be up because it's a new alliance. What is your take on this? This is a national trend right now, and we have, sir, before we move ahead, another graphic over there where we find BJP doing well in central India. That must be certain part of Assam and Arunachal in Northeast India, doing well in certain pockets of South India, and India Alliance also doing well over there. You can see in blue over there. India Alliance also is doing pretty well in some of the states, and they have made some sort of a dent in certain parts of North India.
Yes.
As we can see there, because the blue is for the India Alliance, and now this is Northeastern region. This will be of interest for us. BJP doing very well in this is
Assam.
Assam. This is Assam, and even India Alliance doing well in certain pockets. And this is a picture of Assam in Northeastern India. This is Assam in Northeastern India. India Alliance also doing well. BJP also doing well as expected in Assam. And now we will move to the graphics of the state of in South India. We come to Kerala. Professor Shrikant, the ones in blue are of a party belonging to the
LDF.
India Alliance, the INC, the Indian
The LDF Alliance.
Yeah, the LDF Alliance. And so as we can see, doing very well in the state of Kerala. And if we can have more states, it'll be maybe some of the bigger states. If we can have a graphic, if we can have a graphic of UP, it'll be great at this moment in time. It'll be good to look at UP, because UP normally decides everything. We normally say that, no, Pastor. UP can decide, UP Madhya Pradesh can decide, but kani ka deka state Uttar Pradesh kinong pej baro kumbangila abani I hangtay ka India Alliance su kala yo kato kani ki seat na maka Samajwadi Party kumbangila abani I kala yo kato kani kini baro kini ki leads mo paralog nong pej kini ki leads kini ki tangki leads 4 mi ka result ka counting ka 4 kot hilingi I hapo ka Uttar Pradesh ka Samajwadi Party ka lebha ka BJP of course ka kadang lebha hi hang tu Henry kiwi ki party ru gila ben ki rong ki baper hang tu kiwi ki party hapo UP ki ya ki bapet barok ngi de masu thu ba ka state UP bat Madhya Pradesh ki de ki state ki balong kongsan hadu kata ha ka wedei bat ka general elections ha ka ri India ka jogi kani par ka de ka state Gujarat ka bagi i bat ka BJP gila ban ong ba haki leads ki bamenta haki trends ki bamenta kala jansar ya ka state barok ka wei like no iwei constituency ibadan haka wrong blue hangte kate ga dei jong ka party jong ka India alliance mentang in one state ki ba khamret chapo ka northeast ka jongi hapo Nagaland that is which party kate
NDPP
that is Indian National Congress tika Congress NDPP kini ki alliance bat ki BJP acha so kani ka party ka ba lead hapo Nagaland menta ka ka alliance jong ka India bloc mentangin late part sekiwa gini apa states ki bakhamret hagani ka por atau ka dekat Nagaland ka lead mentah po Nagaland ka dekat alliance jong ka NDA mentangin pe iwi pat di state di bakhamret katai ka dekat Arunachal Pradesh but ko mangilai haki artli ki seat jong ka Arunachal Pradesh baro artli ki seat ki leads menta ki trends menta ki late saka party Bharatiya Janata Party but kumbangi tip hi uba Kiran Rijiju ubdai one of the leading faces of the BJP and the NDA in Northeast India and he is if we can have some more small states okay kanpa ki perlu ki jongi po studio ki dang update ki information ki jongki mentang wan phai byang sapo ka jingi kren ka jongi hani hapo studio Professor Shrikant Uttar Pradesh Samajwadi Party doing well this time. Interesting?
Yeah, that is now this time both Congress and Samajwadi worked together. That chemistry between Rahul and Akhilesh is visible, and you can see many of the rallies. The people poured into that in lakhs. So that is showing the trend. So I think that kind of attraction which Akhilesh could do, and sticking on to the point, fighting against this Hindutva and emphasizing on the issues of unemployment, price rise and others.
Also
so they are able to do it, but how far they pull off ultimately, that is to be seen.
Also I think people are disillusioned with Nitish Kumar, no? Going
that is Bihar.
That is Bihar.
Yeah. This is actually it is UP is known for Hindutva experiment.
Yes.
So that is where Ayodhya, Varanasi and all these things are there. People are prone to that Hindutva sentiments more.
Okay.
But there, if even if you get 1/3 of the seats by India Alliance, that makes a lot of difference for the India as a whole.
Thank you, sir.
And whether it happens
also
or not.
Also the Ram Mandir, no, having been constructed and tourism boosting.
Competition ngi ka state Gujarat hang tu mentan. La Jan Safran baro like no iwi constituency hang tu hapo northern Gujarat ngi dei dang elect ka in the trends elect ka India Alliance. Almost the entire state kalek dut ka BJP. Kani kalong expected lines nam ta jong phi?
Because you see, Amit Shah is from there, and there's been a lot of intimidation. Kadon kajing pentri mi ki breu ban mai mi ban it bot dang menin ki dang ya mi ki breu ki dang ya kren. Haror kata kajing penting jing pensir bam dai ban mi ban it bot lada mi udai ban mi ban it teng ka BJP. Tikini ki breu ki la ya tho shaka Election Commission of India mo. Then rai la long too late ementa ban take action. It's a long expected lines because Modi is from Gujarat, Amit Shah from Gujarat, so you can imagine the pressure on that state.
Okay, Pastor?
No, my interest is also close to home, West Bengal. What happened in West Bengal? I would like to know more.
West Bengal, for West Bengal, Pastor, we are still waiting. So you wanted to say something?
I think in case of Orissa, BJP is making headway. As the figures show,
okay.
I think, but not so in West Bengal, because these are the two states on which NDA or BJP had high hopes. So they could make dent into both these states. But it appears that in Odisha they have made substantial gains or making substantial gains, but it doesn't seem to be so in case of West Bengal as I could see. But maybe the latest figures one can show.
Pasal pertu kumbang ngi mentah Pak West Bengal ki lead sebagai trends kadon ka jing ele hapadeng ka NDA baka India Alliance ka in to be specific hapadeng ka TMC batka BJP kadon ka jing ele PE kumdo halor kan ni
ngai ka bai dei bat seritor ka jing tip donga sepang ka electoral politics ka dunamo tangba ngasu la ban so thu kat bangala ban so thu ka banya dahi yangi kirit pa na ka jing kentur jong ini ki hepa ki banget aga jing sensar don bor mo ki dei tang ka benta ka basethi jong kari India ba yangi ka dei ka West Bengal ka badai I ka daya le kumbalai le thma persya ya kata ka jing sensar thombor dek te ki bru ki banget ba ino kari India ka dei bandai kari Hindu ba kumta ter ti tangba kumba kalong mentab de ui ba ka BJP ru ka le bhal ni ka khlan ha ki benta ka tu khamtam ma ni ka don ni ka benta phi ka ba ka North Bengal mo ka ba ki dawa ru ya ka jalla la ka jong ka Kantipur ka Darjeeling ti gitu ki de ki jaka ki ba lese ka BJP ka khlan bat jing sisa ki de ki jaka ru ki ba bun ki nong song ki de ki tribal kumbangi ki adivasi ti hang turu ginam nong ba kanyam no kadan la gajong garol ba persotho ye ki riulum ki boku mangi banong ba kanyam jong piru kadi ka ha apo gajing kudup ba nyam indum.
Professor Shrikant, since we are talking about the national picture, big states, national politics and all that, in this particular election, how much of a factor was UCC and the UCC and the CAA? How much of a factor was that?
The government wanted to make it a big issue, whether it is RAM or UCC and others, but and they could implement. Now Ram Temple is there, and the CAA is already there, and all that. And maybe that they expected high rewards for that, but it doesn't seem to be so right at the moment. So on such expected lines, the people did not come out in support of religion or this UCC also, CAA also, because there is opposition to CAA in case of West Bengal. I think so. They said we will not implement it. So it is right now. It is not implemented in thing only for a namesake in Tripura and others. It has come out. So whether they can implement it or not, it all depends on whether NDA comes to power. But I don't think it is a big issue which mobilized the people in support of it or against it.
Because to a certain extent we feel that it has backfired also, because many states were against this and they were like speaking against this. More kong Patricia PE kumno.
Assam tekatrekam. I think in Assam this CAA has an impact because people are so fearful of illegal migration or so-called illegal migration, and they have, you know how it is, people are brainwashed to believe that all their resources are taken over, all their land is taken over. Then you have a chief minister who's overly oratorial on that issue, so there's no other person who can come and counter him. We haven't seen that happening in a long time in Assam.
Ma'am, I just want to differ. In Assam, it is true that there is opposition to CAA when it comes to Upper Assam. But when it comes to South Assam, Barak Valley, where there are substantial number of people who have migrated from Bangladesh or East Pakistan and settled here, there is a considerable support for
That's
CAA.
what I'm saying. In Assam, there is support for CAA.
Yeah, there is support. So the people are divided here. There is opposition in case of Upper Assam.
So basically,
no opposition. And another thing that the CM did, Assam, is he communalized the issue. and made it into Hindu versus Muslims. So he could get neutralize the CAA movement even in Upper Assam. So that is typical.
Professor Shrikant and Ikong Pratisha, they are on the same page looking at the national picture of UCC and CEA and other big legislations which the NDA was looking at. Ya state iba red kumjongi pastor. UCC, CEA, kamot ayu ya state bakang bagi nong pet kijongi ken yo jing shai ken det. Ya state ijongi kini ki landmark legislations ki bangi pet hakari India borok koi. Kimot ayu nam ta jongi kakta kumno yangi kum ki patba jong ini state ibarat hapo Meghalaya
si ke jela ke jongi ke dei ke jela jong ki nong song snong ki tribal ki barit pai so ke UCC tu kan kata namar ba nginum la bandan ke wei ke oi haki wei ke benta ke UCC ke nyarap ye ki wei pat ki kenhun niam ki kenhun jai benriu de haki wei ke benta pada yangi ba pin pinia snok lang haki wei ke kentup lang haki wei ke an ban batai ya ka jing im jong a simet jong ikong simet lene jong kolong ying jong a simet jong kolong ying jong pi simet kam ne ka masuk namar ngidan laga jong ka sain perkhat laga jong ka thmeiri laga jong ka culture ka ken kur ken kha ken jaj bat kumta ter kini kendang de ki isu ki bangin ki bandang peluk kini mo tinre wan biang se ka si ngimla banlen ba ka don ka jing sisa ba ka don ka jing ma ya ka jing wan jong ki briu ki bana bar hairi jungi ibarit ijela jungi ibarit ibangi dan tang kendiat ki dom ki wa ki la anang buat mentar ki badan ki la anang du jing sisa pada kolong ba ka jing penjot ki lom ki wa kam tadi than tang ka jing wan ki bri mana ban dei mangam ki penjot tinrei are not easy bro way see if people gain political dividends from this politics of CA, this politics will continue. Dekat bah Manipur, Nagaland bede, kibriu kidan kam ya ketu ke free movement regime. Bakin ya lej ya wan hapo khandriu kilometer ke border India ke border Myanmar. Ya ketu bede ke sarkar India hapo ke jingalam jong Narendra Modi Prime Minister jong India ki penduk no. Ke politik sang ta bede ke ni ke geopolitik sang ta bede ke long dakumta. Tinggi ni sulong kumiti ling kenda pi. Isu syak kenting sini, syak kenting satai. Tinrei, kong tangwan supun kot. Tinrei, kini hi kibalong local specific kain ki isu. Kam tam ni ke Northeast. What Northeast rungim lah bansim baga jing CA kan ke Assam bat hangi kan dei kumju. No, namar ke geografi kala ke border kala. Kini kibalong local specific syak hangi bangin rai tu bangin perkhan. Kumjuru ngan at hang ni saya ka kaput bat jungi bak Assam. Ladangi dan ke solution ya ki kaput by day bak Assam. Ai kitu ki briwi. Ha kitu ke jaka kin kam yo maki ya ke surdi bakin ongi ei. Ngatrai ngin ha banya da kata ke rukom berkat.
Kompetisi.
Halor ke CAA ngasngo ba kanihi ka act kalong unconstitutional namar ka mention time ki Kristan ki Parsi ki Muslim ki ki Parsi ki Hindus Buddhist but Kristan te ki don ki brio jungi ha Bangla ki Bombay ki Kristan ki Bombay ki Muslim ki bas don ha kaniam khasi ki basya mon ong no sya opres bahang tu dada kito ki kwa banwan ngin le kumno ki don bon ba ki kasim don provision te kata ken ya kanu hi ka act ka balong unconstitutional ha ka jing hisya ngim dei hi ban pediang we should not accept any act that is unconstitutional
to ha ni ka por ngin le phai byang sapo ground ngin ye pe khendet ye ki dur ki bangin wanra chipi ki bedei na ki parties ki don hang tu ki ya don ki baya le kemen don ki baya yang kai don ki baya susi kani kadika scene hapo polo kani kadika scene menta kani kadika dur ki bangi wanra ipi na po polo ngi ka jing jai hang tei wala ki brio ki la don hang tu ki la yalum ngimdum dala ban itu ba ki dina kanu ka party tama imat babun hina ki dina ka voice of the people party ki ya don hang tu ki ya up ya ki results but ngin persangkat bala nam ta jong phi ki ba pej hayeng but haki mobile phones ki jong phi haki jaka bo per bangin wan ra ki updates ngin wan ra ki updates kloi kat bala ngi ai up iki updates tampak ka shillong seed baka tura seed but kat bangin dang yo iki updates ngin wan ra iki updates shapi hani por idon iwe i jingkren iba red angin ya pai sha itu i jingkren kat bangin dang up itu i jingkren ngin ya beteng ya ka discussion jongi hang dia po studio menta ka counting kalaya kumno lai kenta kalaya lai kenta kalaya hot minta ngin dek shwa itu i jingkren kredit na ini ikong
Cuma pengakarsian ada komentar baru beri jumlah le cái là sai cái điện thoại anda ulah job lu unda ini dan buat kata buat ulah di meeting hotel deh ulah banding kan ya karena banding cái punya itu saja bu ngalah dan jingkemen lupa mengadan tangga jingkemen sudah mengalah kan dia ke BPP kumlah hingam dan di kita
counting menta kalaya like enta Professor Shrikant, counting has been going on for the last 3 hours, and by now for sure postal ballots are done and we are actually moving to the EVMs. It has been going on for at least 3 hours. We are now at 11 almost 11:10, so it has been going on for 3 hours, and we see the national picture over there. India Alliance 226, NDA 296. These are trends and leads. So we can say a certain chunk of the votes has been counted. So Professor Shrikant, would you like to stick your neck out and say something on these numbers?
I don't want to say even a thing, but there are certain trends which where BJP is gaining that I am trying to see. One is Orissa, where it is making a headway, and another is Andhra Pradesh, not by that BJP is winning, but its alliance up here, Telugu Desam alliance
doing well.
It's doing well. So that way it will go to the support of BJP. So that is happening. And in Bihar also, so far we don't get enough of things to say that BJP is down. BJP is still in an advantageous position as far as Bihar is concerned right at this moment. So RJD is there, I think, only in 3. Whether it can make it up or not, because India pinned so much of hopes on RJD's victory, but it doesn't right at this moment it is not showing. So that is, these are 3 crucial states.
Yes.
So we need to see, but in Karnataka it is showing as 17 for BJP and 7 for this India. So that needs to be seen what happens.
Pastor, counting going on for almost 3 hours plus now. These are the numbers we have. Would you like to stick your neck out and say something?
No, jing sisa la like kanta le tu selong barit la di ban tip long la di ban sai ke.
Ngina yo updates sa.
Di ban sai.
Ngakren ni ka di India bro ko.
India kan nang simpor nomor kumbagalong menta wat ke West Bengal ke jantam yang iru nagi state ki bahe ngim padayo gadur ke basai tingam tip ke Assam ke longkumno te Assam de tharai kan yo khurhi ka BJP tinrei ki dak jingkhen bade ke bangila bani inang ni I kumba ke kongres lu ka lebha da ka lebha kamut ba ngiyo mensim kandiat ndei bangi sha kongres ka long ba kan klan ka kan hun ki badan ka liang persya kabang kermen ba ladai ba Ricky Singkani job ru in don lang sekali yang persya ada kesensyar ke BJP ke namar ya kata tengah akli publicly ngala bu ke jingkeli ke BPP namar hagawi ni ki interview we ni ki nong thok ko bo Ricky ba Ricky yang banu pinete lok la pi job hadin ke election ti 4 ke jubab tindai mangihi ngaku munong song snong ba la ajit hagani ka election nga kermen ba unong mikmat jonga ni ka nong mikmat jonga hagani ka kenti ba dalilai kinum yasno kan bat ka NDA alliance mo kani ka seng ba ka balong gajing ma jingi kirit pa lagalong kirit pa riulum trairi ne kirit pa kristan ne kirit pa muslim Kalau nggak jing manga tengah yang scam malah kata bang kermen bakin ya snoblem naga bentajongi tindre la daya bonile sekali yang perca ti wat kita gi bali yang sensar di kimut ban le ye ru kandan ke jing sinran kandan ke jing tingkan bat ke dei kata kan ke sensar pat ba ke batei. That is the the healthy democratic
thank you
rule. Yeah,
thank you. Kong Patricia, sir, I'll come back to you. Sir, I'll come back. Kong Patricia, so kumbangi hentai India Alliance kale bha trends and leads haduk manta kale bha hato philong kumno philong surprise ne kani kade ke ba phila ha ke calculations ki jong phi ki analysis ki jong phi ki jing ekran ki jong phi bat ki perlok ki jong phi kelengri India phila ui lupa bakan salong kumni ki ka jing sko ko jong phi
kini ki trends ki ba mi menta they discredit the exit polls completely. So this is a great thing, and it also brings to the fore the lack of independence of the media today. We have all the Godi media giving the BJP a clear win, but now see, we are seeing that the India Alliance is also fighting back. According to exit polls, India Alliance was not featuring anywhere. So I'm glad at least that those media houses or those analytics have been called out, the untruth has been exposed. Because yesterday there was a very good researcher who deconstructed the whole exit polls and said we need to know the sampling, we need to know on what is the basis of that research on which they gave these funny figures.
Exactly. So you wanted to say something?
Yeah, this is what, at least one thing is now clear, that 400 par or 370 is not going to happen.
You have been saying that for a very long time.
So that way, because this exit polls again created that kind of illusion in the minds of the people, that as if it is a bigger reality, but now it is proved beyond doubt that they will not be anywhere near that. Yes, they may form government, but that also it is showing as less than 273. So they can form government only with the help of allies if possible. That way it is very clear. It is the media has to now take a call. What kind of things they are doing it? The way that they are trying to create. I don't think that it was scientific at all.
No,
one
not
is
at all.
they have tried to get influenced by the government and came out with figures, fake figures,
because
which has
all
no
the
value
channels,
at all.
All the channels belong to corporate bodies.
So that is the most horrible thing, and people now don't believe.
Yeah.
They don't trust any exit polls hereafter. That is what has happened.
Yes.
So shame on all these media channels.
And I quote Professor H. Khan, shame on all those who have done Godi media who have given those sort of exit polls, because see, it did create some impression in the last 3 days.
Yes.
I think you will agree with me. It did create some. I was talking to some people on the ground. I was talking to young people, and they were like, this is something which we never expected. We thought it'll be a fight, it'll be a close fight. Now they are saying that you'll touch 400 plus, something which was really not expected. So, Pastor, it really created some disappointment in your case also when you saw the exit polls.
See, nowadays I hardly watch, especially the news more. I only read news nowadays, thanks to the like Kong also. Yang still but dia kata ban penyiar je ketua print media long ba bro mentang ngila aya shift ngila aya kriak sakawai pat namar haga jingbun kamru ndrei ni thogi pi ngat la sange ban peji ki media house ki bosu yelen nyar ki bosu kerkai then just for a lighter moment bade namar bangla yele election ki ladon ki tiki analyst ki bawan keli yang hapor ba ka MLA election ong si it will take years for you to understand tribal politics. But can analyze the data like we did now. Of course, national Lok Sabha election it's easy, and in the plains it's easy. Here, ubangi nang jid namar budu mama, namar bangi la juya siat morbul lang bodang red, berkumta ter. Kumno pin analyze ya voting pattern jongi kamtam. Ten ringi de state barit. ti ngasu komen bade menta ba ngasu tip hi ba kita ki exit poll ki la pani be ka dan ni ka channel ka ba la pani la jan kot South Spa ka ji ha South Spa tam
ki pen i
ti menta la da ka long kumte batang ka kongres marweru ka palat spa ha ka jing tam ha ka jing nyobot menta ti ka pani ba kumbayo ong bro imat ka de ka WhatsApp University ka ba penplumari ka perthai ka ne bat ka ni ka ba ma bade tamashu sungu bade ba hadu menta ka we ka ba bha ka ba election commission ka le ka long ba kala pendu i gini ki poll ha ka pedeng ba election reite ban sha akum ni ha ka por election tala akut ka berthai ka seat ka badan tangsan spa parliament la mi indru spa tali unong job menta
kani ka de ka we ni ki daw ba le ba kila khang ye to ka practice ba dra de first phase fila ban pin i exit poll kila khang ye an ka to ka bha namar ba kala ban yelam bakla ki nong the vote ki basa ki face ki basa ha ki ba bun ki liak tenga thai ka to ka de ka we ka development ka ba ngi dei shisha ban da appreciate kum ki nok thang shnong jong ka ri India hi bro ko we te kat bang idang ki updates na po ka state ka jongi specific updates na ka state ka jongi but ki reports na po ground ha ka bang yo ban ye kren but iba Nicholas ne i Darren Aaron ki we pat ki correspondence ki don ha po ground ini betang gini ka jing kren ka jongi but ngini ya hindered the geopolitics of the results of these elections. Professor Shrikant, which countries will be happy right now with these results, and which countries will be disappointed with these results? Because all countries of the world, they are watching the Indian elections, very, very closely. They are all watching this because it's a matter of business, it's a matter of investment, it's a matter of human rights and freedom and democracy. They're watching our elections very, very closely. So, what is your take, this in the international take of our elections? Which countries will be, like, for example, happy, and which country will be disappointed with the trends that we have so far?
No, the trends we can't but the ultimate results, once it comes out, it becomes clear their positions. But why is it that India becomes important for the other powers, as Western powers? Because it has a huge market. It is the market that they look at.
Exactly.
Yes. Not the leader. To be frank, many of these Western countries have problems with the existing regime, which is out and out following a particular kind of ideology, which is not consistent with the democratic principles. So on that, they are against it, but they will not fight against Modi or BJP because they have interest in the economy of the country. Economy is showing they are interested in the markets of this economy. So they will not take on or fight openly against BJP. But at the same time, there are also compulsions on them to also to state that what is going on in the country is not all that correct, because there are pressures on the issue of democracy, on the issue of press freedom, and on the communal issue and others. So there is a pressure also, so they will be watching that, and definitely if the alternative government comes, definitely most of these countries will support that.
Yeah, it is like that very common saying that we have in English: although politics may divide us, business will unite us. It's a very common saying. Kong Patricia, on a lighter note, more tended. Namar bala ekan serious na tumen. A bit lighter note. Lada pikan mau ngata ko ang kanab ha. Lada pikan mau in the 1990s and early 2000, bon bhagi ki. Thầy Bhabri na pokari India ki jongi ki job in ki all competitions, Miss World, Miss Earth, Miss Universe, this and that in the 1990s and 2000. Karon ji sing akan ma school ngai kren but we perlong nga India is doing great. See, of course, ki thei jongi ki Bhabri, there's no doubt about that. Mo taba India kren but in terms of politics and business, the itai perlong jonga yong kumli yong peshini don't be so excited. Namar ba kadao padang hi kadai kan dia. Job kum dia so that all these MNCs from around the world can sell all their cosmetic products in this big market like Professor Shrikant said, India. Do you still remember this
Yes,
event?
very
Can you
much, very
enlighten
much.
our viewers at this point of time?
India is a huge cosmetics market for all kinds, especially this fair skin business, no? This
Yeah.
enamel. We are
Fair
so
and Lovely
enamored.
ended in trouble for
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
So, and then I have always been against this whole idea of using the women's body as a location for the market, you know. Even here now, it is growing. You had Mrs. Global something. Now we don't follow up on what happens to these Mrs. or Miss after a period of time. Where are they? What are they doing? I mean, are they successful in their lives? Because to sell the human body and to market it for the global products, I think is very demeaning. Personally, I'm against this idea. I mean, I know that
But
there
it
are
is happening, Kong.
it's happening, of course it's happening. And see, the women's body has been the location of violence. It's also location of culture. Now it's the location of beauty. What all do women have to carry? What kind of, I mean, is there anything that men will stand up and model for? They used to do it at one time for Fair and Lovely. Shah Rukh Khan was doing it. Then it got disbanded. So if you talk of the international community, like Professor Shrikant said, they are only looking at our markets. So whether that market is cosmetics and oils and hair oils or whatever, they will target India for that.
Pastor ngin simpat the other way around but fimo. Kini ki ri ki ba kraw ki ba he ki ba ruspa world powers ki pe ke India as a market.
Yes.
Kumno pat mangi ngiru hapo state ki ngi bon bhagni ki products, localized products. Mo ngi bon kini ki products pat Henry ngimpat la pat ban reverse sort of give a reverse reverse stream, reverse action. Kumno pat mangi pat ngin la ban take advantage ye kini ki relationships. Khanang bang gila ban di kini ki tiar ku jongi sabar jung kari India.
Akapor banga puli theology nga puli ko biga kot God and market. But kata kala influence by nga, even religion also walks along. Mo ka hangnu ba ka flourish ka religion ka market ruang ta ka thrive. Te berkata kala lese kala sanjur bahaya nga bangan ngamde uba kersan ya kata ka market capitalism. Berkata ke jing si sabre si election habakut yi kaban penya je ke jing im junga jumpi ke ki economy ka yo ka kot. Te menta ke de ke khmat baro ki pe India manu ban sensar ubangin kamla ban penya ba ka yo ka hat junga kan bit kan biang. Te hajarlah jongi bede walada ngamde u bekerja ni kata market capitalism ngaso sen bede yela diru bayi ki local products ka bakentup ru ya ka art mo gimla ban market ka wei ka bang sosi ngade unong ile sport kat kata ka jing song shit ke football has long hanot is empadon bekenjat football ki state hanot is ki empadon pelong ya ka ki empat form ki sports association keselong kalau ada nadu ki khat kendai spa kisnem khat kendai spa kata ki sab fuile football jong ki khna kasi lani ki ba nongsong snong jong ke jelam mekalia menta bana ka position no ngim simla ban capitalize ya ka art ka jongi bangin race ya kita ke standard piru ba fan football fan isu tu bai kata kam ngim la man market ya ka art ka jongi ngim la man market ya ka music ka jongi menta ba pli daga buram ki performing artist jongi ki barwai ki baput ki batem ki badro sulong ki sukurup kat ka bayo sisa to gitu ki bala establish tadi kreatif ke pertain dia kum balu majau kong tipriti kini jong ba rudi ter ki bangalawan nyo gerteng ni kepor kile cekal kata kile sebombi Shillong Simba Kwaya kitu le siliang duriau ru la long kila imja kini ki banang sedang te mentala da dani MP batamai jongi sobha se market badi deru ino hikai kaliang ke management
idang lead mentah
Oh,
ipa job idang jupun kan mau jupun kan mau ba idang lead ipa job namar hang ni have long very particular so that we don't land in trouble we don't land in trouble
I want to come in here and say
em kong amngan pun kut mak ngakan mau ha first MP election jeng ba pala ngasi sutnat mo beli ngap igi public meeting aga por bidang yang ningkong halai mukra ikular barwanra igi international airport ban market ban
utara usnem
kapor biyeng ningkong te kan usnem yung to ngam kan mau tama ka first election ke jong ya jong i
9
ka bai job ida job bai ru ki yong ban wanra ke airport nanta nama ngim nong hiu ban kren ni karalwi ni
nginum ya
ti ngin haban ban ya perkhat i kita kong sorry
em nga pet hang ni ken bo pikren shapang ka market mo I think we don't have a vision there. We don't have an economic vision, which is to do some career planning for the young people. When somebody starts singing, everybody joins the bandwagon and everyone becomes a singer. Then how do you sell your product? I mean, it's a very difficult situation if you do not have a proper career guide. They ngide ban pet ken mar hangi lada don balik bakery baro ngila ya le bakery lang habakut ubri unong thiet uduna unong penmi ubun. We haven't been able to look at the potential, the potential of the state and capitalize on that, on the potentials that have not yet been recognized. For instance, food processing, I think, is a big industry that needs to be promoted in Meghalaya. Food processing is really in the dumps. Now we have, of course, we have turmeric is being processed well, but I don't know about the market. I'm not so sure that we have a really robust market.
Okay. Idon iwe point ba kam ha ye baka kwa wan kren tamasha begin le shita ngin poi shita point ngin page candidate ye kini ki graphics ki ban ai ya ka update ye gi sashi scene part kum ka update na po Tura Lok Sabha seat ha po state jungi Mr Saleng Sangma idang lead hadu menta ngin sayo iki numbers ki batikna bat ki update ki batikna ling ba I Aaron. Hello Aaron Sajisin. Hello Aaron. Hello, can you hear me Aaron?
Yes, hello Benjamin, can you hear me?
All right. So Aaron, what are the new updates that you can give us from the Tura seat?
Right, so at the moment, Benjamin, the third round of counting is still underway with a few more constituencies left, but of course they've already started the fourth round as well. Now, the latest figure as per the numbers that I have with me right now is that Saleng Sangma is still leading by a huge margin, that is 125,176. I spoke to a few people here and it seems, going by what is happening at the moment, it seems there is anti-incumbency towards the current dispensation. And what's even interesting is the fact that people are talking, as I mentioned earlier, about the pre-poll pact that the NPP has with the BJP. But let me clear that once and for all, because the Deputy Chief Minister of the state of Meghalaya, Prestun Tinsong, had put it on record that all those allegations are baseless, and they ended on April the 19th at 4 p.m. But then I feel it did not bode well still with the people here. Now that's one. We talk a little bit about other things as well that include development. Now, again, Chief Minister Conrad Sangma had gone on record to say that there is a good relationship between the centre and the state in terms of, getting all your developmental schemes, etc., etc. But the TMC and other opposition have been very vocal about the fact that there must be some irregularities in the implementation of these central schemes. Now, those are some of the few issues that probably the NPP is not getting as much numbers as they would like to. And when we look at Saleng Sangmado, at the moment he is going by a little bit of the analysis constituency-wise. Even though he is very famous and a familiar figure in Gambegre, that's his home constituency. But then if you look at other constituencies here within the region, he's actually trending by like thousands and thousands. So obviously it seems that the people are willing to give the Congress a chance this time. Benjamin.
Yes, Aaron, thank you so much. Now we'll come back to you with more updates later. Patricia, some very important points over there. The NPP tying up with the BJP has worked against them. Of course, there is anti-incumbency, and I would just like to add one more thing. That very what is the word we can use? A very sort of aggressive campaign by our Chief Minister, Conrad Sangma, when he spoke in Chalupara. I think we've all seen that clip that he said, if you want to vote for the BJP and you want to vote for Modi ji, then you have to click on the NPP. And that went viral like huge fire. And that has created some sort of an impression. Listening to Aaron from Tura, not only in Tura, I think in Shillong also, it has created some sort of an impression. So this particular tie-up, Kong Patricia,
No, I had said this to many people, that the tie-up between the BJP and NPP is going to do them down, is going to bring them down. Because, see, you have alienated two sections. You've alienated the BJP voters also, because they wanted to set up their own candidate.
Yes.
And they were not allowed to do that. I think if you look at the voter turnout in some of these constituencies, for instance, South Shillong, only 58% voters. Then in the MP candidate's own constituency, only 60.82 voters. Then North Shillong, of course that is the BPP thing, but West Shillong also 62.41, and I'm talking of these constituencies where BJP has a huge following, or a relatively good following. So there was a lot of disillusionment even in Penthorum Kra. Very few people came out to vote. Then you look at the Chief Minister's own constituency, South Tura, 69% voters only.
Yes.
Why is it that people didn't come to vote? We have to be asking that question also. If the Chief Minister cannot convince his own constituents to come and vote in large numbers, then we can understand what has happened. And there's a lot of disillusionment against this government. You look at the wall collapse day before yesterday of Tura Stadium, twice over. It just shows that there's so much corruption, and people are actually very angry. You can think about Garo Hills, where roads are not completed, and the roads that are constructed are badly constructed. So I think it is a collective disillusionment, anger against corruption that has resulted in the voting pattern.
In fact, kung ngashiyo sngo di perlok joka on the ground, daga baya kren bat ki ong ba hakatu ka janmiet ba kalong official ilaya speculate baro. Ngari hakatu ka janmiet ba kalong official ba ka NPP ba ka BJP kinya tie up for the Tura and Shillong seat ba ka BJP kamlong penyang candidate lah Tura ne hapo Shillong ki buon bhai kini ki dong trei madan the ground workers jongka NPP ki belong extremely disappointed. They themselves ki dom but ki ong ba kani kamdei banlong kumne you BJP li tanay kren PE hapo Tura kan no ki oppose after that also kidang ya fight hapo Delhi kidang ya kren hapo Delhi bah Tura ngi dewan pendiang yang menuru tamangi dewan pendiang you know kani ka pen iba the importance and the significance of the grassroots workers in any political party. You cannot alienate them.
Very true. Because see, these ground level workers of the BJP, you have to admit that they work very hard, and they work right down to the booth level. So all of these guys are disappointed, and of course there are people in the NPP who believe the NPP is a completely different entity from the BJP. This tie-up has proved to the whole world that they are one,
Yes, sir.
Actually, it is true that at one level, anti-BJP sentiments have led to this kind of thing both in Tura and Shillong. And also, I also came to know that BJP MLAs or their own cadre became inactive and they did not come out openly in support of NPP. That is one. But there is something more than that which I think we should know. Why is it that NPP won substantial seats in assembly elections and why it failed now? Okay,
Yes.
that is something to be understood.
Yes.
So when assembly elections were going on, at that time BJP and NPP were against each other, and BJP was criticizing NPP, and NPP could take advantage of that. So people felt that NPP is also against it, and that kind of thing. But now the situation changed. So now NPP is seen as a partner in NDA, or it is a ally of BJP. That is one part.
So do you think it's because the voters are more aware now? And they have realized the bigger picture? Is it because of that?
That is one that in case of this Meghalaya, this anti-BJP sentiments are strong, and they see that aspect whom you are aligning. That is one. And another theory is also there with me. That is that if you want to win parliamentary elections, you have to have hold over substantial assembly seats, assembly constituencies. So in case of Tura, it is 26 assembly constituencies. In case of this one, it is 34 or some
36.
36,
Tura 24.
So
24.
unless there is a party which can transcend substantial number of assembly seats, you cannot win.
Pasal apa tu? Pi doni iban ong halor itu ipon.
Ngapa dah ngamu benong gani kan? Kidan sa alai tali ki regional party ki Meghalaya ki ba dan lang ba ka sarkar. Ki ba makiru ki penyeng. Tingi kum binong song ngi su ko atip kan long gajayu ye ki bade.
Kile kum no.
Namar ngiru ngi la ajit mo ha kapor election ti kila ayo abon. What happened to them? I mean to their candidates.
How are they featuring?
Kataru bagi nong song yaban kali namar kintang sensaring sa south nam nang di. Ti bat kidan candidate, common candidate. Ti ada pila ban kali ada ki keren biang na ground ban kali ki supporter.
Boleh ke stop. Ngidon kindet ki numbers hang ni mo nadu meneng ye keli numbers menta finally so we finally have some numbers here for background. Baru itu ki biya page yang ni ka program hang ni ka por ngidon ye kini ki number ki bawan naka Giantia Hills. Kini kini na po ka Nartiang, ka Jowai, ka Raliang, ka Mukayau, bat ka Amlarem. Kini ki constituencies ki beron hapo Giantia Hills districts ki jongi. But hapo Nartiang, hapo Jowai, kalayai ka 5th round of counting. Kadang yai ka 5th round of counting, but let's say mentah kila astang ka 6th round of counting. Hapo Raliang kila adep ka 6th round of counting. Hapo Mukayau ru kila adep ka 6th round of counting. Hapo Amlarem kila sedang cross syaka 7th round of counting. But kat ka bangila masuthu na kini ki kot ki bangiyo kini ki trends mo perlo ki biya pe hayeng ba ki mobile phones ki jongpi kini ki trends but kat ka bangila masuthu na kini ki statistics ki bangiyo hapo Nartiang kandon counting hadu round number 7 menta kila poi round number 6 tika result nang tu for that constituency kala jan. Hapo Jowai kandon counting hadu round 7 menta karang yai ka round 6 tika result napo Jowai du kala jan. Hapo Raliang kinle counting hadu round 7 ngatrai mentai yo le se kila sedang ke round 7. Hapo Mukayau ru kindon hadu round 7 ya ka ba kila sedang. But hapo Amlarem ru kandon hadu round 7 ya ka ba le se menta kila sedang ban le ya kata counting but menta ngila poi syaki last rounds of counting as far as Giantia Hills is concerned. But menta hakani ka por habangi kulum lang iki numbers na po Giantia Hills. Very interesting. Habangi kulum lang when you look at the numbers from Giantia Hills. So we are looking at these numbers right now. Kong Amperin ilayo Arpu Khandai Hajar Sanspa Laipulai. ki numbers jong Jaintia Hills ikong amperin kini di ki trends ki leads kim di ki final numbers ikong amperin ila yo arpu khandai hajar sunspa lai pulai 29533 iba Robert Kharjarin yo lai hajar southpa lai puar lai hajar southpa lai puar 3432 iba Vincent Pala iyo Arpuway Hajar Southpa Southpuway 21,441 Professor Lakhon Kama iyo Lai Hajar Shispa Arpusau 3,124 Iba Peter Chalam another independent candidate iyo Shi Hajar Shispa Arpo 1,120 Nota quite a big number 589
No, what about VPP?
But ngan shim last.
Okay.
But iba Ricky Singkon jangka Voice of the People Party score haduk menta ila yo Hnyau hajar Shispa Prapuar Shispa Prapupra 77,188 but elite ya ikong amperin da Saupo Hnyau hajar Hnyau San Pusan ngan repeat sasisen kini ki figures jongka Jaintia Hills ki trends but ki leads kimde ki final numbers Henry isa Ricky elite ikong amperin da Saupo Hnyau hajar Hnyau San Pusan. He is leading by 47,655. This is Jaintia Hills picture. Although these are still trends, counting is not
all the 7
yet.
Constituencies.
No, all the 7 from Jaintia Hills. We have all the 7 here. With
This
us.
is what I was telling. You have to win in many assembly constituencies if you are to get elected as MP. So it is not enough if you just work in your own assembly constituency. For in case of assembly elections, it is okay, but in case of MP elections, you have to have control over a large section of the people in different assembly constituencies.
Pastor, surprised by Pala's performance this time?
Yang akan pala namar ba si ongno si posngi swa ka election ngadon ki perlok sa sain kamtam si East Jaintia Hills district kedi ke jaka ka ba ya jan snong ba i ba ka snong try jong ba pala nang ta ki thu khana ya ka jing wan ye ka air jong ka ba pen ka ba shat phalang ye ka ta ka jing angnut jong ki briu imat ba gala dei ka por ban bujli te kata te kam phala te ngimpat yo sana West Coast Hills ti yang ai simet hagani ka por la da ka kiu ka BPP sana West Coast Hills tamon la consolidate longgala poi sa kata ka ba manginyo du batamai
we are still waiting. These are Jaintia Hills, which are almost done for Jaintia Hills. Mentangin pick hindet ya ka national dynamics, the national picture jongki number kipala depth count hadu mentala ningi pick ya ka state hapo Lakshadweep hangtungi candidate na po kay Indian National Congress lead na po Lakshadweep.
No, they have only one
seat. They have only one seat. The candidate from Indian National Congress is leading over there. Miwan siya po ka state Kerala. CPM. They have one actually declared. I think this is the first final result which we have in Kerala. In Kerala, CPM has won. Right. In Burdwan, Durgapur, West Bengal, the All India Trinamool Congress is leading. In Sikkim has only one seat, and SKM is leading. In fact, SKM did very well in the
assembly election.
They did extremely well. The SKM, and then in Uttar Pradesh, Samajwadi Party is leading in Mohan Lalganj constituency. In the Puri constituency in Orissa, like what Professor Shrikant said earlier, BJP is doing well, and they are leading in this particular seat of Orissa. When we come to Uttar Pradesh, we can see in this constituency of in Uttar Pradesh, Samajwadi Party again is doing very well. In Punjab, the in Punjab, the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress have combined quite a lot, as we could see in the media. So the Congress is doing well in that seat of Punjab. In Madhya Pradesh, the BJP is leading in Dhar in this particular Lok Sabha constituency. The BJP is doing well there, leading over there. In Jorhat, Assam, Gaurav Gogoi of the Indian National Congress is leading. This is something which we should talk about, because not many people were giving Gaurav Gogoi a chance this time, but he is leading. These are not final results. These are like trends. He is leading. In Gujarat, as expected, in Valsad, the BJP is leading in that particular constituency. In North Goa, where again BJP has always been doing well in the assembly elections, the candidate is leading the North Goa seat. BJP is leading there. In Nagaland, the Indian National Congress is earlier someone else was leading, right?
NDPP.
Yeah, now
Indian National Congress. Earlier in the morning,
NDPP,
someone else was leading.
NDPP.
That's why I said earlier we have to be very careful, because these are all trends and leads. We have to be extremely careful. And in Rajasthan, the Indian National Congress leading in that particular seat. In Madhya Pradesh, the BJP is leading the Tikamgarh seat in Madhya Pradesh. BJP is leading over there. And as we look at more updates, again in Balasore, in Orissa, again BJP doing very well. Sir Shrikant, not surprising for you, right? BJP doing well.
We thought there will be some balance, but it is going in favor of BJP.
Yes. So in Andhra Pradesh, again the BJP is leading in one of the seats over there. In West Bengal, the BJP is leading in Kanthi seat. They are leading.
In how many?
Kanthi.
In one seat.
In one seat. They are leading in Kanthi constituency. They are leading in West Bengal.
The one which I saw, it appears that their number has come down.
Arunachal East, BJP is leading. Arunachal Pradesh. Kiran Rijiju is from east or west?
West.
He's from west. All right. And in Northeast Delhi, BJP. Delhi this time was in the news because of Arvind Kejriwal and campaigning out of jail.
They haven't got any seat yet.
Yeah. In Baramulla, Jammu and Kashmir, an independent candidate is leading there. In Jammu and Kashmir, this is significant because we are talking about Jammu and Kashmir, an independent leading there. In Patan, in Gujarat, the Indian National Congress is leading in that particular constituency. I think that is the same constituency we saw in blue earlier, and that must be the one. In Ranchi, in Jharkhand, BJP leading the Ranchi seat. Sanjay Seth is there. He's leading that particular seat. And then in Meerut, Uttar Pradesh, BJP leading Arun Govil. He's leading the Meerut seat in Uttar Pradesh. These are pictures we are looking at the national level. In Maharashtra, again, we find as we move on, All India Trinamool Congress leading in Diamond Harbour. This is in the West Bengal. Abhishek Banerjee.
Despite all the corruption charges.
And then in Bihar, in Jahanabad, RJD is leading in that particular. Tejasvi Yadav, RJD. And then in Telangana, BJP is leading in that particular seat. Telangana leading. And Okay. Right, so these are the numbers that we have.
It's known. Both will go to BJP.
Yes. Professor Shrikant, look at the Andhra pictures over there. Look at the numbers there. Would you like to say something? TDP seems to be doing very well in Andhra.
That is the thing. Actually, that was neck-to-neck competition. Nobody could guess who is going to win, because there are reports on both sides, supporting that. But the TDP formed an alliance with Janasena and BJP. So it appears that there is an anti-incumbency there, and they seem to be gaining. And you can see it is TDP which is gaining 18 seats right now. 18, and BJP comes, not that BJP has any base, because it is tied to TDP, they may win in 2-3 seats. That is possible. But I am only seeing the possibility of TDP emerging as a very important NDA ally in case BJP NDA comes to power. Actually, that reminds me of this what is that Vajpayee time government, when TDP became very crucial. It got so many benefits by being the major NDA ally at that time. So now we have to see which is going to be an important NDA ally.
Pastor ngan sedang syar pi ini ide topik iba ngalak ban kren khamen ne tamba nga persyang ban up dala kham long clear ka result ndet bat ngai sakre menta nomor bagi kham yo i clear picture hang di nye kan bat iron bene na po tura ngi yo slightly a clear picture lada kam dai 100% ru na po ka shilong si ru ngilas dang yo i picture belong clear bat la kam long final ka jingkli ka bang akwa bang ngine discuss candidate ka por so a question which we would like to discuss a bit at this particular point of time jingkli long ba hato kini ki results lada ki ne kombane kumne ya ka state Meghalaya jungi lada kan ne kumne bot long final lada kan ne kumne hang ni akan job ka VPP hatura akan job ka Congress if this is how the final result would be pastor ha PUE kumlu hato kan wan ra ka jingkala ha ka sanshar state government jungi ke assembly jungi state assembly jungi
ngatarai kanum kta ye na margani ke sarkar ke badan mentar ke dan sibun ki MLA ki ba nalor bakala dan lupa tanggi NPP MLA ru ladang maklala adap lupa ti kadan ru sa ke UDP ke ba UDP te kan lanu ngatarai kanum EE ke ni ke sarkar nanta ki PDF ki ba more or less ki ada ki
NPP
associate member jong ke NPP nanta wat ki HS PDP ru da ki kerhu skat kerhu mo kumba se ong sing kerhu indai hagani election ni ngim simi iba ki MLA jong ka HS PDP kin yang hasanda jong tau kurtong yamon lang jong ka regional democratic
alliance at the state level ka VPP ka TMC ba ka Congress kin yo men same ha
ya kata ti ngan sapoi sata si kani ka jing lara iba riki job kan long sakaway pada mau jam uba ka BPP kan rengkang kham salor bahkan kan busu thi ha kasi Bajante Hills nagabenta ki way pat ki election ki banwan kaba up menta bro ki pikmat wala da kam tadi ke election kaba nya rehem tambahkan sarehem ni sarai kan ke district council election mo naga 7 schedule mentangin poi sa ke 6 schedule mo ti kanirap sibon ya ke BPP lada ka job tang maha ka bukut pada ki local elections ki dan da way pada ke dynamics mo ngila ya keren mene off the camera bakham tam hangi lele ke jai benriu ngami i bakan de ke negative sign ngasim ka kum ga positive sign du teng ke ni ke jingya pharia hanga ga de ngai iru ya ka kum ka bor ka strength strong point namar ba mensuaru ka por ba ke ri India ka yo independence hari jungi ya praba ba kwa laga jong jing sensaru tu ba kwa ban snow ba ke India tu badan sekaliang ba joy tu badan sekaliang jungi hima bagi CM rutu bah pedeng rutu ti ki election ki banwan ke BPP kan yo mensim ka Congress ni kan nang yo mensim but khamtam Congress will do well if it reinvents itself namal kala dan lupa ke mo grand old party ke kala dan lupa ki tenrai ki bala kesam sagi thang gi beper long ka bapin rat season rat agaju ke por kum bangala keren mene ka sedang ba kaladan ke por begini gi nong elam jong BJP i bakin su on do no uniru kam de ka basuk pimna ban pendam ki menta lemda piwan ra pada di giwi pada ki rukom perkhat gi batamai tiga juru ke BPP hang ni kan habban kampanyari ki thamyang gi jongka di kabang asusi kani tengah long open let's say kan deiru ka jing du mensim jong kawai pat ke regional party ke UDP ke jing KM pada jong kawai ke regional party tangba nagabenta ke jing kot jing khia jong ka politics ke state ngasu community bakini ki regional party ki batmai kum ke BPP ke banang kiu kan hab ban sotho ba kanum dei pada ban ngat pada haga shrib ban ya de ka tu ka juk ka barim. You know the old style of doing regional politics. La da kadang ngat yang haga tu ka juk ka barim. Te ka ngin jenjar mangi ginong snong sa arpo arsan snem arpo arsan teli snem ngin haban ya biang itu ka, you know, old style of regional politics.
Kong fi bat fi kum do.
Pi nga snow ba ka VPP ka de man long more inclusive king. It has to have its roots in Garo Hills also. Otherwise it becomes only a Khasi Jaintia party. At the moment it has no presence in the Garo Hills, and with that reservation policy, I mean the way they've taken up the reservation policy issue, it's unlikely that they will have support in the Garo Hills. So are they going to be kinlong no kita ki parti ki badai tang nam ta ka Khasi Jaintia Hills kinla mo ban penlong sarkar hakanu kanu ka por tang da ka tang na kini ki lai phun riu tali ki constituency ha perkhat long kumta ganya ka politics ngi don ki issues ki bangi dei ban yashim rei ka don kam ka inclusivity te mla ban long extremist in your views namar phikwa ban wan ra ai ka change. You can bring change only if you are in the government. Okay. If you are outside the government, you can only shout and scream and howl. So change will come, and we want to see that change because much has been promised about cleaning the audience tables, cleaning corruption. Surprisingly, there is a lot of corruption still happening about which the VPP seems to be silent, you know. So they pick and choose issues. I hope that they will have a clearer vision, a more inclusive vision, and will not be right-wing in their views.
Candidate Kong Pat ngakwa man kli phi kani. In one of the news stories baka ra ka Shillong time sa kapor balong elections. Kawi niki news stories ka ba phira bat phi ngathai correspondent yung phi ikli kalong ba hato kanika vote bank jung ka UDP, the urban vote bank jung ka UDP hato kan shift ne em no shaka VPP balada ka shift hato kan ne em hangta to which nga kan mau iba pol yong em jujuran em kata we are a strong party and all that. Ri habangi pe kini numbers menta kong Patricia imat ka jingkli jung phi ko biang ba.
Okay, namar balai ba kanika UDP kala take for granted te ki voters la jong. Okay. Kam ken kya shu ken ye kita ginong bot la jong na kata kada namar ba shwa man ne join bat ke NPP ru hato kita khot na em ke dia mirjing mut na em bat kinong jiet mo ha ka jing shisha te ha ka politics de ban le kum ta em rei maria pen benai ka election results to la ya lum la ya le sno lang hang tu upat ba usa ko umdum ngim la ban take for granted ye kinong bot jongi namar ba ki don. I mean, the vote is their strength, no? And that is what people should understand, people in politics. VPP also the same. Now that they are up there, I think they should learn to be a little more humble. There is that arrogance while speaking. I think they should climb down a bit and try to include people's voices.
Haban yar ke jingmut ke jingkar. Ngating ong ada ke jela ke jongi ke berit. Ringi don la ke jong ke jingklan mo. Ke jingklan ke jongi ke long la ngi yar ke jingmut ke jingkar. Bat ba kumbi ong kong ngin kedup. Bat ngin kun top lang ye ke baro ka BPP le ke don ka advantage ba kadang dei ke bat mai. Kadang la ba ban kimpa dio daw ti kibre kimpa dio daw ko kumba kalong mentaru ka bangi yang telele la tamlak iba riki mo ka penpau si sa ba kibre ki don ne ka jing e bala da kawan ke ege ke batmai ti nang ne ke ngin sedang ngin haban penyar ti namar ba ladangi nang ya yang la ka old style regional politics ka ba kim jing mod tatingin numpoi suno ngalelenga ngadang ekran bagi porlog lang ni ngila ban ekran namar borok mentangi kende kata ka MDC election bat menta ka 6 schedule ki ong ban amen ban perungi ki kentai on reserve ngaleling ong kini ki parti thmai nai up ye kata ka amendment I seat se kerpang ki dekhot jong ka parti ki jong pi thik tang na ka menta ki kentai lalangi dan lai pho seat ay ki san seat penyang me dang de ki long kume hang tangin se i ka jingkala Hakani ka senchar khadar ni.
Ki perlok borok ki ba pej ni ka program jungi na po du da chan shlong. Hakani ka por ngin ya penkut no shwa mdai bangi penkut ya kani ka program kan ya bi borok chi sngi hadu bandami ka final result chi bet hinre ngin shim i break i balingkot. But shwa bangin shim ni i break i balingkot ngakwa ban yo very much in short in 1 minute or 30 seconds your comments. Pastor, comments on whatever is happening right now. PE kumno. In the end composition your comments.
Hakabakut ti iman ka Shlong sin bat ka Tura ru nginyo hi diki MP ki ba.
So what is your final comment before we take a break? On Shillong and Tura, what do you think?
Yeah, one is you are discussing about VPP. See, I was only thinking of NPP. Okay, NPP was also initially a Garo party. It was confined to Garo region.
Yes,
but it could extend to this Kasi Jaintia areas because of a co-option. This what? So the people here or the leaders here, so that it could extend and become a state level party. And if VPP has to do that, it can because it's talk about governance or against corruption. It attracts the attention of people even elsewhere.
Okay.
But it should, as you rightly pointed out, it should think beyond Khasi Jaintia areas and try to accommodate the people in Garo Hills also, so that it actually extends.
Okay.
Extends to that. I think, and maybe NPP and VPP can become two important parties in future.
Thank you, sir. So, Kong Patricia, for this particular session, government step, your closing comments, if you don't even know.
No, I'm very happy at looking at the overall picture in the country, that there is still hope for the India Alliance to get a respectable number of seats, which has discredited the exit polls. I'm very happy about that. And the second point is about our own state, that we are going to have, I hope we are going to have 2 new MPs. I hope that these 2 will work together and not against each other, because it's very important to have one united voice from Meghalaya. Very important. And this whole idea of not listening when people speak in Hindi and all, I think this kind of notion should be dropped. And of course in Parliament you will have interpreters, but you know, I think it's important to be accommodating. We are in a country that is diverse. We have different languages, but we cannot look down on anyone. I believe we should have mutual respect for everyone. That is how people grow. You can't grow with these very what should I say, very limited mindsets, very exclusive mindsets.
How do you report in your pie? How do you report in your pie? Candidate support polo. Ngini pet iki dur ki bawan nang thina po polo hakajaka kawai ni ki jaka hapo ka state ka jungi hakabagron ka counting menta ngini pet kendiat iki dur.
Kita balik Rohi dia.
Is leading. How do you find it?
we're very fortunate at this time. We are here together here with a large crowd, and we are fortunate our loving and beloved candidate Dr. D.K. Singh is winning by a margin as of now by 250. We are so proud of him. And also for our party, to our leader also, for all party workers who are here together here to celebrate our victory.
Did you expect him to win?
Yeah, much more. Our expectation is much more high.
Mi ai kuble ya baro laingut ki panelists hak ni ka step. Nadu ko por mene khandash teng min step kila don lang hang ni ban ngi. Mi ai kuble shisha yaki namta ki points ki jong ki mat ki jong ki jing ya kren ki jong ki bat ngi ai kuble ru ki nong pej baro ki ba pej ka program hot uni ka por ka clip mat ki ba ye pej hayeng lama ka TV ki ba pej ki mobile phones ki gadgets ki jong pi ki ba pher kuble shibon e ba pi pej ya ka program jong ka du darshan shillong nga ai kuble ye i pastor ki perto kuble shibon e pastor ki points ki jong pi ki jing batai ki jong pi ki la long shisha ki ba ai jing toy ki nong pej nga ngits kem ya kata Professor Shrikant, we are so thankful to you. Thank you so much for being part of this panel discussion. Your points, your perspectives, your opinions has added to the body of knowledge that we have as far as politics in India is concerned. Kong Patricia, thank you so much, Hiru. As usual, straight to the point and direct bite the bullet and thank you so much, Kong Patricia. We are so happy to have had you in this particular panel discussion.
Thank you.
Namta ki perlo ki bape ka program kani kam day ka bakut jong ka program kani ka day tang ka break ka bakhendian ha ka por khat ar siteng ka live show jong ka Doordarshan Shillong kan beteng biang sa sisien hadu kata ka por khat ar siteng bangi shem ka break nginia link bat ka Doordarshan India bat gini pej ka results bat ki number ki bambi naka re India hi borok ko be hadu ka por khat ar siteng bangin continue ya ka program live show jongi na po Doordarshan Shillong hubli shibon e ya phi iwe pe. Thank you so much for joining us, viewers. We shall continue again at 12:30 in the afternoon. This is just a very short break. We will continue with the live show at 12:30 p.m. Until that time, we will join Doordarshan India to look at the national picture. Thank you so much. Kublai Shibun.
Jadhav is joining us from the Congress party. Akash, we're looking at figures from west of India, from Maharashtra. It was a strange alliance. The Shiv Sena, the NCP, and the Congress in the same India alliance. One wondered if the people would support an alliance of differences like that. But the trends coming in from the state of Maharashtra are pretty interesting for you. How are you looking at them, Akash?
India Alliance is easily getting 40 seats in Maharashtra. The perception of the people are different from across the country, particularly in Maharashtra. There are so many reasons, like unconstitutionally destroying the parties like Shiv Sena and NCP, and Maratha reservation is a big factor in Maharashtra. Because of that, Mahavikas Aghadi is getting more than 40 seats. I am damn sure, and it will change the whole scenario of this country, and the NDA government will collapse from Maharashtra, Bihar, Rajasthan, this Haryana. This all seats are changing the perception and changing the total trend of Modi government.
But Akash, okay, but as far as the numbers, the real-time numbers that are trickling in, it's a very tight contest, evenly poised with 11, the leads on 11 seats in your kitty and in BJP's kitty.
Ma'am, last time we just won one seat in Maharashtra. This time we are into 2 digit. It's a very big victory for the
You're
Congress
drawing
party.
consolation from that +1 digit. But I want to ask you, Delhi quickly, Shubhendu, if you have a question on Maharashtra?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to, your optimism on Maharashtra is well understandable, Akash, but what about the trends as they are freezing at the moment? The NDA alliance seems to have comfortably crossed the 272 mark. End of the day, Maharashtra and other states, it all leads up to who forms the government in Lok Sabha, and over 290 seats for the NDA, comfortably crossing that halfway mark. Are you optimistic that could change for Congress and the India alliance in the day ahead?
We are pretty much sure that we are chasing the majority seats, like our leader Khargeji said, 295. And people of India completely refuse Modiji's leadership, the dictator leadership, and undemocratic
Mr.
way
Akash,
of
you're jumping the gun
government.
here. If people of India, I think they've already decided, even as a very slender, comfortable lead for only Bharatiya Janata Party as a whole, leave alone the alliance. Akash, stay with us. I understand your concern, but stay with us. Shaina NC is in our studio and she wants to talk to you. Shaina and Akash. Yes, Shaina, go ahead.
I just think that if you look realistically at the numbers, pan-India, you will realize that the Congress hasn't even touched the 100 mark. We are at 240, so keep that aside. And so much said for the Congress party that was completely in disarray. We all know how they formed an alliance with no ideological leaning with the Shiv Sena and only purely for the lust for power.
Okay.
And you're right, from one, anything that you're up with is great. But the benchmark being one cannot be a standard to raise when we had the Congress party actually ruling in Maharashtra in the past too.
Okay.
Having said that, yes, I think there needs to be a little bit of introspection because there are 2 Shiv Senas, 2 NCPs, 1 BJP, 1 Congress. So, as I said, we as a party are going to ensure that there is that introspection done at every level so that we buck up, because as you see, narratives change even in an assembly election. Like, who thought that Bharatiya Janata Party, after so many years of being in power, would come back to power in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and with such large numbers. So you win some, you lose some, you learn from it. The learning is more important. And I think as a party, we have no apology in saying that, yes, we will get our act together.
Okay, Akash, would you like to respond to that? Shaina, this is Shaina NC's own state she's talking about.
Especially India, Congress's position within the India alliance.
My humble question to Shaina ji. Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
Go ahead.
My humble question to Shaina ji, that what is about Modi ji's 400 slogan? They are struggling for 273 seats for majority.
So and don't worry about us. The government
since
is
1977, ma'am, Shaina ji, listen to me completely. First time PM of India, it's trailing in Varanasi. 4 times he is trailing with 13,000 votes.
Oh.
Okay, so
it's
I
a
think
very big loss for
wrong.
BJP and credibility of our PM Modi ji.
Akash,
your
you
information
please wait
is
for the
wrong.
results. I think you'll have to go back to the drawing board and check
And
the
then
current
check.
leads and trails. Anyway, let's come back
Prime
to
Minister's ahead.
Yeah, before we
A PM of India after 1977, this is first time in India happening.
No, that is not.
Whole time
But the news is wrong.
PM
What he's
is
saying is wrong.
trailing.
He's not trailing.
Our candidate, Mr. Ajay Rai, is much
He
ahead.
is not trailing, sir. Please get your facts correct. You are judging on one round, the single round, right in the preliminary round of counting. Please get your facts correct. And the Bharatiya Janata Party has set the benchmark so high, and even today at 240, we are leaps and bounds ahead of
Shaina,
any party.
Yes, even
All right,
as
and
much
in
as they
fact,
would
we're
have
looking
wanted
at the
this to
trends.
happen.
Just a gentle reminder to everyone, we're still looking at trends. Akashji, the performance of Congress and India Alliance that we've also been complimenting is also based on the trends that are coming in.
Yes,
So these are trends and not final results. Let me again go across to our correspondent in Maharashtra, Shishir. Shishir, this contest in Maharashtra was also going to reveal to us the real Shiv Sena and the real NCP is what was being said. Where are we as far as that question is concerned in the trends that are coming in?
Well, absolutely. This picture we are seeing, both the sides here. Because why I'm saying is this, because even in the Indie camp, we have seen that Uddhav Thackeray has performed quite well compared to last time also. Even Sharad Pawar is also looking at this trend, and this trend which is coming in so far. The numbers looking quite good for the even the Sharad Pawar party as well. Congress is also, last time actually Congress have managed to get just one seat here, but this time around we have seen here that Congress is doing. But obviously the allied partners, if we take two important parties in consideration, the BJP and the Congress, then BJP probably doing quite well on a single-handedly, but the allied partners probably seems that not doing well and probably looking at this trend probably a burden. On the other hand, it seems that the allied partner in India Alliance doing quite well. Congress obviously managed to get more seats compared to last time, but still not like what the allied partners are quite doing at some of the level also. So these are two different things that we need to obviously look forward. Well, as far as big names are concerned this time, as rightly said here, but local issues in Maharashtra played an important role this time around, and that's the reason these local issues and the faces is also an important picture in Maharashtra to consider, and that's what we are reflecting probably and see here in these trends so far.
Okay, Akash, we understand the little bit of consolation that the Congress party wants to derive from the fact perhaps you have performed a tad bit better than your own expectations. But what explains a complete drubbing in some states like Delhi? How do you explain that?
Ma'am, not even in Maharashtra, we are getting the very good result in Haryana.
I asked you about Delhi.
In
I asked you about the
we are
capital
getting
contest
7.
in Delhi, sir.
Yes,
Delhi matters. Delhi counts.
It's just trending, ma'am.
Okay.
Delhi also we are getting 2 seats.
On the
it's a win-win situation for us. This all seat we are getting from BJP. BJP losing the number. This is the fact.
Worry about yourself. Worry about yourself, because we know that how you have had
after 6 o'clock, your India Alliance is joining us.
Really?
Chandrababu Naidu will join us.
Oh, is that right?
Mr. Bihar Nitish Kumar will join us.
Okay, so you already...
You know, there's a saying, sir, that Ummeed pe duniya kaayam hai. I'd like to apply this for you. I'm glad that you all have at least stepped out of your comfort zone, but you haven't crossed the 100 mark. So before you visualize the stars and the moon, please understand the ground reality that the Bharatiya Janata Party under the NDA and Prime Minister Modi is forming the government in 2024.
Also, Akash ji, Shaina, they haven't even opened their account on any of the seats in Delhi. They may not like it, but Delhi is one state which matters the most. The seat of power where Aam Aadmi Party and Congress hasn't even opened an account. And I mean, what are you going to blame this? This is already 12:18 by studio clock.
To come, ma'am. Let complete.
Sir, we understand. We're also waiting for some trends to trickle in, but it's already 12:18. Even now, would you say that in Delhi you've lost the plot completely? Whereas NDA has already crossed the magic figure of 270.
Ma'am, what about UP?
Yes.
What about UP? We are getting 40 seats there as an India Alliance.
All right, yes. UP is a state that we must talk about. Shaina,
you know, wherever you have had the Congress and BJP in a direct fight, clearly the BJP is leaps and bounds ahead. Wherever you have had these regional players and multiple players and a division of votes, one has seen a kind of breakup. And I think UP is a case and study where you have the Samajwadi Party, the BSP.
It's an important point, Shaina. In fact, I understand that the BJP Congress direct fight is yielding a particular kind of result.
Yes.
What about BJP's contest with the India Alliance as a whole? How do you see that? And the way it plays out in Uttar Pradesh, that's a fair point.
So I think we'll have to look at the numbers finally, but in Uttar Pradesh, clearly the division of vote has worked in various constituencies very differently. Because if you see, the referendum and the kind of support we got in 2019 as well as in the assembly elections and the work which has percolated down to the poorest of poor. Here you see a kind of alliance which is only coming into power to defeat BJP. And it has nothing else, no commonality in terms of
another thing which I want to
ideology.
point out, China, BJP on its whole are on 238, even fine, even these are trends. It is much more than what the alliance has managed as a combine, almost there.
Yes,
So I don't understand. I mean,
Yes.
giving full credit.
Very good point.
Giving full credit. Akash, one final word from you, and then we go to Meghna. Akash, okay. So,
Sir,
how do you explain
that?
Yeah.
At 238, 240 on its own, and your entire so-called Indie alliance of aspirants,
Stuck on 232.
of all kinds of people who want to be a one-week prime minister is 232. So I think you should take cognizance of the numbers.
Okay, let Akash
Ma'am,
respond.
BJP's strategy was divide and rule. That
Yes,
we overcome
yes.
this time. We interact the whole opposition vote, and that is the result. We are forming the government, ma'am. Let's see the final result. We are reaching 295, and India Alliance comfortably making the government.
Okay, we'll have to wait and watch how those numbers pan out, Akashji. Thank you for your time. We'll move from Uttar Pradesh and talking about the elections as a whole to the state of Gujarat now and see how numbers have panned out there. If you can have first the data and the maps on our screens about how the state of Gujarat has voted, the manner in which it has supported the BJP, the NDA, the Congress or the India Alliance. Let's see the manner in which Gujarat has voted. There we have Gujarat in front of us, 2024 election leads and results. 26 seats in the parliament. BJP leading on 24, so not a clean sweep as in the past. The Congress has managed to scoop 2 seats in the state of Gujarat. Aam Aadmi Party has not opened an account, so that's where the contest stands at the moment. And our correspondent Meghna Dev is joining us from Gandhinagar, Ahmedabad. Meghna, help us understand the scene in Gujarat. It's a bastion of the BJP, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's real stronghold, although he does not contest from there. But those two seats seem to have gone to the Congress. How do we understand these dynamics?
We have to eat here.
Well, the trends specifically in the 2 seats that you're talking about, Patan and Banaskantha. These 2 seats are of North Gujarat, and these 2 seats, including a few other seats, were also expected that Congress will give a good fight to the BJP. Specifically now when we see, still the trends are constantly changing, especially when we are talking about Banaskantha, where Geniben Thakur from the Congress is contesting against Rekhaben Chaudhary of the BJP, and constantly the trends are changing, because when we see the lead, it's hardly 200, 300 votes. Sometimes the lead changes to 800 votes, and you know, the trends keep on changing. So we are seeing that somewhere the Congress candidate is ahead and somewhere the BJP candidate is ahead. So, you know, seeing the trends, we will not be able to determine. It will be a very close call on this seat for Gujarat, specifically talking about the Banaskantha seat. The next we're talking about is the Patan seat, where Chandanji Thakur from the Congress is contesting against Bharat Singh Dabi of the BJP. Now what we definitely see is that constantly since the initial trends, Congress has been able to maintain a lead on this seat, but the lead is not too big. It's around 7,000 to 8,000 votes that the lead is there. But wherever BJP is winning in terms of the trends constantly, that, you know, in many places the BJP candidate has crossed around 3 lakh vote margin, so which is very difficult now for the Congress candidate to actually cope up with that in the trends as well. So we are seeing obviously BJP senior leader and Home Minister Amit Shah has already crossed the 4 lakh margin from the Gandhinagar Lok Sabha seat. C.R. Patil from Navsari has also
Meghna,
crossed
stay with
the
us
4 lakh
while we
margin.
turn to Shainaji from the BJP. Ma'am, your thoughts on the numbers as they stand of the Gujarat?
So, you know, I must tell you, I come from the home state of Gujarat and having campaigned there regularly, look at the 100% strike rate that we have seen all along. I mean, if you go back to Modi ji's time, right from 2007 up until now, The trajectory in Gujarat has only been 100 on 100.
Yeah.
You can't get 100 on 100 on every single
So
exam.
consistently.
So consistent. I think what is interesting and what Doordarshan should bring out is the difference in terms of vote percentage as well as the margin with which victory and defeat. In a lot of these constituencies, even as we deliberate about UP and other states, I'm positive that the difference between victory and defeat will be very marginal.
But I think as the results come in, ma'am.
Yes, because if you see, most of the exit polls have given such an edge to us, and that is based on a sample size. So I think that the victory and defeat, the margins will be very limited this time.
Right. Meghna, taking a cue from that point, but some consolation for the Congress, because in the last so many decades we have seen virtually zero contest in the state of Gujarat.
Yes.
Virtually zero contest, no contest. This time we can safely say that though for Congress they can derive some consolation home by maintaining lead. Now these are leads. We don't know what happens to these two seats, in which these two seats are. Meghna. This perhaps Congress, you know what I'm trying to say?
The lead which the Congress currently is showing on two seats is very marginal.
That's
Secondly,
exactly what
when
I
we
said.
actually see that wherever it's a BJP, so that's what I'm trying to say, wherever there is a BJP basin, for example, we are talking about specifically the urban seats. Now looking at the 2022 assembly election results, 156 out of 182 assembly seats, that definitely did indicate that the Lok Sabha elections also in Gujarat will be a hat-trick clean sweep for the BJP. Now what we actually saw, obviously the Surat went in BJP's kitty uncontested. The rest of the 25 seats, we are seeing only 2 seats, while it was being predicted that there is a little contest in Junagadh as well. Some contest can be seen in Anand as well, because Chawda was contesting from there from the Congress. But that did not actually make too much of a difference. And what we also see that the vote margin, what we are seeing in trends also is still as huge as it was in 2019. So what analysis I can make out of this is that the vote percentage might not have deteriorated. Only these 2 seats where there is a marginal lead for the Congress candidate, it may turn into win or lose, but we cannot say it as of now, because it's a very thin margin.
This is a big
now, besides that, after 2014 and 19, what we see 2009, after 2009, Congress has not managed to win any seat in Gujarat. Now, and when we're talking about these 2 seats where the trends are showing for the Congress candidate, these are the areas of North Gujarat and Saurashtra where Congress had ground in 2009. But it lost.
Right, Meghna, we've understood that.
Yes. Fantastic analysis. The bottom line, zero contest in Gujarat. A, B, this time the big first for the Congress party, at least in Gujarat, is that they've managed to open their account there.
So you know, Sadaf, I was just going to say, it's a big deal to even for them to even get 1 seat, considering we have been in this
we get that.
perfect track record for the longest time.
So let's see what's happening in Goa. Jessica Taneja of DD India joining us on that one, a quick bit on that one, and I think it's even poised there to reach in BJP Congress. Jessica, what can you share with us? How is Goa looking?
That's correct, Sakal. 1 each, as predicted even during the exit poll. And while I was reporting there, it has shown a very similar result now in North Goa. Sripat Nayak, who has been holding on to that seat since 1999, hasn't lost a seat there, is still maintaining a lead so far. And if you look at South Goa, the introduction of Pallavi Dempo to politics was certainly something that the BJP was looking forward to, especially when it comes to the women voters in South Goa. Now, if you recall, South Goa is a Congress bastion through and through. So the candidate that the Congress had fielded there, Variato Fernandez, a former naval officer, has taken a lead against Pallavi Dempo and shows significantly that the South Goa seat with the Congress as of now, and it has held that seat for the longest time. Only lost it twice, in 1999 and 2014. So South Goa pretty much looks like for Congress, but it's Sripat Nayak all the way, and Ramakant Khalap of the Congress not being able to take the lead so far.
Okay, Jessica, thanks for that update. Mukherjee, get a macro view of the manner in which West India is playing, the states and the regions across West India. Amit, over to you. Give us the latest.
Well, Shubhendu, as you can see, as far as West India is concerned, BJP has not been able to kind of perform full throttle out there. We just were talking about Gujarat, where BJP, which normally sweeps the entire state out there. Congress has now been able to make a dent, and they have at least opened an account out there. For Maharashtra also, it seems that the India alliance has not, reaped much benefit. It has not given much dividend, and Congress and its alliances are doing pretty well out there, contrary to the expectations which we were seeing in the exit polls. So I think, in fact, to understand more about the Western zone, I am joined by my colleague Ravi Dhiman, who has been tracking West India very closely. In fact, he has also been looking at the alliances that have been performing their parts in Maharashtra. So Ravi, if we look at the current trend, Maharashtra doesn't seem to be working out well for BJP and its partners. What do you think actually went wrong?
Amit, I think the gamble of splitting NCP and Shiv Sena, both these factions which were with the India alliance, they have done better. The Shiv Sena faction, which was with the NDA, the Eknath Shinde faction, or the Shiv Sena as they go by the symbol, they have not done that well. And the surprise has been, the disappointment has been for the NDA, the performance of the NCP of the Ajit Pawar faction. They have not performed that well. So the tally in Maharashtra has been, we can say, a sort of a disappointment for the NDA. Right. And they have fallen behind the India alliance in Maharashtra. And Maharashtra, right, remember, is the state with second largest number of Lok Sabha constituencies.
Right. Again, coming back to the Shiv Sena, the different of Shiv Sena. One side there is Uddhav Thackeray and there is the Shinde faction. So does it reflect, does the performance right now, which we are looking, we are getting trends, counting is still on. So does this particular trend reflect on the different factions? What is your take on the two factions of Shiv Sena?
Yeah, it does reflect on the two factions. You see, the Shiv Sena by Eknath Shinde and Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray, the UBT. They both went against each other in these polls, and the voter of Maharashtra was a harried lot, I must say, because from two fronts they had to choose between four different parties, and Shiv Sena UBT, Shiv Sena SHS, right, and NCP Sharad Chandra Pawar and NCP the original one. So that, I think, created a lot of dilemma in the minds of voters who were aligned to these parties. And maybe as dust and heat and dust settle down on this election, people get a better view of what the parties are. They'll be able to decide better.
One last thing I want to understand. Gujarat has been a very strong bastion of the BJP, and it was always a clean sweep. We saw in the assembly polls also where the Modi factor, PM's factor. He conducted so many rallies out there, and it worked well for them. Despite a huge anti-incumbency during the assembly elections, we saw some good results for BJP there. But again, considering Lok Sabha elections, BJP was supposed to kind of have a total control out there, but it hasn't really. There's one seat. Even then, one seat in a state like Gujarat definitely would not go down well with BJP. What do you say on that?
Yeah, definitely. BJP has been sweeping Gujarat. All 26 seats have been going into its kitty. This time they won Surat unopposed, but the remaining 25 seats, even if one of the two seats are in contention, the opposition is leading after some rounds of counting. That does not bid so well for the BJP, as Gujarat has been the most formidable citadel for the BJP, and we'll have to see after all rounds of voting whether really the Gujarat seats go to the opposition or not. But that does not bode well for the party and its plans to retain the citadel, the pocket borough for them.
So yeah, we have been tracking it from our data center out here in Doordarshan. We have been tracking Northeast, South, West, Central and Northeast, and we have been getting you updates. So that was Ravi's take on the western part, where BJP, contrary to the expectations, is not doing too well. Shubhendu?
Time around, Amrit, just to put this in perspective between both of you, and particularly from Ravi, if you could just take this one to Ravi. He has covered opposition for more than a decade. What does he make of the numbers as far as the NDA as an alliance has managed to cobble up, out of which the paltry share goes to the Congress party? And if you look compare those numbers with the the NDA alliance and the BJP on its own has managed more than the India alliance.
Right. So Ravi, again, coming back to Maharashtra again, BJP on its own, I mean, let's not talk about the alliance. BJP itself is emerging as the single largest party in Maharashtra. So what do you get on that, vis-a-vis the performance of Congress in Maharashtra?
Amit, I must say, Maharashtra has been, for many years, it was a Congress, stronghold. BJP came to power there, it shared the power with Shiv Sena, and again it came, both these parties in coalition came to power, and that relation soured. Now BJP is a formidable force in Maharashtra, but if you just look back, have a glance back over the politics of past 6 or 7 months or even 1 year, it has been very confusing time for the voters also. They don't really know which faction to support and which to not support. That is also an important point, which to oppose. So I think, as I said, when the things settle down a bit and they get to know more about the policies and the ideological tilt of the leaders, they'll be able to decide better. As of now, I think it has to do with the anti-incumbency, or it has to do with the pro-incumbency in many seats.
So you mean to say that despite Maharashtra being a Congress, bastion, the kind of realignment which has been happening between Shiv Sena and NCP and all those parties, it has not gone down too well with still the voters have been in a state of confusion, right?
That's true. Those who have followed Maharashtra politics, they would realize that Shiv Sena's founder, Balasaheb Thackeray's ideology, his policies, his total political orientation was very much anti-Congress. He throughout his political career, he was at loggerheads with the Congress, opposed its policies, and although he was great friends with the NCP founder Sharad Pawar, but they were politically, opponents. Then it's like, and all of them coming together under one umbrella, joining hands with Congress. Obviously, it's going to confuse the voters, and as I said, it'll take time for them to understand and really make up their mind.
So multiple political dynamics in Maharashtra seems to be playing out on the minds of voters who were still not really very sure about the kind of voting they would actually indulge into. Back to you, Sakal.
Amit and Ravi for getting us that input. Let me also welcome in our studio, let me welcome our new panelist, Smita Mishra, senior journalist, is joining us now. Welcome, ma'am. Also, Subimal Bhattacharjee, political analyst, focuses also on the developments in Northeast in particular. Smita ji, first, the trends that we are watching since morning today. What is at work? Is it anti-incumbency or pro-incumbency?
No, I would say it is not totally anti-incumbency, because if we study the trends of anti-incumbency for any government per se, then no government should be in a position to come back with the people's mandate for the third time. It should actually not come back even for a second time, because anti-incumbency in a parliamentary democracy usually sets in just by the midterm of the first regime or the first term of a government, whether it is a state government or a union government. So therefore, I think anti-incumbency is only a very small part of this, this package verdict that we are witnessing
possibly
now.
What I was looking for, a word that sort of defines the very enthusiastic results that the BJP and NDA had projected, a 400-like figure. And now looking at a figure where the NDA is forming the government, is crossing that magic number of 272. However, BJP by itself, which it had done in 14 and 19, crossing the mid mark of 272.
Yes, agreed.
That's not happening this time.
But then perhaps if that huge lofty target had not been given by the leadership of the BJP and the government, perhaps they would not even have been able to make it to this point. How do we know how much of dissatisfaction, and more than dissatisfaction, how much of lack of enthusiasm was settling in within the people when you are coming back to power for a third term?
Yes,
so therefore,
look
perhaps
at the numbers. Now BJP is much far far ahead as far as the other alliance partners are concerned. Can we go back to that first plate, please? Because there's absolutely no comparison. Whereas if you look at the India alliance, Congress is not really leading from the front as far as the alliance itself is concerned.
Yes. Well, to say, if the alliance was looking at replacing or removing the BJP government, the Modi government, certainly they have not reached that position. However, I will say that the alliance does have some good news, to give solace to itself, among which, for the first time, the Congress is reaching a position where it had been in a very, very down and out situation for 2 consecutive terms. This time, even if it is reaching, say, close to 100, if not 100, it does mean that some people have definitely voted for the Congress, even if in alliance is one part. The second thing is the opposition alliance crossing the 200 mark shows that the government which will take oath will not be a kind of a heavy majority government that we have seen for the past 2 terms. So in that way, the opposition alliance does have some reasons to give solace to itself. But if the purpose was to remove Narendra Modi and trying to say that we have to save our constitution and democracy, this man must go, clearly the people have not
That's a hugely important
argument.
point, ma'am. When you say that the new government, if the trends convert to results, are not going to result in a sort of majority government that we've seen in the past 2 terms, what does it mean for the BJP, NDA and Prime Minister Narendra Modi to lead with these numbers if they stabilize finally?
Well, so as you said, I will talk from the standpoint that these numbers, what we are seeing at the moment. Now, if these numbers stay, then we have seen for 2 consecutive terms Narendra Modi leading an NDA government with full respect and regard to all his alliance partners, but in a seats sharing position where the BJP had more than enough seats by itself. Now, if these numbers are going to stay, then it definitely means that the partners will be having more say in matters of policy, in matters of political articulation, and in matters
there's
of
a bit of a shocker coming in here where Smriti Irani as of now is trailing in that hot seat of Amethi. A quick one on that. Yes, these are just the trends, but even trailing. And then another shocker for the BJP, trailing Ahluwalia, SS Ahluwalia from that Asansol seat in West Bengal, and key seat in Uttar Pradesh, Azamgarh, where again your BJP's Dinesh Lal Yadav or Niruha is trailing. He is contesting against Samajwadi Party, and Yusuf Pathan there. Not a good news for the Congress party. Adil Ranjan Chaudhary, one of their so-called tallest faces, getting this drubbing from a cricketer turned politician, Yusuf Pathan, in one of the volatile West Bengal constituencies of Behrampur. If we could go to the alliance numbers also before that, Baramati, bastion of the Pawars. It's a family tussle here. Supriya Sule, daughter of Sharad Pawar from the NCP, one of the Sharad factions of the NCP, leading opposing family member, I could say, Sunetra Pawar. And in Jammu Kashmir, interesting, Baramulla, which registered the maximum voter turnout, where former Chief Minister Umar Abdullah is leading, and also Kirti Azad, going back to West Bengal, is leading from the Trinamool Congress seat, where yes, that's also a disappointing news coming for the Bharatiya Janata Party in the state of West Bengal. One of their prime front runners, Dilip Ghosh, there trailing as of now in terms of trends. Subimal, coming to you, can we have those alliance numbers also? Now for the alliance, now for the alliance, even if Congress is leading in terms of numbers, 236, and can we have the breakup of the India alliance? That's what we wanted to discuss.
It'd be nice if you can show us the data of East India and Bengal as well. Subimal would have particular thoughts on that.
Yes,
the contest is spanning out.
So this is also this talk about, okay, you managed to do appreciably well in terms of getting numbers, cobbling up numbers, but will India Alliance manage to keep the flock together? We'll have East also on our screens, but if we just want to understand how the numbers are stacked, we have NDA on your screens, but you can continue talking.
Well, Sakalji, you would have always seen that all the India Alliance partners have projected that this was an alliance for this particular election. So the propensity for them to stick together, coming from all kinds of formulations, and most of them being family-based parties. At some level, those egos will play out. So I never see that that's a formidable alliance that's going to come to such numbers that they're going to push or create problems for third term government of the NDA. But having said so, with the numbers plummeting as of now, as we see, and in many constituencies the difference is very, very less. I don't see that the continuity of an NDA government will derail many of the things.
Congress at 97, followed by Samajwadi Party, close on heels, because that's the maximum chunk they have grabbed in terms of trends only, or leads from Uttar Pradesh. And then West Bengal, we saw BJP making inroads earlier in terms of leads, but then Trinamool Congress's Mamata Banerjee's
It's interesting that you're putting Trinamool Congress and India alliance. She said that she'll support it from the outside, not from inside. So these numbers are... We have to just check those numbers.
And DMK from Tamil Nadu, the ruling dispensation, comfortable on 21 seats. Coming to you now, as we have the East numbers also on your screens. Okay, NCP, Sharad Pawar faction taking 8 there, leading on 8. Left on 5, Vishal is ready. Vishal Baristo from Jaipur in Rajasthan. Vishal, I'm sorry, apologies to keep you waiting out there. We were going through these numbers, crunching numbers. But for the BJP, Rajasthan news doesn't augur well as of now, as far as these initial trends are concerned. Over to you.
Well, absolutely, Sakal, and I understand that you need to do some analysis also. But I've been traveling in Rajasthan, and Rajasthan was never going BJP's way as far as 25 seats are concerned. And it's a big setback. A lot of answering needs to be done by the Bhajan Lal government. Then Vasundhara Raje factor is also there, which is not openly spoken about by the BJP cadre. Meanwhile, BJP has won the Jaipur seat, and I have with me the Mahila Morcha cadre here, and they are also very excited. They are celebrating the Jaipur seat. आपको बीजेपी की उम्मीद थी जयपुर से जीतेंगी, लेकिन आप 25 की 25 सीटों पर नजरें लगाए हुए थे. कैसा लग रहा है? कैमरे में देख के बताइए.
बिल्कुल, हमें बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है. जयपुर शहर के अंदर मंजू शर्मा की जीत की पहले से हमें उम्मीद थी कि रिकॉर्ड तोड़ के जीत होगी उनकी, क्योंकि जयपुर शहर के जितने भी कार्यकर्ता लोगों ने ये जान लगा के इतनी मेहनत की थी कि पहले उम्मीद लगा के रखे थे कि हमारी जीत तो पक्की है.
लेकिन कांग्रेस भी अच्छा कर रही है. 12 सीटों पर अभी ट्रेंड्स में आगे चल रहे हैं. ऐसा तो एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया होगा आप लोगों ने?
नहीं, बिल्कुल भी नहीं किया था. हमें तो हमारी जीत का था कि हमें 400 पार ही करना था, और हम चाहते भी यही है कि अभी 400 पार होगा. धीरे धीरे अभी लग रही उम्मीद बढ़ जा रही, छोटे छोटे कभी नीचे कभी ऊपर कभी नीचे, पर हमें लग रहा है कि 400 पार धीरे धीरे हो जाएगी.
So they are still very hopeful, and that sounds quite. I mean,
Vishal, we are getting some good news for the BJP in Rajasthan. Finally, they are leading on 14 seats with Congress behind. That's how Rajasthan looks like right now. Vishal, a quick one, and then we come back to the guests. BJP on 14, Congress way behind on 8, and others 3. Vishal.
Well, absolutely, Sakal, but even if Congress wins one seat, then it's a huge encouragement for them, because for the last 2 elections they have not scored a single seat as far as Lok Sabha is concerned. Having lost the assembly seat and then giving a good fight in Rajasthan, because BJP was eyeing all 25 seats, is certainly a cause of concern for the state leadership and also for the central leadership, because they opted for Bhajan Lal.
Yeah, it has been a complete sweep for the BJP in 2019, 24 out of 25, right now leading on 14, Congress behind them at 8. In 2019, Congress, Rajasthan used to be their bastion, could not even open an account. Thank you very much, Vishal, for joining us. And from Kerala, we're getting this big breaking where one result is out, and that is good news, auguring well for the CPM, taking up that seat. But last we checked, it was Shashi Tharoor lagging in his home turf.
All right, if you can spend some time with Rajasthan a little bit more.
Sure.
And the reason why, Smita ji, as we see that the BJP has been trying to foray into the south, and Mission South was talked about mostly. East is a part that West Bengal in particular that BJP wanted to capture for a long time. While it has made gains in the east and the south, the manner in which it has lost in its own heartland area should be a matter of concern for the NDA and the BJP. Do you see that? We discussed Gujarat's 2 seats earlier. Now Rajasthan, about 8 seats are going. 8 seats do not sound much, but when you compare it with 19, it was a complete sweep. Gujarat, Rajasthan, and here they're losing 8. How do you see that in that perspective, ma'am?
So you see, for 2 consecutive terms, they had complete sweep, a complete total clean sweep of the state. So that certainly is not something that will happen every time, okay? So that is one point. So there was to be some loss, but the losses were being pegged at about 2 to 3 seats. Maybe the BJP would come back with 21 or 22. Certainly not the kind of numbers that we see.
And do you see the corresponding gains that they were anticipating in South and East?
And now the point is this, the question of expansion, the geographical expansion as well as the social expansion. Geographical is when you go to areas you were not a force to reckon with earlier. And social expansion is when castes and communities and societies vote for you who were not previously voting. Now, whether the social expansion has happened or not is something we will know only when the micro data of voting comes. But as for the geographical expansion, it has happened because you have to look at Odisha, you have to look at Andhra along with Mr. Naidu's TDP.
And we should look at the data from Kerala also.
And you must also see Kerala, because don't look at the number of seats in Kerala. We have to see how much of a fight the NDA candidates, BJP candidates are giving.
So in that case, in 2019, they couldn't open
I
their
would
account.
say that the expansion project has not bombed. It is very much happening. And also the fact that in states where you had a clean sweep, you had to target an expansion because you have to offset those losses with gains in other areas.
It's historic for BJP.
But I'll just add one line.
Sure.
And I'll just add one line that this expansion project of the BJP, it is still a work in progress. I will not say it has reached a great place
Okay, sure.
already.
Point taken. Subimal, Kerala, that's historic. 2 seats BJP's, and just for our audiences who may not have followed Kerala politics, never before in any Lok Sabha elections has BJP won any seat in Kerala. Them winning 2 seats in Kerala is big.
Always been a linear fight, LDF, UDF alternate.
Absolutely. So I think it's a big gain, and there's been a lot of work going on in Kerala for years by the RSS as well as the BJP. And if you see Rajiv Chandrasekhar taking on Shashi Tharoor and leading him, I think Rajiv Chandrasekhar has been one of the very prominent ministers in this government, and the expansion and usage of technology, all of the digital media and everything, this has definitely projected the aspirations that even a lot of the people in Kerala want to show, but because of the nature of the politics there, the nature of the suppression, the nature of the violence and everything, a lot of people don't come out. I think this is the beginning of a much larger and a greater
So what
journey.
according to you, what is the kind of big picture, Subimal, that is emerging as we wait for the East and Northeast numbers also? The big
you see, as long as the government is formed with majority, your term comfortable varies according to individuals and assessment. There will be work in progress. There will be
big news
work
coming in from Kerala. Rajiv Chandrasekhar
and beating Shashi Tharoor on his home turf, where he has maintained almost 100%, I think 100% strike rate.
He's leading at the moment. This would have been his 4th term as the Member of Parliament if Shashi Tharoor had won, but coming up as an upset, it's Rajiv Chandrasekhar who's leading from the BJP in the Thiruvananthapuram.
Tides have turned for...
I guess, I guess a change is a constant, more so in a parliamentary democracy. And even if it is a constituency where you are supposed to be very popular and the people find you very friendly and accessible.
What could be the reason here? What could be
I think Mr. Tharoor has been having a straight fight always with the left in Thiruvananthapuram, and it is the social combination is such that he gets the votes of the, he gets the social votes in such a manner that it is always just a shade above the CPM votes. They had never fathomed a third player in the market, and this is where the BJP has, sort of turned the tables, because a new player came into the picture. And with the Prime Minister's thrust of travelling to Kerala continuously, Mr. Chandrasekhar spending a good amount of time in the state, which is his home state, though he is a resident of Kerala but also Bangalore. And at the same time, I think, the kind of emotional, spiritual connect that the Prime Minister has displayed for the South, most particularly Kerala, his constant tours there, and the promise that Kerala...
Kanyakumari.
Yes, and you see, Kanyakumari is technically Tamil Nadu, but it is more aligned to the Kerala demography and society. So when the Prime Minister spends time in Kanyakumari, it has an impact on both the states. But I think more particularly the point is that people in Kerala decided they must give a chance to a new player because they were perhaps tired of this UDF, LDF, linear politics, as you were saying, because at the end of the day in Parliament, they both turn out to be the same. So why should the people suffer?
So overall, NDA completely in control of things, consolidated, that's the word. 400 par or not, +2, -2, that's the game that you have to see and bear when it comes to politics. But yes, for the alliance as a whole, they've managed to make inroads, and for the BJP, a tad bit of a disappointment where they've lost some ground in some of their bastions. But remember, these are just the trends, so we're not jumping the gun. Before we wrap up this segment, 289 as an NDA alliance is what they've managed to cobble up, out of which BJP as an alliance leader leading from the front as compared to the India alliance, 235, but Congress struggling to even cross 100 mark. But Bharatiya Janata Party in the NDA alliance has managed more independently and individually as compared to the numbers cobbled up together as far as the whole opposition alliance is concerned. We are going to take a short break here. We will take a short break here. Shubhendra continues
mic testing.
this broadcast with Gautam as he joins us. A short break with special studios in our guests who stay with us, Smitaji and Shubhamal. And I'm going to take a leave.
Say in politics, never say never. 289 versus 235 is what we're looking at. How do they consolidate as final results is something we'll have to wait and watch. A short break. We'll be right back.
Stay with us. Don't go away.
While smiling, say goodbye to your worries because an orthodontist can help you feel confident. Be it a child, a teenager or even a working professional, braces and aligners can help you get that stunning smile. Consult your nearest orthodontist. To learn more, visit the Indian Orthodontic Society's website, bracesspecialists.com.
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
Voice of a rising aspirational world. Stories of challenges, struggles and accomplishment. A world battling conflict, hunger and poverty. Embracing growth, development, science and technology. A voice of progress, a voice of unity. Watch Voice of the Global South with me, Akshay Dongre, only on DD India. Ka shiteng sngi ka basuk bukumen pi baro ki parlok nongpet badminta ngnya beteng ya ka session ka baar haba nyeje ya kinong mikmat sha ka lok sabha election arhajar arpusau kidan prahajar ngut ki candidate ki bala aireng ha ka ni ka lok sabha election mentau senam batang sanspa sau pulai ngut ki ban sa shajet banlong kinong mikmat sha ka yeng dorbar Tawan. Di syuab ngi ya chakmat but ngi pet ya kataka jinglong jingman jong kanika politics ha kanika jella jongi bat jong ka state hukum ju ngan pen itu syua kandiat ya kini ki panelist badan lang bat ngi ha kanika por. Dengan pen itu syua ningkong iba David Karsati ibadai i National Council Member jong ka Bharatiya Janata Party. Ni pedang subhai pi Pak David. Tengidan ru hangni ya ikong Ivan Dublin Lingdot Nonglat ibadai State Executive Member jong ka Voice of the People Party VPP. Pedang subhai pi. And now we also have Professor H. Srikan, who has joined us for his second session with the studio. That is, he is from the Political Science Department from Northeastern University. So we welcome you, sir. Di kumtu kat kum ka jinglong jingman jong kanika politics ha kanika jela jongi. Ngiyo iba na kanika Shillong seat ka VPP kala lead, but na ka Tura seat but ka Congress kala lead. So we will cut to the chase. We will come to the panelists. Sir, David Karsati, a lot of people are really wondering actually, like how will this year's election to the Lok Sabha change the context of how elections are being contested in the state and in the country? How will the performance of a particular party or of a particular alliance change the context of politics in the country?
Well, we have seen this election 2024. If we see from the national level, we can really see that the voters, they have really exercised their democracy right, right to vote without fear or ill will. This is what we have seen, because when we see from the part of the government the delivery system in the national level, it is too good. It is too good. But when it comes in terms of election, the people's right is the might. Where this is the great lesson to us in the national level, being in the government, that we should not take everything for a right. So the people of India, they are so intelligent. We know Indians has produced lot of intelligent people, even to everywhere in the world. So here, if you see from the perspective of popularity, the Modi government is so popular, not only in India, even in the world. It seems that if you see from that popularity, that nobody can fight. But when it comes to our national election, we can see that we should not play with the intelligence of the people, with their way of thinking. So we should. This is a great lesson to our party, to our ministers, that we should deliver more, which people-centric in the national level.
Thank you so much. Kong Ivan, lada pipet ya kanika jinglong jingman jong kanika rukom yale election lanika politics ha kanika ka jela jongi bat kumjuru hakari ngi iba kadon ka jing pair ha karukom le election ba kalon ka jing pair ha ka jingmut jing perkat jong kipat ba na kaliang jong ka party jong pi ka kata jing pair ka ba pila persyang banwanra ha kanika rukom yale election jong kanika assembly election mentau senam
ka jing pair ka bangi kum ka party ni peni supat ba bangi let bangi ong we are party with a difference ka way ka long ba mo ni let the supat ba klem ka pisa kata ka de ka first ka bangi ngi bangi la ban penwan mo ngi kata ka jingkran ka jing let jing supat ba ka long ka ba job ni iba ki phai khmat ki pai ba mo bangi kwa shisha ba kan ka jala ba ka ri ka chi kan long ka ta ka corruption free namar ni isn a habangi pet yaki nong shong shnong kham tam ki briu mo habangi pet chiki ba hakisnam ki blood dep no bun ki ka jala ka chingi ka langam mo ka ri ka chat briu ka ngam namar ble kata ka jing jale jong ka jing pam sam hede habangi bat kata ka bo jong ka pisa kala tri kam hadu kata ta teng khat habangi yeng ban ya khun ya ka election ka ong ba nginum la ban pen kala ya kata mo kumnu ngin la ban pen kala kumnu pin personally manga mo ka ba contest ya ka ni ka election emily ru ka bladap no ba klem ka pisa phinum la ban poi she henry ka don ka jing pher pat habangi let chu pat ba kam dei ka pisa ka belong everything mo ka ban long lut henry ka de ka hok bat ka jing shisha ka minsim ka babet ka donut ka babet ka bom don ka jing arsap ka jing mut henry ka long bet tang ka we ka jing thmu ka ta ban wan ra ka jing kiu yi kinong shoshnong pakan man ra ka de it should be beneficial to all our people who support any party even our party mo tang ka de ka ba long ka ka ba pla ka bangi ni le cheu pat ba ka jing pher ka bangi kwa ban ra na ne shikmar ru ba ki priu ki chungi ki belong multi talented mo ki khna ki chungi ki khun samla nginyu i kata ka chingkla kamde kan kanum pen sakut ya kata ka jingkrang ba ka jing angnut ka jongki ya ke ba ki kin ki shaprang na mar ka pisal ne ka nu kunu ka mo ka ba ka ban hinder ya ki hengi ong lada habangi long ni trai shitom ngi don a right motive mo ka jinglong ka jingman ka ba khu chisha bangi kwa bangin poi she ka te ka thong anumla ban khangi nama ka daw chong ka pisa hede unu khna wan wat na ka long yeng ka baduk he deserve to get the best kata ka bangi ngi kwa ban wan ra ka jing pher ka ni ka chla ka jingi
ta ko le shibun kong ai ban Sasrikan, based on your take we would like to hear from you how is the Lok Sabha elections this year 2024 different from the other Lok Sabha elections in the past?
Yeah, if you see the 2014 and 2019, there was some kind of wave or trend. Okay, first in 2014, it was said the fight is against corruption and other things. In 2019, it was a nationalism. So that was the spirit. So the people fought on those lines. So there was a wave. But this is the time where there is no wave. As people humorously put it, there is only one wave during the election, that is called heat wave. So otherwise there is no wave in favor of any particular candidate or against a particular candidate. So much of this is but actually the local conditions are determining. That is what you can see in the states also, different states in different ways. So those states which where NDA won 100% seats in 2019, now they are losing. And in some states where they did not gain much, now they are gaining. So it is very interesting and fascinating elections, which is completely different from 2014 and 2019.
So dear viewers, in a very short while we will have the live ground reporting of what is the status of the election in the state of Meghalaya. But before we go to the live updates, just a quick take. But David, ngaku aban bu kanika jing kaliru phi ba katkom ga jing pet jung phi ha kanika rukom yale election ha kanika snem ha kanu ko rukom phi I ba kata ka approach naki political parties ki ba pher what naga approach jong ka BJP ru ha kanu ko rukom ka compare banya kita ki approach jong kini ki snem ki balalen
ha ka bedei bat ka arajar election arajar arpusau kum ka parti ni lechu pai ba ban ya to yo u ba ka ke bangila trei ke bangila trei si postem lada ki pai ba ki achievement toy ne Lada ki pai ba ki acing mentoi ngi pan biang kajing kershan naki te kata kadai kaba ngila tre but kadai ru kesin kaba nongkong ha ka history chokri India ba ki skim yarap kiba bon kiba mangi kom ke parti hapak ci yalam chongon Narendra Modi ngilapan poi supai ba da kaba mangi kom ke parti ru ngidai kita ka parti ka balong ka persya ya ka bamsam but hapak kini kispos nem kum ka parti ngila persyang kat lakat yai banwan ra ya kataka system where corruption cannot be enter means kino kicing cio mentoi unu beneficiaries udai ban yo hasisin ba kanu ka scheme chung ukla long approve entitled ban yo ya ka udai ban like be direct siapa kabang account chung
te sang sawan biang shapi sa khandiat por ngilayo ekanika live update na pulu te menta ngin yalet sha thi sha pulu ground live hakaba i ba Nicholas incident ban report yangi bat menta ngidang ya ap ya ka report nei ba Nicholas na pulu
kublai pi bro
kublai ba nek kublai
polo counting center nga piang so ba
hello ba nek piang
oh yes go ha
te balik banik subha batai lang ya kanika jinglong jingman jong kanika situation hapulu ka long ka bakumno manu badang lead bat dakat no ki votes ki la lead
ya bentahi kai ga ba dang ya kolong ki results ka badang pau menta ka trend ka badang pau menta imat dan kamshu bandang hab ban ya pensyai ni sing la kham tu ba ka BPP ka la lead daki babun tam but banyo banai ka persyai kandiat halor kanika jingya ya kanika experience lani kanika jingmat jong kanika turn around of events hang ni ngidan kat lembat ni iba bright sarwell ibri MLA na po maulai bat kumcu iba khatpran jong ka baru keneng kinya don kat lembat ni kanika port ingin siap clear jung beri first of all yang dalil pada yang ni perkerjaan yang ukutong lejong
it's a different thing altogether mo kare da way pat but kalong ka iki ba sutanan bandon na kani kaliang jong pat ba banyo ban saki ia ka jing angnut ia ka jing kemen ka jong pat ba bat kum ba pi kum ka parti ngimla khna sungu yo pat ba nong sonong jong ka Shillong Parliamentary seat hi barok away ia ka jing kisan kum ngai i ho kampat kut nei kum ba kalong ka trend ngi suthu ba ila don pa thong
ti ba khatpan kani ka jing wan jing kelah ka jing perkat jong nong tebut ka bangila song tu menta kat bagadang ya kani ka trend kapun pau syaba ya kata ka undermining jong ke regional parties ka bajudan baru khamtam haka MP election kani ka dak kasin kapani
ini kata kasin kapani kalong ba peipa hi ula kwa isikala nesi peipa ulangia iga jing long jing man jong politik hain polo dep but menta peipa la thang barulah ai si kesian dapat nak kata buat cikla dikata yang ibat mentaru cikkerman ba la desa jendap hi banyo kun skam ba unjo unpuas katong
te right apa ini bat kanika regional politics mo banja i hapo center baka regional parties kinyo ban poy ketika kerdan lese haka jela me kaliang i kaliar ba banyo ban i namar beropon i ki national party si ki ba ya pau ke kinong ikmat ki ba per ki bang la yamat na ki por 9 time bo te lada ka vote kawan na ka banta ka BPP hatok kai ka jingkla ka bang ngila ban i haka political system by day but ka thong ba original candidate original representative unpoi hang te po lok sabha
hi ka nathrai i hapat pen kermau ru ka history jong ka jelamo namar ba throughout this campaign na kaliang ka jongi kum ka voice of the people party kalong very positive ngimlong negative namar balai ni pen kermau ya ka judge ban rio ba kamde ya tang national party ibla ban play an important role for Delhi Ndai ngai I limba ke history jong ka jat beri ko jungi ki por ki pamensua mo ki MP na ki regional parties tang regional parties nei don ki MP independent oh ki ba poi po Delhi and they have really make an impact oh kila ra kila keren ya ka sur ka jong ka jat benrio apo parliament tang kata ndai ka jinglek ka jong ki che ba wat ka sarkar India ta ka por ka snap ya jingkren ba ka jing a jingmut ka joki dengi na kalian ka jungi ngem so artatien wan nge scam mo limba ka voice of the people party la ban clear pat ya ka buram jong jat benrio session pat apo ke parliament
ka jing ki song shit jong ki pat ba ka ba ilong shit rem hi te ka we ka long ba ka jing ang no jong ka pat ba ka de ka we ka thong ka ba bor ki political parties ki habu ahmad hatu ka aspirations ka ba pila bu ka tung ka mandate ka tung pi ka tung ka manifesto ka tung pi bo ka pila bu ahmad kimat ki ba kongsan ba pimut banra hatu kani ka mau jam ka long ka ba la itu pau ba iba Ricky Singkan Dr. Ricky Singkan
Kublai shibun kumtung ilayo sngow nang tiena po pulu live na ki arngot ki MLA jong ka VPP kata iba Bright Star World Marbanyang i MLA jong ka Maulai bat kumjuru na iba HS Karpran iba de i MLA jong ka Maureng Keneng. Deha kani ka por kong iban. Hello? Oh. Hot. Teman-teman ngini let biang 10 sa kendiat po nomor I ba nik idang don kendiat ke ba imut ban keli jing keli. Teng kerpat banginya let biang 10.
Kan lo ka ba banyak kendu biang ya gini girang ba kumne dengan simi kena ka kabuk ser. Ti to lada ngas tu ba ka mensi fiang ni por kalong kadap ka jingkemen nama ka jingang lut. Ba long ko ba I urlong stangkat tu kan ni khilmat. Kay pisto.
Kani kade ka ba ngila khamilenti margi ya kalenti jongka nongrem ko hok manglai ka sign kum kadak ka boblay ula pani lamba ki por ka bangilap ka election bagim don ja thatien mung si up thik yani ka singi ka bangyo ban le khamen bangyo ban yo manrai ka nam jingjob ka jingjob bi kan dei hi namta ka jalahi brokoi namta ka jat benril ba khamta miru namta kari hi brokoi
kendiat tang bagi pajba ki ba kerjaan ya fi makin suatu nomor ya mentahi ka bang I kalong kadang ka section 144 hang ni let's say yo pila ban batai kendiat ke ka jing tu jong pi lada pidon ka kenja jing ya kendu
to be very clear mo actually nado to ski mai kran bod DC hi wakran shai badin nama tadang yo ngim don jing thot ruem maru DC wakran shai ba ka section 144 ka trei tang hani tang ne po dei sabar kam trei ka section 144 te kam don jing te yangi bangin ekmen bat ngim priang ngila ong hindo sedang ru UDC la dapi impose section 144 para ju po la dapi msha ikipat ba bakin ekmen bakin celebrate ya ke demokrasi kemudian kalian jungi ke parti ngila keren sa di sedang ngim priang oh ndengi so kemen pan ya ka jing khoblai ya ka district administration ka basu thu mo ka de demokrasi ba ka de por ka pat ba mo it's a festival of democracy bangin celebrate
let's say kan ka jing kali kan long ka ba kham kloi ban bu hakmat jong pi nomor pi por yo nya song nya perkhat kam kumbangi pe ya ka trend nationally kadon ka jing ya khat padang ka seng NDA mo ki seng ki badan ko NDA bat ka Indian Alliance te kai ka ta jing mi jing pek jinga ka jong pi habe dei ba ka trend ka bayat menta pade hapo kari
pi na kalian ka jongi kum ka party ngin sesong mo ngin sesong kum ka party ban perkhan industry syang in pet adu ban kut ka adu kan long final nei la sei mo marangi kum ka party kamut nginum kenria na kanong rim ka jungi abang ngilej dada ka poi hut bale ase kumba kalong mo ka verdict kalong hang dei te le ase karon kalat bangin ya don sene ne satai ngilej senu dei ngilej ngenra ya kamat ke isu jong jat menriu bat ngilej du halo jong kanong rim nginum ngut ya ka pre ka bangila clear kamat jong pat ba
te kum ta pilala nyo so ye ni girang ba kinong ni kamat na ka seng WPP yang ni kapor bat ngidang absang katukan ni bangin yo ban yo skono ya ka final verdict habe dei bat kane te ka jing perkrek kadang ya na kaliang jokiru halor kumno ki thumu ban pensyong dongrim ya kani ka singi ka palong kerpang na ka bata joki te hak ni khilmat to ya phai biang ka studio baru bangin ya yo nya skap yang ka jing krek ka barang ya jang te
Kublai Shibun Banik ba la ayangi ketuk report nang thina po Pulo Ground. Badminton nginsa yayo saya kawe ka visual pan na u president jong ka Voice of the People Party. Tunginya ngap kay ka ba udan banong hagani kapor. Ati sakandiat por pinhaban up sakandiat por. Timentang nya po ibang syaka studio nginya bu yang kini jingkeli ya ikong Aiban. Kong Aiban ngilayos ngo mentan na i ba bright na iba Adelbert bat kumjuru na iba HS Karpran. Kibala peni ya kata jing ngo tenat jung ki iba kata lead kala kham jengai. Bat la ikop kumba la jan poi ha kata thong jong ka jing job. Te ha ga ba i reporter jungi iba Nicholas Ru ilabu ya kini jingkeli ya ki bat ila keli ong ba ka ladangi pai ha ka national level. Ngiba kadon hakawe ka site kadon ka NDA bat hakawe ka site kadon ka India block. Ti kila benra pru ba kacha ba galet ka VPP kan ne bet ya kanong rem jongka. Ti kumbangi i hakani ka state politics jungiru ngi iba ka VPP ka kramtre ban align la ka debat ko sarkar lani ka debat ko opposition. Ti hendai kala shongbet morway la ka jong. Ti hakanu kurkom ba kani ka jingdon jong ka laka jong hatu kandang yai ne lada kilet chadu shate sha national level ne kinya jet ya ka site sha ai bakindai kindon ban site
nakaliang ka chungi kung ka party namar ka ka bangi don ka menta ka kung bangi labatay mo bangi kwa ban pen impat ban pen bhapat ban pen kelador ya ka jela ka chungi namangi numla ban kelat ya ke jing long chat benriu chingi ke chat benriu khasi mo ni de ki nong shong shnong nyem de ki bashuan ni shuhab na beneng mo hande ka de ka jing thmu ba ka jing penya ka choplei bangi yo ke ni ka chat benriu ka chingi ka ktien ka bangi kran mo hande bale ai ni de ki ktien hande from mo na do ka kata ka por bala khai ngi shik ni ka perthai ni yo ke ni ka ktien tingi kwa ban penne ka tan ma ka de kahok ngim isi yanu ngi kwa banwan ra kani hakmat upat ba baro ki bayo sngo ki bapet ngi ngim isi yanu kata kamde ka Voice of the People Party yo don ki bapen sothu baklai kata mo hande ka jingthmu ka jungi pat ngi i yakini ki babun ki parado parasnamo ki mo ngingim da kwa than ban pendon kam ta ki kentien hande ngi hap pendon kam nama ku mga kren BP ngi dei ki bakerpang nama ktien ka bangi yo ka riam ka bangi riam ka bam ka bangi bam kadai ka wei ka paper na ki wei pat ki chat benriu te ngiyeng halor kata banya daya ka mo ngim isi yanu sa shisingan banya kata ngim isi yanu ru ni iye je baro hande ka don kampat ladang yu i baki jongi lada kum hayeng hasam ki kemi ki pa lada ki kun ki shatngan lada ki kun ki lengkhut kumnu ngin di ai jan jo shawei
te aiban nga ka jingkali jonga kalong kumne ba menta ha ka jella jongi ka VPP ka khlamtre ban site bat ka sarkar lani ba ko opposition te menta lada ka VPP kanlet sha te ka lok sabha te hatu kan site ne kanum site ne bat kanu ka alliance la ka dei ba ka NDA lani bat ka India block
kuma ongi phi mentan nginum ngin pet kanu ka party lada ka muncul bat kita ki mat ki issue ki chungi ki bangi kwa ban le nam ta ka ni ka ri ka chungi ban kentiu ka jela ka chungi lada ki ko ngu e kata lada ki kloi ban pediang ni kita ki bangi ngira ita ki mat ki chura hak mat chongki mo ngin pe hang ta ken handai ka ni ka por kam dei ka por ka biang e bangi ni kran chphang kata andang la poi she ka thong ni oi ka result kan se declare stang ka tu ka ni kan ta tingin up e kata ba ka por hi kan sabatai mo kumnu bangin le handai ke ke ban kata ya kan ni kari ba ikinong shong shnong jo kini ngin num la ban le kata larang ide bandan komenta mo ki don ka opposition na kaliang ka party ngila ban le kumju hi
ta kuble shibun aiban bat menta ngin ya point sha ka live update jong kanika jing account jong ki vote to ngin ya phai sha ka screen khandiat te katkum ka live update hang tu phila ban i kalong ka ba kumno te ngi i ba ha kanika jala jungi ka VPP hi kadang lead but kiwe ki party kidang trial te menta pat ngilayo sa kawe ka update to ngi phai na shaka live update jong president jong ka Voice of the People Party when you ba khala don gani ka jingkan hoi ba ka jing risa bat kata ka jing yakhi jong gini gi pajba ki ba kashan ya ka voice of the people party namar ba kisngo ba kiladon lupa ha ka liang jong ka jing job tigni ki visuals ki ba pi live na ki surok singkin keleng jong ka sor shalom. So, Sir Srikan, now we will move up to you. What is your take, as you can see in the visuals, that the voice of the People Party is already celebrating because they are leading by a huge margin, and it seems that no other party can come anywhere close to the voice of the People Party. So, Sir Srikan, on your take, what's your take on the voice of the People Party and its principles?
At the outset, let me congratulate Ricky, because he's our colleague in the university, and you can see all faculty members and students of NEHU are very happy, and I have seen the entire WhatsApp messages, so many WhatsApp messages congratulating him already. So we have high hopes. And as far as his victory was concerned, it was already no. Okay, when we started this session, at that time itself I told that VPP is going to win. So that is the mood that we could guess it. Think, and definitely the manner in which they proceeded ahead in a very unconventional way. Without spending money, without telling any, making any false promises, and talking about against corruption and for good governance. They are all principles which attracted. I have seen in Maulai and other areas, there is such a large scale support from ordinary people, our Kongs and others. They are all poor and and they are all for. They said nobody can corrupt us. So that much confidence they could win, which is very important, and it is the responsibility of the VPP to stick to that.
Yes, sir.
And perform and deliver the thing whatever they have promised. They should be able to deliver. So I'll be very happy if the winning streak continues and they deliver the promises that they have made.
Yes, sir. So, sir, another take on the voice of the People Party. As you know that the voice of the People Party have stick to their principles, and they do not want to consolidate their position. So even if we take a look at the state politics, they do not want to side with neither the opposition, neither the ruling party. So with that thought in mind, they are also going forward to the Lok Sabha. So what is your take? Is this a good idea to go to the Lok Sabha without aligning to the right or to the left, and to just stick to principles? Because we know that in the Lok Sabha, you always need to have some support from either the right or the left, because there's a lot of lobbying at the Lok Sabha. So do you think this is a good kind of an idea to go to the Lok Sabha without aligning to the right or to the left?
Now, question of aligning comes on the basis of principles. Okay, if it is, there are many opportunist alliances. If it is opportunist alliances, it is makes little sense. So, but if you can be say that on the basis of the issue, I will support or I don't support. So that kind of leverage they can take. Say, I think so. They have to see. Say, for example, the question of secularism, or I think, can you compromise or don't compromise? Or CAA, what is your stand? You have to spell out.
Yeah.
You cannot say that you don't spell out. But on some other issues, it is possible that the government is, whichever government comes to power, they are taking a wrong decision. At that time, also the party should have that ability to say, I am not with you. So I am not sure, but it is the people's opinion that we should take. Against the people's opinion who have elected them, I hope that they will not take any decision. So let them decide. I am not the one to do that. But they are talking about the principles. Let the principles guide them whom to align and whom not to align.
Thank you so much, sir. Mentang ye poi biang sha I ba David. Ba David ka jung sngo jung pi halor kan ni ka jella jungi but nilai iru ba ka BJP ha kan ni ka kenti ka khlam bu candidate ai na kan ni ka Shillong seat lani na ka Tura seat ru te ngi sngo thu ba ka de na ka daw ba kidon kan ni ka alliance but ka NPP ai te hindai ladang yat nang ni shakhmat kaya ka stance jong ka VPP jong ka BJP but kaya ka jing tumu jong ka BJP nabenta jong ka jella
ha ka bedai but ka jing bom set candidate kum ka parti kam dai tang apa Meghalaya hari India barok kawai kum bangitip ba ka Lok Sabha kadon sans pak sau pholai tali ki Parliamentary Constituency te ban burom kum kadak kacing burom ban yat balaya trelang barok shiphausna menta ni la yadon kawai kijing mot ban sngoutho bahakanu ke constituency ka ba kini ki parlok chongi ki klain ngin nom yele ngin island yaki ngin Krishan yaki tidak kacuk kata ka principle ru apa Meghalaya ngikum ki parti ngi sutho balada ngiale ngin 4 job ti Krishan ya ka NPP habar artli ki diki seat kani kadai ka gentleman agreement kaba ngimla ban pen Kenya ka haka ching shala dagi Kenya ka liang chong ka party the growth of the party ladangi yang kan tham bha namata ka lawai chong ka party ki changi te namar kata kadau kani kadai kaba ngila yarai ngila I agrizol ba upat ba udan ka anti government mood in the election haganik election kamut upai ba umdustanat ya ka government tingi kong parti ru menta ngin hap nadin kanikayu ngin hap ban lek biang sha upai ba Syaki district bat syaki mandal baper bangin keren kum ke parti ngin lek nongkong show pa iba namata ka organization bat kum curu ya kajing sengau ko jong u namat ba kum ke national party ngin hap ban pensotho yaki ya ka national importance ru hendrei mlapat ban klet kum ki breu nang ne ngimla pat ban shu surrender back ya ka national demand ngiran kam hi ban don kata ka jing sngau jengi kumno ba ngin pensngau syapo ka parti jengi ba ka Meghalaya jengi kumba pernap jing ong jengi kong mene ba ka Meghalaya jengi kan kam ka wei ka special ong meger kacing pek yang ida ka wepat ka kebenta ka bangiran kam ya ka cingada ka bakam kerpang ya kata ngimla ban klet kum ke parti
ba ngilayo live update kendian Tura ingin saya petang yang buat pi ba kata ka jingkeli. Well dear viewers, now we will move to Tura where we have our correspondents on the field, that is Aaron. So Aaron, can you please update us from Tura? Hello Aaron, can you hear me?
We still don't know if there will be another round, but for sure I'll update. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Aaron. Yes, Aaron, can you please update?
All right. So, like I said, the fifth round of counting is on as we speak right now. And we still don't know if the sixth round of counting will happen or not. But what we can say at this point in time is that it is a clear fight between the Congress and the NPP here at Tura Constituency. Well, let me paint a picture a little bit of this place because we've not spoken about it since the time I was here. You don't see a lot of supporters and rejoicing probably at the moment because the crowd is outside of the area where I'm standing and I can't step out right now to get reactions from the crowd. But for sure, we will do that just when we have the final results here. Now, let me tell you one thing also, that Saleng Sangma did reach the location pretty early, I must say, and he was all smiles and confident, and at this point we can say, why not? So we will need to wait and watch. In any minute from now, we will need to see if the Congress and Saleng Sangma would actually hit the lower house and become the new MP from Tura constituency. Mebon.
Yes, Aaron, thank you so much. Aaron, can you just give us a quick glimpse of like what's really the situation over there? Like, is Saleng Sangma really leading by a huge margin, or is it really quite tied up?
Right, so like I said, Saleng Sangma is already here on the location. He's inside the counting center where we're not allowed. The second he comes out, we will get his reaction firsthand, that's for sure. I'm sorry, I didn't walk you through the numbers. So at 1:30 p.m. exactly, the latest figures that I have is that Saleng Sangma is sitting comfortably at 3,82,058. That means he's leading by 1,54,848, and trailing behind him is, of course, Agatha Sangma from the NPP. So that's the latest. I'm sure any minute from now we'll get a clear verdict. Until then, we would still need to wait because the elections in India, we still have to wait for that last vote to be counted. Maybon.
Yes, thank you so much, Aaron. So there you got the ground reports. Kumbang ijuang ba ladang yapai sa election kat ba kampat kut hi ka counting ka election ru kampat kut. Tiha kan Singapore nginya jam yang syai iba kendian ba David ladang yapai sa kanika jinglong jingman jong ka election ha kanika jela jongi Chati Tura. Ngi iba nadu kasenam ka kandai spa nyo punyo hadu menta for decades daki posnam ka kanika Sangma family kala dominate ya kanika election MP hang the. Handai ha kanika senam ka mamenta ngi iba ba Saleng ula tam da ka silak tam. Tika ka tharai ka jingkala ka ba pelong ba wanra ba Saleng Sangma untam ya ka Agatha balabat ya ka bor daki ka no posnam shumenta.
Ka haka sensyar khadar hapo Meghalaya ha India hi bro ka wei ni sngoth ba ka PS Sangma ong kla kadai wei kumbanga ong mena ki pai ba wat ha turaru wat ha garohil ru I kumba ki kwa ban pen I ya kanika government ta ba ka ching sensyar chong pi kamlong ka ba number 1. Number 2, kadai ngai hak jing pe changa ngai I ba kanika jing sngo shngai lepa ban job ru kawan ra ka wei ka jing kelot pat number ba ka overconfidence ban job hakapor ba campaign kala long hajrong ba te ngasu iya kini ki artli ki daw ba wat hangtai hakapa ka India brokawai kala atip ya ka legacy of PA Sangma legacy in Garo Hills but hakacho kapor mentalelei u Konrad Sangma u para try chong ka akatha ulong u chief minister hak che shala don kamban job kambon then re kamlong kumta ki breu ki su tho do komwei ka jing snau tho chong ki ba shong ha shuki phi de hang ni bangi de ban su tho ma hakapor phi shong ha shuki phi snau tho do komwei hakapor ba phin le chetai spa madan ka de ban long do komwei te ngai I ka don hang ni kata ka jing ya per ka jing jingai mo dak tin nong wei ki ong gegap te kata ka ni ka bang I manga hang be de portura
Takubleshibon. Sasrikan, just your take. As you can see that for decades now, since 1977 onwards, we have seen that the legacy of PAs in the Garo Hills has been very firm and anchored. Even after PA Sangmad and his children are also taking that legacy forward. But for the very first time in a very long time, we are also seeing that there is a wave of change where Agatha Sangma is trailing by 1 lakh plus votes. So what, according to you, do you feel that brought this kind of a change in the Garo Hills?
I personally feel that even PA Sangma, he has a lot of charisma and so much of admirers even across India. But when it comes to Meghalaya, he could not remain chief minister for full 5 years. Even he had problem because there was an ethnic angle. So Garo and versus Jaintia, Kasi, that kind of thing was there. So though he was a very popular figure, very well respected person, he could not make it during his time. Which Conrad Sangma actually made it. Conrad Sangma made it and spread it and made it a party which had support in all the hill areas. That he could do it. But here in this particular thing, as we discussed in the first session, maybe that the people did not like alliance with the BJP or NDA, and issues like CAA and others came. And moreover, there is some kind of, when Agatha Sangma became elected as MP for first time during UPA, people loved her, and by the way, they had so much of respect and affection for her. But I think she didn't deliver. She didn't deliver to show substantially that, yeah, I have done all these things for you, for this state, so that you can rely on me and give me second term. I think that she could not do it. So that is also one of the reasons why people would have thought of that.
So do you think that the alliance with the BJP is responsible for the downfall of the NPP in the state of Meghalaya as of right now? Because both the NPP candidates from Tura seat and Shillong seat, they are both trailing, and one of them is actually a health minister, Dr. Amparin Lingdo. So do you feel that this alliance has proved to be very fatal for the NPP?
No, this is one of the reasons. Okay, it is one of the reasons. But as I already told, that she is in power for such a long time, and people should feel that, yeah, you are delivering. When people feel that you are not delivering, there will be resentment. And also the people who are against MDA government, what is happening, they are also turning against. Okay, all these things are coming together, which is affecting that.
Thank you so much, sir. So right now we will go back to Tura to just have a quick bite from Deborah Marak. Let's hear what she has to say.
Right, well, ma'am, welcome to the broadcast. First of all, Saleng Sangma is trending at the moment. Did you see this coming at all?
Yes, we hope so. And today's victories will be people's victory of Garo Hills. Party has done well. He has done well. And we are hoping. And then for a change, I think people of Garo Hills, they wanted to vote for Congress this time.
You said people of Garo Hills wanted to vote for the Congress this time. So that means there is anti-incumbency. Why do you think that's happening?
See, people of Garo Hills, they have voted for a family for 47 years. Maybe after 47 years, people of Garo Hills, they wanted to vote for a different party, different candidate. That is the main reason.
So, hypothetical situation, if the Congress wins this time, so that means we will see Asaling Sangma in the lower house. What are some of the issues that, the Congress will address if at all it goes to the lower house this time?
Definitely, he will go to the lower house. He will be a MP in Garo Hills. Definitely, he will take up many issues. That 1, 2, 3, whatever issues he will take up, that I cannot say right now, because people, they have voted for a change. Definitely, he will voice in the Parliament.
Tikum tu pilai asngau na ka Deborah marak nang na Tura. Pemantang ni phai biang syak studio jungi bat ni phai biang sya ikong Ivan Dublin. Kong Ivan Dublin ka kumbangi I ka jinglong jingman jong ka VPP. Ha kanika jelak hasi jantia. Ngi iba ki patba kila sedang ban it bhai kanika parti ba kila sedang ban pediang bhai kanika parti. Bat kila phai khmat bu sya kanika parti. Hendai ka dandu ka jingkren ka baong ba ka VPP ka khamlong anti non tribal ka VPP ka khamlong anti garo bat ka VPP ka persyang banwanra ya ki policies ki balong anti garo kumbala dangi phai kum syaka reservation policy te ka ka jing sngo jong pi ba pila ba pin pensyai supai ba uba don ya kum kita ki jing smutu bakala
nakaliang ka jungi mo kum ka party ngimdon kum kata ban ong hoi kum mangalai kren meneru la batai nginum la ban klet ki briu mo nginamang we are responsible ngidon ka jingkit kli namar ngidei nakani ka chat ban riu bat ka ka bangi ngipan ngidawa ngiklemle ban ka tarajur kan no mo ringi kwa bakan long ma kan no ka tarajur ka bapiang mo ngim isi iki paralog garu ki chongi ngi ie ki hakabaya dei baka arpi mo ngim kwa bangin tu ka hok ka chongki hendingi ngi ka bangi kren kam dei bakin kan suthu baklash ki namangi ong according to the demographic ratio nani kat kum ka jingdon briu ka jingbun pan ngi happet halo kata ken mo mdei bangi shi ong hangla nakaliang I president rangba I chungi le ba adan I ong ba lara ki bun briu maki ngi nginum bishni nginum pihun laraki ki bun briu lara kadai ka hok ka chungki ngi nginum don kti ban kta ka hok namang nginget ba ya ka sinsha khada ka bakhut ka bakentang bat ka ban wanra ka hok ha kani ka jela ka chungi bat haba ka bede ba kita ki non tribal mo ka baning kong hite ka first priority kan dei ki briu chungi mo handai kita ki bla long ki nong song snong ha kani ka chaka nginwan ra kata ka peace and harmony mo ya hapling chongki ru ba kanum don kata kanu ka jing mai ki kita belasa nadu mensyua hendeng nginum lapat ban ong ba pindang lam wan yalam mo namangi kibriu ki chungi kinet chno mo ladang ngi ngim ya dai kini kila ki jong she ikin det kini ba plingim don da ka wei pat kejela ki ban pediang ngi kum hakari le jong kalong kum ka yeng kini ka yeng ke chungi hatu ladang ngi mi na yeng nginda syakan jat na yeng hatu don mo pan pediang ngi da ki wei pat kalong yeng lat nakatu ka yeng ka bangi ngi mi tang itahi
te kong aiban ladangi phai biang sha kanika reservation policy kumba pilapan suthu ba ka VPP ka yang ba ha ka nongrem ba kan pan ya ka reservation policy kat kum ka jingbun pat dei kat kum ka jingbun pat te ki de ki we ki policies ba ka VPP ka kwa ban wanra ban don ka jingkala ha ka senchar khadar ha kanika jela ka jungi
haka manifesto ki jungi ngila sam supat ba ngila peni ka long public hang tu palabun ki iki nganum la ban
list ki kat tu kat ni ki ba khamlong kham hakma
te komentar mo ngele persya ya ka CA ka UCC mo nanta de ke iki ban kata ka ni ka jela ka jungi ka ILP ngim kwa ngi kwa ban kandon mo ngin yo kataru kata ka dika jing angnut ka jungi bakan don ka jing ada ya ka khando ka siap ka jungi ya ke ba ngidon ha ka ni ka jela ka jungi
Ba pidani even ong lor kata.
Hakabidai pat ka ay ka CA ngam yo I bakan don ka kajing ma ya kajaj menteri ko jangi. Kadai ka ain ya kapa ngin wanra tang ya kitu kipa don hak banwan shani. Ngilelikum kini caka jungi don pon ki Kristan ki baron syak wik caka ki ba napo kan Meghalaya jungi ki song syawi pat kari banwan ra ila kitong ya lagi jong ki jai breu la jong ha kini ki caka nasau kini ki babah ha hi ha ka be dei pat ki ain ki bawan ra da ka government either kala banlong ka state government la ne ka central government ki ain ke ba ki ngi wan ra imut banwan ra ban penjot ya kari bagi cai breu iko eka ban pen bahaya ka Tina mar kata kedau ka ke bamangi ketemu ke government policy program and policy of jongka government ni kadai pulang bahas sudah mensyua kum kenuksa haban banwanra banwara introduce nongkong yak ipik kecing persyak ke besar kai ba Hendrai haba pelayat pat namar ba kadai ka program and policy ke belada plan da government haba wanra ka kawan ra ka cingsuk kawan ra ka ke bahaya ni ti namar kata kedau kum ba syukran mentaru ban perlong compulsory what you ad haru hang ni kibreu kidang persya ngas ngos ya ki jai breu jung hi ba kidang don katu ka jingtieng kat haba kanu ka ain mai ni tieng ya ka ti namar kata kedau ka government of India kadai kum kakme kan namuan ra ya kanu ka an haying kawan pencot ya la ka jong la jong kawan ra ya kanu ka an kaban wan ra kaban penlong bakata kari kanang klain na kapor kata kadai ka jing ijungi
ba ladang ipai kandiat syarani ka CA kumba pilabatai mo long ha kajing smutu kajongi ba kani ka CA kanwan ra ru kini ki breu ki badai ki Kristan lat na ki Kristan ki don ki Sikh ki dan ki Parsi ki dan ki we lat no ki Muslim ki minority Hindu CA ki banwan ra te hatu pim sngo ba kini ki banwan ra baro kem deiru ki khasi ya kata te bat halor jong ka we ka nong rem ru la kita namar ki dan kumba nyau punyau teligi Shnong khasi yang tiha Bangladesh. Te ki bangirung ilayo banyak kenduk markmat. Bat bun ki kim ko abanwan sini. Namar ki biang ki bet bahang te. Telong lada makiru kim ko abanwan ne te hatu pim sngo ba kadan kata ka jingma ba kenwan kata kasi yang ni.
Kitu ki breu ki bam ko abanwan pi kani ka an CAA kadai kata ka ain ka baka India ka Shnaya ka ban pha ya ka khubor sekiwai pat kiri ban ong kadai ka khubor ko klan ma ka ban ong wat nom le beng ya ki Kristan lane ki Sikh lane ki Hindu lada phile beng ya ki ngidang ngilak ban pediang ya ki kamut lada ki snau ba kim la syuk ban syaang tai balai ki khasi jengi kim kwa banwan sini namar dia ki sngobiang ki supit ka kamai ke cik babiang ki klem syak ka harassment ke kata kinang la ban syak ti namar kata kadau kitu hi banwan kadai bitang ka message na ka government of India balada lada ki Kristan lani ki we jek niam ki rit pat hang to ki syak pen sitom ni don kene ka we kalat ya ka bangin wan ra ki
ta ko boleh bon sir what is your take on the policies of the VPP that the VPP wants to implement? Like the first thing is the revamp of the reservation policy according to the population, and on top of that, the anti-CAA movement, pro-ILP movement, and so on and so forth. What is your take on all of this? Are these policies positive policies, or are these negative vibes that are coming from the party?
I know that there is some kind of difference on the issue of reservations, And but I want that it should be resolved amicably. Okay, but each one of them should listen to the other's point of view and see accommodate. But I think I'm not saying that VPAP doesn't have a point. It has a point. But it will be very nice if they could convince. They could convince them instead of confronting them, and the moment you confront, they will also become anti. That kind of thing. Is it that there is some way that you can find out which is amicable and acceptable to all? Now that there is a committee formed on that, maybe that in this committee and others, people, one can work and find out what is the best way to do that, so that we can avoid confrontations, which is good for both the state as a whole. I think the members of VPP will be mature enough to understand that and do that. So in case of those things like what is that? CAA, yes. On CAA, I think there is more or less a kind of consensus. Even BJP says that we don't want it to be implemented in the same way as it is implemented in the rest of the country. So there is some kind of consensus, and because it is a sixth schedule area, the same policies which can be applied in elsewhere cannot be applied. So on that, everybody can be united and fight against that. Only in the case of this ILP and others, we should see there should be some via media. You cannot recluse yourself state from the rest of India completely. This thing. At the same time, the protection of the locals is also important. What is that media by which you can ensure the interests of the people are protected here? At the same time, we open our doors and windows to the rest of India. So that is something which one should work out. So a confrontation is not something which is helpful to anybody. This way or that way.
So, sir, do you think that the way the election is going on right now, how is the election process that is going on right now, how is it going to affect the state, let's say at the moment? Like if NDA wins, how is it going to benefit the state, or how is it going to affect the state? Or if India bloc wins, how is it going to affect, or how is it going to be beneficial to the state?
No, to be frank, I do not want to get this that as if only good things are done to Northeast only during this present regime. No, it started with P.V. Narasimha Rao in 1990 when he spoke about looking towards the east. So there he was that government was the first one to allocate 10% of the funds for Northeast. So there is a gradual shift, whether it is UPA or NDA. Both of them took care and listened to the concerns of the Northeastern states and responding to that. So it is gradually changes coming. I do not consider anybody as anti to Northeast. Only thing is whether the Northeast as a whole can unite and voice their opinion effectively. There we are lacking. So we are only thinking of supporting some kind of government which is in power at the center to get funds as much as possible and think, but we are not going beyond that. Think of the interests of the Northeast as a whole and become a pressure group to ensure that we get the maximum, irrespective of which party or parties are in power. And that is something which we should do. Yes.
So, sir, coming back to that, when it comes to the politics of the country, do you feel that the northeastern states of the country is most of the time neglected when it comes to development?
No, to be frank, it was true that it was neglected almost up to 80s. People viewed Northeast more from the strategic point of view, and economic development was neglected. But after the Assam agitation and other things, there is a gradual shift. Gradual shift, and people understand the relevance of the Northeast, and they have been paying attention to that, and there has been this money allocated for that. Question is, the money allocated from Delhi, whether it is being used properly in the states or not. Whether it is going in the interest of only a small section of the people, or it is reaching out to all sections of the people. That is very important. Yes, where we don't get enough allocation, we should fight. But when the allocation is made, it is necessary for us to ensure that that reaches the beneficiary, the people who need to be benefited. And there what is happening, it appears that much of that is going into the pockets of the elites, and it is not reaching out to the people at the bottom, and hence there is discontent. So the party should work out at the level of the people, at the level of the people, and articulate their interests, pay more attention to education, pay more attention to health, and such kind of issues which will benefit all.
Thank you so much, sir. So right now, I think it is also important for us to view how the different political parties are acting up at the national level. Timentang niya petno pada ya kini ki party gains kilaya le kumno ha kani ka national level. Te kumba pila ban I ha kani ka monitor jungi.
I have taken down some points.
Te pila ban pet hang te ha monitor jungi. Te ketika Madhya Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh,
it's entire BJP.
Madhya Pradesh baru kawai ke state ni iba kalalit ke BJP kini gimpat dai mo ki ba la job tikena kedang dai tang gitu kiba dang lead te ha Assam ngila ben iba ke BJP kalayo pratli ki seats kadang lead keempat dap ban kaun te kedang katu kat ni kiba dai na ka India block ru kumba pila ben I hang te ha monitor jungi. Te mentangi yo iha Manipur. Te kajing jong Manipur ha Manipur
2 Congress.
Ni ka khamtam ka Congress namar kumba PE hang te ka blue lut barokhot. Te ka blue kamut kadang de jong ka India block hi. Mentangnya petna saya ke ngini yo ya ke ground report biang kendiat nang tina pulu hagaba ngini yo ya banyakran kendiat ba presiden jongka voice of the people party ladang yo banyakran to ngila banyakran handai mentangi iba presiden jongka voice of the people party ulawan sya madan ba ardan mila basayumat. Kembang ila bani iha screen kita kinong kersian jongka voice of the people party kila ya kenhui bha tia madan pulu but natrai kawene kidau kadeka jingwan do jong o president jongka voice of the people party.
yang mah.
So, sir, just one more question before we move on to David here. I just want to ask you, how is the geopolitics going to be affected with either of the parties winning? So, which are the countries will have a good relation with India after the Lok Sabha elections?
See, one of the important promises that Modi government did when it came to power is that we think of our neighbors first. But unfortunately now we have confrontation with almost all neighbors. With this other than Bangladesh, I think we have definitely have problem with this Pakistan and Sri Lanka, Nepal and others, and they are looking at us more as enemies or competitors and others, which is not in the interest of long-term interest of India. Okay, it is there that it will be whichever government comes, we should look into that. We should look into that, and we need to work on our neighborhood and see to it that we settle the disputes and see to it that they don't become anti to us and think. So that is there. As far as the West is concerned, West, I already told in the first session, their interest in India is for market. So they will be looking at the market as the first thing, and other things, democracy and communal things and others, are secondary to them. Of course, because there are compulsions, they are talking against it also. Now, if you go on using market to silence them, it cannot happen. Okay, you cannot think. So you need to work on the issue of democracy, issue of communal harmony, because the image also matters. I think image matters. If image is bad, if you only think that for economic interest they have to come together, they have to come to us and they should not criticize us, that cannot go on.
Thank you so much, sir. Ba, kaya ka kikam ba ka BJP kalale ha kabayade ba kini ki neighboring countries mo ki paramarjan ki jongi ko bangi ong ba ngidon kam ba ngindon kini ka jingya de ka babha ba kini ki paramarjan jongi khnang ba kala bandon kata ka jing songsuk songsingan te na ka BJP ha kini ki post name ki balayat ke kita ki highlights ba ka parti BJP kala la ban le
pi ha ka bedai bat ka kecingnya day bat ki para marjan. Kumba kalong menta kari India jangi hak bedai bat kini ki para marjan jangi kari India jangi menta kalalong kala don hak position bakalong kum ke keme. Tikini kiri mamarjan jangi ki bangi don kam ban yarap yaki habaki don kam cingirap. Kambut bangi ngklim nyarap habaki kidan kam tenrei kidan per ri kibaret kiba ainuksa kum ka Pakistan kadai kita kari kaba mtrairu ya gajerap chongkri India kwa ban pan sierap nak wipat pi tenamar kata kadau lada kanu kari kaba mkwa ban wan seri India tikum dong ingin lait ban chan shaki kamlong kumta tenrei ha ka bayadai pat bat ka foreign policy kum ka sarkar India suppose nem ngala ban ong ba ka dei ka way nak sarkar ka ba klaintam kumno bandil yaki foreign policy Kebala ye ida ka pertem dai ban kren tahang ni. Kata ka dai ki shisha. Ka wei ka ba ngakwa ban kren ya ka ka jing kren chong UAE. sa ba ka pertai berkoi ka pe ke India balai ni pe ke India filatip ba ke India ka arajar ka sau ka don haka liang ka yok ka kon ka don kam shatrai rei haka jing don cho ka government hapok jilam chong Narendra Modi klakiu nalakiu kamut kari ka baklain ka dai kita kari ka ba wanra ban penkiu ya ke ekonomi ke jongka dengan akiu ke ekonomi jongka kabur kiri hari India cungi mensua bon kinong India kili iwat kam sya ko ipat ke ceka kitar made in USA ka cing di kabal syirkai ba marketing menta made in India kadi ke policy ke bahatam hak ba wanra ban wanra ya ka India cungi kum ko weina ka kari ka ban ruspa mentang ngidon haka dan kebesan ka thong cungi kalong ba sans nem menta kari India ka de bandon haka kerdan ke balai ha pertai bro ko
sa haka bayadi bat kita ki claim jong ka BJP mo ki gimla ban len ba lada ki khambun hi ni ki make in India products ki balet chabar te kani ka value jong ka rupi ru kan kiu handai ladang ipet pede ya ka jing shisha pat kamlong kumta namar ka value jong ka rupi na kawai ka por kadang hiar haka bayadi bat ka dollar bat kum juru ngi i ba kaladon ke influx ke bajur bhana do cylinder gas do ka petrol bat kum tatar kaladon ke influx ke bajur bha kini ki suppose nem ke balayat haka bayade bat ka sarkar BJP hindai ngimla ru bangin len ya kata ba kiladon do shibun teli ki scheme ke ba ka sarkar BJP ru kalawan ra te hatu kata ka donmo kata ka balance kaba ka ni ka sarkar BJP kalawan ra ha kini ki suppose nem ha ka balance ya kani ka influx but ka balance ya kani ka yo kot jong u brio
ka kwa ban pin shai influx ka bamut kumno
influx ka jingkiu jong
ki beri panabar
jong ki mar ba mar di ladang ipet mentabar khot na do bakawan ka GST lay te ki marba mardi ki petrol diesel bar khot ikan kini kilas nang ki LPG gas lada piyat ha ki snem ki balalet bad ha ki snem bamenta ka jingkiu dor kala long almost 100% te handai ngi akan ka per capita income jong ubriuru hadu kata kampat dakiu handai ngimla banlen ba kiladon shibun ru ki schemes ki ba ka sarkar BJP kala wanra kam gawai ni kita kibun gini ki scheme ka jal jivan mission ba kiwe rumo te ka eka jingkali ka bang ako aban kali phi ka long kum ni hatu ka donmu ka ka balance ha kani ka jingkiu do jong ki marba mardi bat kani ka jingwan ra jong ki scheme na ka parti
phi ka eka policy and program jong kono ka sarkar ka banwan ru initially hi pinya i bakan don ka hekap hangni hangtai tenrei menta ngila yu i ila persyang ban wanra ki scheme ba per ki ban aji mento yu pai ba te kalong ba habai pipai ya ka kas cylinder nga manjur ya kata henrei ka ai ba ki brew ki yo free ya katur yinan kam ban keng long habangi ai free ya gitu gibreu kamut ka kari India ngidon upper class middle class lower class habangi Arab ya ki lower class nginan kam ru kendian ban it ang tai na jorong ba kam balance tin mar kata kadau ya mentahi ka ba mangikum ke parti ngikwa kalong ba nakapor haka budget session kan sadan haka ni budget session ka bansawan menta pinyo i ka jingkela ka basir kai kenang ban balance ya ka tu ka jingkeli jong pi ya ka ba ka ta ka influx haka bedei ya ki mar ki mata ka jingkiu dor hangai tai kan don no ka jing balance ban penhiar ya ki bat banwan raru pat ngidan nga manjur pat pi ya ka jing ong jo pi ba ka haka price index long ngin hap ban perkhat ba ka GDP ke jungi ka dei ban kam kiu
kublej bon Te kong aiban ke jung sngo jung pi halor kita namar bangi ba ka VPP ru kaya le persya ya ka corruption bat kumbala ong dai ba David ru ba ka BJP ru kaya le persya ya ka corruption ngilai iru ba home minister jong national home minister tau ba Amit Shah ula kren ru syapangani ba ka Meghalaya kadai ka most corrupted state in India. Ti hatu pisngo yahap ba ya kata ka statement kabala ai dau Amit Shah but hatu pisngo ba kumbala ong dai ba ke ban don kam ban shim na nakaway but ban ai shikiway te kumbawi ong kidan ki laki jong kini ki sections of people mo kidan ki baruspa kidan ki baduk handai ngatrai ka marba mardi petrol de sisin laki petrol laki ulut te laki ulut basyak ta di baduk te gas selendar gas subun bo penun kam ki baduk menta namajan barok kila yo selendar gas te ha ka jing sngo jung pi ke ai ba ka parti VPP kala ban le khamba latnya ka claim namar ba latnya ka claim kan ba baro iki parti ki claim ba kim ko corruption de ke ai ba ka parti VPP kala ban le khamba ba ke ai ka ba pim sngo yahap ne pisngo yahap pat ka jing ong jing ba David
na kaliang ke jonga te abang pet ya kata kan khamba la dangi pinra imenta ngi dan tang sangut ki amali ki dan hakaliang ka opposition te mentari dang don ibadang mo hakani ka lok sabha election ibang yang pa ban contest MP election i MP jungi Dr. Ricky Singkon ngin dala yo sai i mo ondak ngi ngila dak haba ki pat ba kila ai kata ka jingshan ya hangi mo ka party bakin sai i ka kam kan hangi ngi kam nge bani ka tin ngi kam nge e ka kam te menta ho ngi dang don kam ban kran chu pat ba mong ong fi ngi la don ki manifesto ki bangi pin issue pat ba balingi yeng nama nganget scam la da kam don ke jingduna ha ka jila ka jingi ka party VPP kan num don kan mi bat ngitep babun na ki ha kini ki ba mo ki ba ya snokti ba ka VPP ki sacrifice su yaka lawe ke chongki ban ya snokti bat ka party banonda ka jingkala nama ngipet namta ki marginalize mo ki beduk ki becinja bat habang ong bangi pai menta ka jela jing kan dot la ban ong ba ngi long ki beruspa ba pin hab ban kinyat nang ni ba pin wanda shaki nama menta kumbangi kran at present ka unemployment ha ka jela ka jing ka long ka ba hadu ka tata bagi kun samla ki jing phimla ban ong ba ka no ka long yang ka bit ka byang te kat kum ka statistic mo 80% hi ki brio ki jungi ki dang suffer a lot te kumnu phila ban wanra ki ne te ban kamdon ka taka subsidy mo ka ban yarap te ki nong shoshong chok ne ka jala namala te mo ba hangni ka de ka wen ki jala ka bangila kala ka taka downfall ha ka economics ha ki benta baro ngim doni e ang peji ki institution ha ki benta baro te ngam iken ka taka difference hadu kata bahkan baki brio ki jungi bom mentali ka poi sa kaput ka baki kun samla ki jungi kila poi ke jing le kluma ke depression namar bale kim dani e ha ke jing im chuki bakin le te kam don there's no opportunity te been opening even ki khna ki bla dep ke jing puli ki scattered and ha ka bakut ki poi ho bilor baki ngam ha udrox bishir khay dum ta hatu kale ayu bakam don ka don ban isin ate kini ki bla nai kran ne ka ban sadang le ladang ila don ha kabor mo ngi mentangi don tang sangut arsnam mentah mo ngidang yaat mentah ki bri kini ki MLA ki jongi ki trishtom ban penmi ba upai ba ui bale kani ka jingpai khamat mentah nganget scam ka kam ka sawa kham jam ya ka ktin lada ka don ka jingtre upai ba umde ba mala yemla bangin shu ignore ki ba ki de ki ba bit te tang ka tahi ka rai ka upai ba ujit mo kadika result kan kaba nitre ki kam mo ha ka groundwork ka jungi
ta kong ai ban sa kawe ka jing kalima ba ya crunch phangata te kum i ba David hangni ila pen iru ki taki nongrem jung i ba hakano karukom ba ka BJP ka wanra i kita ki policy ki ban penkala ya karukom em jong pa ba namar ki don ki schemes ki e kum ta terngim la ban nyolot ki barkhon handai kum nakaliang jong ka VPP te ka VPP ka nget bat ka scam ba ha kata ka jingong ba banyeng election kelam kepisah bat ba upaj ba ru ude ban vote halor konongrem ude ban vote halor jong kepisah hatu pisngo ba kane ka jingong ba ngimdon kam pisah banyeng election lane kipat ba kim day ban sngotu bakla bakin dawa pisah na kata ka jingkwa yang na kata ki candidates ki bawan ban pan ya ka votes day bakin kin vote be katkum kanongrem ti ka jingkali ba ka banga don ban kali pi ha ka ni kapor kalong ba hadu katnu ba lada shubu ka VPP kawan ha kabor hadu katnu kini ki ka ni ka standard jong kanika rukom im jong kipat ba kan kala lada kini kipat ba hi ki update tang ya kanika kam sarkar namar ngi iba ka reservation policy hi ka reservation policy kam thau na banta kini kipat ba ki ba sutre kam lojong andai ka thau be tang ki ba tre kam sarkar te hadu katnu kata ka reservation policy kan wanra ya ka jingkala ha ka rukom im jong padba ha ka rukom yo kam jong padba bat lada thungkam thungjam extra ru te ha kanu ka rukom ba ka VPP ka thumu ba kan wanra ya kata ka mang tingka ban siu tu lop ru kitu ki ba tarai kam sarkar bat katnu thrai ka kani ka kum kani ka mandate jong ka VPP katnu ka atem lani ka plan ban penmi kam penmi jam ya upat ba ha ling ba ka reservation policy ban solve ya kata ka problem of unemployment ha ka jalla ka jongi
ya kata mo inya poi biang ba andang ngi lawan ha kata ka bor pai ba ula punjab ngi nang ni shakmat kin sai I kita ki kam nama menta kandang lontang ka theory tingin ha bandon ha ka practical ru mo dei nget scam ba nama kumbangi ongi ping ka jingshanya ka jingin kong kadang hoplay mo ngiyang kani ka party klam kumbangi pingin poi be shakata ka benta klam ka pisa ha ka por ka baning kong ka bangi yang kim poi perkhat ba mo ngal ade ka wena ta ka example bang layeng ngali kidang mut bang san phobut bang num yo na ka ta ka election ka bang ngayeng ha ka to ka MLA ka bang shudap ka baladap handai ngi ong ka jinget ka jingshanya ka jungi de singim da don ktin mangaling rang long thmai ba but bon hi ki member jong ka VPP they are very new mo ngi long kita ki new face mo ha ka political arena handai ke ei ka bangi ngi don ka jingshanya ka pas scam ka dei bu play mo u belong a source of our income bu ban pen nama once hi ka don ka jingkut mo ha ka chela ka jungi pat ngi ya ha ka lenti ka hok bat ka jing shisha peringkat ke doknut ke bersida mod ki job creation kan dan nganget scam na mangi ya om shoot da ka bangi la ban I de kini kaman nama kat kum bangin kran menta shisha de ke jela jungi ngimdang de shoot ban kran 52 years ngina ya menta
kani ka job creation ka ba pi kran ba kam ka parti ki kran hatu ka debit tang ka kam sarkar ne ki dan ki wei ki kam
according to the skills mo ki kena ki jungi hang ne ki de ki kumong ongi fi ki long ki multi talented ki long skillful bha te lada ka government ka don ban administrate ki mo ban pet penya hang nu ki priu ki jungi mo kan don ka dong responsibility tingi pet kat kum kita ken hang ta mo ban ngim pala ban ong ban promise kam de ki
dadang
promise
ong in pet kat kum ka skills dadang ong in pet kat kum ka ayupan te kani ka idea of reservation policy it becomes nullified kan te kumangin shu long kata long ladang ishim in the context kan long namar ka jingkali jongai ka long ba ka blueprint ba kumno can solve ya ka problem of unemployment te na kan wan ka pisa ban generate ban siu tulop but hakanu ka nongrem ba nginla bangin wanra ya kata ka jingkala te kita gidi ki jingkali jonga long sutu ya ka ideology jong ka party ka bakayat ngi sutu ba kumno ka thumu banya chakmat handai ka bangi ko banyo sngo kolong tang kum ka blueprint kan kumno ba ngi thumu banya chakmat kani ka job creation kan long ka ba kumno ba hadu katno ngi thumu bangin wanra bangin penkala kan ya kata ka job creation aling ba kani ki government jobs
kumba ngongi pi pinsa yu kata mo ki kam ki jungi mentangin elaborate lu dangin syukran temo andai ka pinsa yu I ka kam ka chungi moi ka e ka bangin bang kre bangin le ngam ong mentang in eradicate lut everything mo within 1 or 2 years andai ngatip haba ka don ka jing trai shitam na kalyang ki leaders kan don kin ka jing yu I mo ka don te ka jing mo pa ba don ukmi upet be kliao mut la ka don ka progress la ka don ka jing promote kin sai I kenya kata te kata kanang pinsa yu issue ikia ka answer ka jungi le se hakisngi ki ban sawan ba ki por ki ban sawan pinsa yo ikata ka jubab ka ba kumba phi kwa ban yu I ban pediang ka mo
ha congratulations. So another take on with the problems of unemployment, we can see that unemployment, it's there all around India. It's across the country, and we are seeing that the youths are unemployed. They are desperate. Some of them have gone to depression, and they are really suffering because we can see that the government is not actually doing its work when it comes to the employment of these youths. But another quick take on job employment. Whenever we are talking about job employment, we are always talking in terms of government jobs. So do you think that we are moving in the right direction when we are talking of jobs only as government jobs and not as any other form of jobs? Because even in our very state, we can see that whenever we talk about the youths and they talk about jobs, we only talk of government jobs. So do you think that we are moving in the wrong direction?
It is actually government job. When India became independent, we chose this mixed economic policy, where we thought there will be a public sector which takes care of capital intensive industries and provide services and things. At the same time, there will also be private sector. Okay, so both these sectors were developing. And during the first 3 decades, there is a rapid development of the public sector undertakings, including banks and others. So they actually provided jobs for many people, educated people. So that kind of that was a stable kind of jobs that they could provide. Simultaneously, private sector also developed, and they are also giving it. But now what has happened is that there has been, in the name of liberalization and globalization, there has also been a privatization. As a result, now many of these private and public sector undertakings are privatized.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. So at the moment, we will again go back to Polo Grounds in a very short while. I think we will also have updates from Polo Ground, and we will have to be followed with updates from Tura. So in the meantime, I'll come back to David. So David, when it comes to the policy of job creation in the entire country, so we can see that there are a lot of criticisms on the part of the people for the government, that is, with job creation. So what is your stance on job creation for the youth in the entire country?
See, regarding the employment problem, to solve this problem, the union government has really stressed on skill development. It does not mean or meaning when you qualified from different professional, that means you are aiming only to get a government job. That is not at all. Now the job opportunity has saturated, but now what we have, we should train our people, even in the local, in Meghalaya, everywhere also. We should train them how to create a job. How to create a job. For example, in Meghalaya, we know that all of our Khasi, Garo, or whoever stays in Meghalaya, they said they don't have job. They are jobless. but lots of jobs are being taken by our other people from other states. This is we have to focus. In the same time also we focus the people. Say example, when I pass BE, it's not that I have to aim only for government job. When I pass BE, I should form a company, or I should form an enterprise where I can employ even some others. That is called employment. That is the way we have to do. Then by why we bring lot of scheme, lot of project also, so that in that sector we can employ the qualified people. This is what we are doing now.
Okay. So, Iban, with regards to that, what are your thoughts on these different kinds of skill training programs that the BJP has claimed that it has also provided for the young people? And also, in another take, what is the relevance? If we are talking about the relevance of government jobs in today's world, then how are government jobs still relevant if we do not have pensions anymore? Because we know that now we do not have pensions anymore. All the workers in all the different sectors, they will have to apply for the NSP, that is the National Pension Scheme. So how relevant is the government jobs in today's world?
According to me, we need, like, we'll come back to what I have said you earlier, for job creation, and now even the government job also, there will be, we don't get pension. So we need to, as I've told you, in the coming time, as people have elected us, we will give them the appropriate answer, and they will see our work. Because right now we are not in that work. We are working.
No, I mean, we are not talking about your party, as in, I'm just talking in general about the relevance of government jobs in today's India, because there are no more pension schemes. So what is the relevance of government jobs in today's world in India?
So in India, maybe I won't be able to give you the appropriate answer right now, so we can skip it next time.
Okay. So, sir, coming back to you, when we are talking about pan-India, we can also see that the relevance of the government jobs is quickly getting lost, because we can see that the people are not getting pension schemes anymore. So do you think that the government jobs are still relevant, or it has lost its relevance when it comes to pan-India, not necessarily state-centric?
See, when you talk about pension, we have to be very clear. Who gets pension? Those who work in government jobs, okay, mostly, okay. And what is their percentage in the total workforce? They don't count even 10% of the people. So those who are getting pensions are only a small section of the total population. So it is true that dropping that pension has affected many of the government employees, and they are fighting on that. But what about the people in agriculture sector? What about the people in unorganized industries, or those who are working in different small scale industries and business? Do they have pension? There is no pension. So the important thing is that you should have adequate income to sustain yourself. To sustain yourself, so that you don't beg, or you don't borrow or steal. So that kind of situation the government should be able to provide through different mechanisms. There are some jobs in government sectors which are not filled up for last 10 years. No announcement of this one employment, this thing that should be done. So you have to fill up those vacant positions. At the same time, you have to create more jobs. Now in the name of technology, we are going for kind of development where there are no jobs at all. You have to think of labor intensive industries where there will be jobs. You have to think of creating jobs in agriculture. horticulture and many other fields. So you have to think of jobs in a different wide fashion. We think not in a very narrow sense of government jobs or just pensionable jobs. So whichever is the government, it has to think of it. It is unfortunate that the government did not pay attention to jobs, and there is economic growth, but it is a jobless growth, and that is not going to work.
That's true, sir. So I think we are still trapped in the circle of the drain of wealth, right from the time of the Britishers when they came to India by creating all these government jobs as well as with the pension schemes. So coming back right now, I think we will have to head back to Polo Grounds. We are now going to have a word with the voice of the People's Party President, Mr. Arden Miller Basayomad. So over to the ground, please.
At the very outset, I must give thanks to the Lord. This is the manifestation that God has revealed when we trust in Him completely. And definitely as a party, we are really humbled by this overwhelming support, trust and confidence that the people are giving to us. So this is an indicative of the fact that the people of the state, as I've just said, this is not an ordinary parliamentary election. It is a referendum, a clear verdict that the people of the state have completely lost the confidence of this MDA government. ILP is one of the issues that is included in the manifesto of the party. Article 371 is another issue, and many more. So the party will seriously pursue all those issues which are mentioned in the manifesto with the government of India. Very pertinent question. If the leaders of the MDA still have a self-respect, they should have own moral responsibility and gracefully step down from the government. This election, the result of this election, is an indicative that no one can take the people's for a ride. As there is an old saying which says that you can fool some people sometime, but you cannot fool all the people all the time. You see, as we have said during our campaign, that our main focus, our fight is against corruption, is against poverty, and against partiality. So our main focus, beside other issues, is corruption. We are going to take the issue of corruption at the national level. We are going to question the government of India, why no EDs, CBI, in the case of Meghalaya, when there are many alleged corruption cases are there in the state of Meghalaya. That is one of the priorities. Our victory, as I've said, is against all the ruling parties and all the parties that are there. Because the emergence of the Voice of the People party is due to the fact that the failure of all the existing political parties, including the regional parties. And we have many times said that one fine day, the Voice of the People party is going to replace the regional party, which we have just done today. The result that you have seen today, I think has, speak volume of the fact that VPP is going to replace all the regional parties.
Kumtung ilayasngo na President Jongka, Voice of the People Party. So we have just heard from the President of the Voice of the People Party, sir, who has also demanded the resignation of the MDA government, stating because of so many corruption issues against it. What is your take on it, sir?
No, always parties can demand, but it is not that the governments will accept that. So that should be seen as a more political pressure. You put on that, you put them on the dock. That is the responsibility of any opposition government. But it is not that one election takes place, when somebody wins and immediately other withdraws or give up the positions. That doesn't happen. We are not living in any ideal world. So this continues, I think. So that there will be more pressure. Now VPP will put more pressure, keeping in view the next elections. So they will be preparing themselves for the next assembly things. So that is, in that sense, it helps. That you have to see from that angle.
Sir, anything on that?
You see, that kind of demand is just to popularize yourself. The government will last till the 5 years if the support is from the MLA. So based on any issue in the state, we can demand only in the street, but the real practical should be in the house. So the house will decide. If they see that the government fails, and then the house decide. Now the people decision is no more. People decision for the MP already seen. That is for MP national election. We have a national election, we have state election, we have district council election. So as far as the state election is concerned, is over. Now we have to see only the government. But only one request is that we can really request the present government to open their ears and eyes to do better for the benefit of the people.
So, sir, another thing that I question, we have seen that the BJP is speaking against corruption, like I said, by the Home Minister. So my question is, since the Home Minister himself has stated that the MDA government is the most corrupted government in the entire country, then why is the BJP still in the MDA government along with the NPP?
See, regarding that affiliation to this, to form a government, it is our promise from the day one. So we will work as long as we can bear. But if time comes, especially in the state, if time comes, that will tell. That will tell what we have to do. Now, and in this studio, I cannot say why we don't. Then this result also will be an eye opener for our party also. What step we should take ahead.
Ivan, do you have anything to say based on the comments of David just now?
Right now, I don't have any comments on what he's saying, but just one thing, we will keep pursuing what will benefit our state, our people.
Yes. Yes.
When it comes to corruption, this is the word that which every government uses. We are fighting against corruption. Question is, against whose corruption? You want to fight against the corruption of other parties, not your own parties. We are very strict, we are very powerful and very vociferous when it comes to others' corruption. But when it happens in our own parties or our own alliance groups or allies, we will all be patronizing them. So this is the reason why this whole business of washing powder Nirma came. Why is it that you are talking about corruption of only the opposition members? What about the corruption in your own? So actually this is the important thing. We should all fight against corruption, no doubt about it. But that corruption of all, and where we should be, if there are corrupt people within our own parties, our own governments, we should have guts to take action against them. If you don't have it, it is only a publicity stunt. Whoever does it, whoever does it and say we are fighting against corruption, then this is the problem. Our politics is full of corrupt people in all parties. I'm not thinking. So as if only some opposition parties or the ruling parties are corrupt, others are very clean. that we cannot come to that. So we should not take too much on that because all of us are corrupt in one way or the other.
So another take on that, when we say that everyone is corrupted, we also have to focus a little bit on black money. I think black money has been neglected a lot. So, sir, can you just emphasize a little bit what is a black money? Because most of the people who are listening and who are watching this program, I'm pretty sure that they do not know or understand what is black money. So, can you just emphasize a little bit what is black money, just for the audience who are listening right now?
See, whatever we earn, okay, we should earn it through legitimate way. And we should be able to pay taxes and do that. So when our earning itself is not legitimate, we take bribe or we take different other modes of transferring the money in our favor through unlawful means, and we accumulate that money. They are all not in the they are not accounted by the government. They are not taxed, because you can't tax them. And this money becomes the base for many unlawful activities in the country. They will be financing the you can black marketeers or parties or terrorists and many other things. So it is essential that black money is unearthed and they are put back into the national account and use it for the welfare of the people. That is the purpose. But on this also, and you also know that many of our people are transferring the money to foreign countries, foreign banks, and keeping them in a proxy accounts. And that money is, if we could bring it back and use it for the development of our own country, it we can develop, we can have all road development, and that is what Modi promised in 2014. He said if you bring out all that money, everybody will get 15 lakhs. That much money amount is available, but it has not happened. It has not happened. So it is, and more it is getting accumulated, and more disparities are increasing. So that will have a national impact.
Okay, thank you. Sir, right now I think we will go live with the trends of the different states. We will start off with Maharashtra, so we can take a look at how the different political parties have also performed. BJP with 13 seats. This is just a trend actually, it's not the final report.
Say in Maharashtra, you can see that India is leading, which is one, and BJP is coming down, I think, and India Alliance is gaining. So that is an advantage. In case of UP, there is so much of transformation. This Samata and this Congress has won almost half, not one, they are leading in more than half the seats. So that is a very big development. And in West Bengal, we thought BJP would make inroads, but TMC could sustain, and it is increasing. And BJP is actually its lead has come down in 9 seats. It got 19 earlier. Now it is coming down to some 10 or so. So that is, I think, very interesting developments taking place. In Karnataka also, 10 Congress is leading. So these are the things. In Tamil Nadu and Kerala, they thought BJP can have a push, but that has not happened. But you can see the gains of BJP. It is able to sustain in Madhya Pradesh. It is able to sustain in Gujarat, and it has gained in Orissa. I think in 9 seats it is leading, and in AP it is gaining because of the alliance. So now interesting thing is Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. In Bihar, nobody expected that JDU will stick on. It is leading even now in 15 seats, which nobody expected. That is very interesting thing. And in Andhra Pradesh, Telugu Desam is emerging as a lead. So these are the NDA partners. These NDA partners become very important in the information of this government. And these two people are the people who can change their side at any time. They are known for that. So it's very interesting to see what happens after the elections. The results are out.
So, do you also think that when it comes to the elections in the state of India, that a major part of it is being played by these businessmen? Because earlier we can also see that Rahul Gandhi was speaking a lot against Adani and Ambani, but then later on, interestingly, we can also see that Modi was also speaking against Ambani and Adani. So do you think that there is a role that is being played by these big businessmen in the elections of 2024?
It is not just 2024, where these industrialists have been playing an important role from the very beginning. From the very beginning, they have been an important force. Even during Congress regime, at that time we were talking about Tata Birla. It is Congress is the government of the Tata Birlas. That is how we were told, and now there is a shift. Okay, at one time public sector was strong enough to withstand it. Now because of privatization, these monopoly groups have become very strong.
Yes, sir.
This corporate sector.
In a short while, we are getting an update from Polo Grounds. I think this will also be the last report from the Polo Grounds. So we are ready for Polo Grounds. Yes. Hello. Hello, Ba Nicholas. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Yes, Ba Nicholas, can you please update on us on what is happening there at Polo Grounds? We can see that a lot of people have gathered round and the people are really excited. Can you please walk us through what is happening at Polo Grounds?
Well, at this point of time, we are waiting for the final call from the Election Commission. At this point of time, well, preparedness has been made for the arrangements of the victory march that they will be having. Though the VPP party representatives have mentioned that they will not take a victory march towards the city. Rather, they will be heading towards Nongstair, which is towards the Ribhoi district, heading towards the residence of Dr. Ricky Sinkan. Well, what we can say is that this is the sentiment of ordinary people, as you can see all around me. And it goes to show that this has been a symbol of unison for a regional party. Kani kalong kataka sakhi, hagba kataka jing yatli, jonki paipa riulo, kalasaki lengba kani kasni, hoi hadu mentangi patla ban declare, hendrai dangi pek jaga trend dangi pek jaga margin, pat dangi pek katkum ki report pangilayo, imat kam dir syu bangin yo ya ka kubor halor ka jingjop da ka Shillong Constituency jongno andrai hagne klipat kajing kre kalong ka ba shitraham skotanat bat itanat ban pek ba kajing purom ya ka an ka don hangne haga ba kinong krisyan jong ka PPP ki asnok tilang bat ka administration haba kam don kano ka jaj altercation hot ka don kindiat hi kata ka vibe bat ong ba kajing social ki ba andrai itanat ba kinong mikmat jong ka PPP kilala bentem patru ban ban penjajai ya kilo kijo apa yang dengan por ngila ban pen ya ini mai ale kendiat ang de mai kendiat sia keren ban ini mai balawan na ale ang de TV wan na sei
mano ngana mo prem
de kata kamu sei mo pikas ngulong kum lo akani klip
ani kemen hadom labatai su
ya yo ipi kublai
mo
hello Banik
nang ni nang ya
Yes.
Yeah, Banik.
Bagi pateng jong ikin M sing of mo.
Kublai.
One of the supporters. Pila update tu kemudian Banik ya ke VPP kala tam kat nu.
Ya mentah gitu ki figures kidang long very vague ba namar ba in the sense ka lead ka bang idang i menne ka tu ka balong ka figure ka ba lailak tam. Andra ya mentah ngimpat la hang ni ban yoki exact details namar ba kadang cakap ka bang ayeng bangaru hang ni ka network ka thut ba sadly ngimla ban yo ban pek yaki exact figures ken andrai kai ka ba ngio punya keren dekat bat ki representatives bat ki nomi khmat na ka seng BPP kalong bet kata ba ka margin kalong ka balayar ba telese ginha bercui no hakarai ka ban sawan stangkat tu kan ni imat saw puji kadai ka ba kapor kin sapan bana te lese ngidang up ya kata andrai ya mentai kalong bet ka jing penkre ya
Ya banik, thank you so much. But ngamut ban buai pi kani gajing kelis ngopha ban kelilang iktugi yaitu Mei mentan ba ka expectation ka ba idon na Dr. Ricky Singkon haba inlet sya ka Lok Sabha.
To, nganya keren kendiat bat I sasisian. Mei kajing keli ka bang bu ya pi kum ibalasan mo kum ba pilai I kajing ya san puar senen kanika jela ka joni pertama pilai te pila nang no ka kerta mo kai kajing ang nuot ka jong pi habai day but iba I Dr. Ricky kai kajing ang nuot jong pi kumi nong ikman
nga ang palat bai nang ni inmi itaw doktor namar bangin job ya karni sakmat bangi sinay pateng jong I bahadian in job na to ka MTC to ka ingel kersian tag
Timat katai kani ka sentiment balang ba kani ka jing job ha kani ka election lada kata kalong stang kat tukot ni bangidang up ya ka result kadai ka jing pride linti na ka benta kalawe na ka benta ka jela Meghalaya but ka bangila saki kalong ba ka jing kersian jong pai ba pai lang nadu ba suk nadu ki rit hadu ki basan hadu ki balano kertaru ka jing kersian ka jogi ka pen ba plan kani ka jing ya teli jong ka jat benriu jongi kala KM biang lengba ka jing mikmat jong ka seng BPP banyakun ha kani ka
to kublish bun ba Nick but mentang nya pai no sya ka Tura namar ba kin sa announce no ya ka results. So now we will go live to Tura where the announcement of the results is going on. Yeah. So we can see that someone there is holding the certificate. So there's a handshake. Yeah. So there's a handshake. Tementan ngila UI ba kaladan gajingnya kublekti tangba ngimtip pada ya kublekti mano lese ngila mencumudur mano ba ya kublekti hang tu handai kat ba ngimpat UI dak kabasai te kiladap declare ba job handai ngikwa ba nginda yo ba dak kabasai nyo dak video kabasai bangin la bangin penbena nang ni studio jong ngiru mano bala job nang tina Tura. Tingat sarai gitu ki bajop na Tura kila ya komen palat kila ya cerum seneng te ki kameraman bagi reporter jongi kidang ya boot ya ki tementang ila po ya tat syak bakut jong kani gajing ya kran jongi na kani ka studio stang kendiat por hingin penkut no ti ki kentin khadu ki bangi la bangin yo sngo na kini ki panelis ki balaya don benta batni ha kani ka sngi ba David ka kentin khadu ne ka jing kedukan pham ne ka ba pidon badong
ka ba na kani ka result jong ka MP election arajara pusau ka ba ngis ngo komen kalong ba ya kari India jongi la penlong ya ka hakata kabangi ong kari sensyar pai pa demokrasi hakaba pai ba udon kabor sisen sansnem bat kata kabor kecungu kalong banjit ya economic man ban penkela ban peteng biang ya ubat tribha bat ban kentai pat ya ubat trisneu bat ban support ya ke government ka bat tribha bat ban wengno ya ke government ka bat kebam terima. Kata kadai ke message, bat kadai ke banta ke bangi kuat ban pak nang ni ke long ba.
Ya. Ba sakandiat ngila was ngoy terap pi ngila nginta ngila ya chatura bangi yo ya kanika interview kandiat but usaleng sangma well they unong job nang thena Tura seat.
We never factored that we will be winning with this huge margin, but it seems like there is a divine intervention, and I want to praise the Lord for that. Since they have all had a hope in me to deliver what they sincerity. I think they need a change. Maybe that's the reason why. Because it's a very, very long time that nobody could have changed them. But it's the people who have, made their choice and then they have decided to, take a change.
Mr. Sangma, you walked in confidently this morning when I saw you.
I think there seems to be an issue with the audio there from Tura, but it's quite certain that Saleng E Sangma from the Congress Party has won from the Tura Parliamentary Constituency. So we will be right back to Ba Saleng Sangma, as I would like to call him, because I'm a Khasi, I have to call him Ba. So it's actually Mr. Saleng Sangma. So we will get back to Saleng Sangma in a short while. I think we'll be back here in the studio. I'm really sorry to interrupt about David. But David, you were also saying something.
Yes, we are very happy to see that this election, Lok Sabha election 2024, it is the election where the power of the people can be seen. They can, each and every 5 years, they are the best judge for our nation. Any political party, it may be A, B, C, we don't know, but the power of the people is to translate into reality the true sense of democracy.
Yeah. I think we are
God has blessed us actually, not only me, the blessed Garo Hills. So maybe God wants some changes in the Garo Hills. That's why God has given us, the responsibility to do something about it. So definitely, along with our people, we will try to do some changes. issue namin mga issue namin mga education policy rang ni daw ke mining policy rang ni, and then boundary issue rang mga aro unemployed issue rang mga lots of issues are there. So we will discuss which issue we will take up first. We will discuss with our public, because it's not only me who has won, so it's the public who has won. So I'll definitely have to talk with our people first.
Da isu pengo na expect kamar ko result what can memang kadang sudah semua continuous kan
Mokuba the one even namin kami. God was with me, so from before, that's why I was confident.
Dal make celebrate tagay na.
Mokuba kumtelo.
Mr. Saleh, ever since you contested elections in 2008, you never lost. Quite many ups and downs.
So that is what we have from the Tura constituency parliamentary seat. So coming back to the studio, Kong Ivan, do you have any last words for our viewers who have been very patient with us in this session?
Yes, I would just like to send a short message to our people who are hearing us, and I would like also to talk in our language, Khasi, so that it will be beneficial to all our hearers, our viewers. So I would like to say that whatever we are doing, all this throughout our campaign, all the election that had been done, that the only one thing that we have is not to to publicize ourselves, but what we have is a concern for the people, that push us and make us to move forward and to come forward. Even in the days to come, we'll continue to do that for the benefit of our people and the rest of who are giving that assurance in us, who are putting their faith in us, and we want to make sure that whatever we are going to do from now onwards, it will be for our own people. Kani ka message ka bang ako aban ay shikipaj ba chingi baro kiba petling ba kani ka channel ka bamenta ba ka download ka chingi ka campaigning ka bangi ngilale baro shikata mo kini ka election ki baladap no ka don tang ka way kamde ka bangi ngikwa bangin paunam yeladi ngimdon kum kata ha ka jingmut jungi ngimdon ya kata hande ka ka ba driving ilani ka ba knyat ingi banle kini ki baro ka de bangi don ya ka download kajing songkia palan kajing songkia kajungi ka penlong ingi mo brio ki bale ran bi kimi shikman bat ngaku aban ai kublei kamtam mi ki brio ki bom jutab vot ki bala ki bom don shu kajing shanya ha ka sinshar khadar hande ha ka ni ka kanti menta ki mi shikman ban tab ki vot ki jong ping on kublei shubon bat dang yai continue mo ban dwai nam ta ka sinshar ka khada nama ka de ka ba kong santam bam namar ki brio ngila ban yu itang hang ne ka bangi kren hande to tip uta ublei ubanga bat pingi shakri ngam tip kanyam yu pidon ngim kren phangata namangi don kam me ka chingkala bangi don kam ka chingya tali ha ka chila ka chungi dwainam ta ka sinsha khadar bangin yo ikinong sinshar ki banum arsap kin banum kren tang ka tien hande da ka ching isne ka choble on pendap ya kata ka jing angnut ka jonga bat jong pi ba uta unya lam yanga bat ya pi shedu kata ka lenti ka bangi ngin sedap da kata ka jing kemen kublei shubun kublei shu hajar ngo ipi paro
kublei shubun kong aiban bat sasisian ka kublei shubun ba pilai don rangkat bat ngi and sir Srikan, any last comments?
I'm very happy that I'm sitting in Doordarshan Shillong Kendra on this auspicious day or historic day, we can say. So here now, as you can see the results, even BJP is not able to reach out to its 272 mark. So probably if it has to be in power, it has to have a coalition government. So and also the opposition parties could gain. So right now, whoever comes, whether the India Alliance comes or NDA comes, now there is a strong opposition. That is the positive side of these elections. So it is not one-sided. So actually, if democracy has to win and India has to grow, then it is essential that there should be strong opposition government as well. All kinds of talks about Congress Mukta Bharat or BJP Mukta Bharat is not going to work for the benefit of India. So I am happy that the people of India are mature enough to understand it and choose their own government, and whoever is the government, whoever forms the government, they should understand that the arrogance doesn't pay, and they should know where they have to stop, and they have to take rectification of their own policies to shape the future of the country.
Thank you so much, sir. So now we will move live to Tura. Over to Aaron. Yeah, hello Aaron, you are on air. Hello Aaron. Hello Aaron.
Yes, Mebon. So it's been a long drawn day here at Tura, but the voters have decided and they have elected Saleng Sangma of the Congress as their new MP from Tura constituency. Well, the big question now is, will Saleng Sangma bring up pertinent issues in the lower house that would include the CAA, the UCC, the inclusion of the Khasi and Garo languages in the 8th schedule, other allegations that the opposition have put forward like corruption, unemployment and so on. But that we will talk at a later time. Right now, as you can see, the convoy of Saleng Sangma just left the premises. All very happy, and I don't see any reason why there shouldn't be. The gentleman himself stepped into this place with a lot of confidence, and here he goes back with the victory. And like I said, he has a lot of work cut out for himself, and his time starts now. But what we have right now is your new MP from Tura constituency, Mr. Saleng Sangma of the Congress. Mebon.
Yeah, thank you so much, Aaron, for all the reporting at the ground level. So I guess now it's quite clear that even in the Shillong seat, Dr. Ricky Singkon has also cement as the winner of the Lok Sabha seat from the Shillong constituency. So a big congratulations to both the candidates who have secured their victories, and we hope that they will serve the people as they have promised. So before we wind up this program, I would like to thank all the three people who are here. But David, thank you so much, But David, for being part of this program. Thank you, Kong Ivan Duplin, and thank you, Sir Shrikant, for staying for the second session. Your expertise, all of your expertise have really helped us to guide the public on the direction of where India is going. So before we wind up, I would just like to say that today India has spoken, and India's voice is loud and clear. The people of India have shown that the people have the might, and they can change. They can change if you do not want to change. The people have spoken that they want to see something different from now onwards, and the people are really eager to become and be part of that change that they want to see. They have a good ngilai ba kipat ba jong kari India hi baro khawai omtang jong kajala Meghalaya kila kren bat kata ka sojong ki kalong kabajam kila kwa ya ka jingkala ngilai iru ya ka jingkala ngilai ka jingwan thapwood jong kipat ba ha kani ka kanti jong ka assembly elections bat ngilai ba ka sojong ki kalong kabakumno ngi kwa ban ai ka jing khublai ru ya Saleng Sangma nang tena Tura constituency bat kumjuru ya I Dr. Ricky Singkon nang nina Shillong seat. Te kumta khuble shibun khuble shia jarngu ya baro ki nongpet ki balaya don bat ngi nadu menemen step hadu menta haba ngia up kemang ya kata ka jingpen bena jong ka results jong ka nika MP elections arhajar arpusau khuble shibun khuble shia jarngu ngade umebon lingdo na didi Meghalaya ngin saya Shembiang ublay unkarku yapi.
message of continuity is quite clear from the voters of India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, his party and his coalition are going to form the government. In other words, there is going to be Modi 3.0. This is the big news coming from India, and the difference, of course, is that the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party of Prime Minister Modi did not on its own, does not look like it is getting a majority. Earlier had a coalition, the coalition is always there, but the BJP alone was able to command the majority in the parliament and run the government. So it will require a little more coordination, a little more group formation, and a little more give and take with coalition partners to run this government. But I think the big picture is that this is going to be a stable coalition. If there is a coalition that's going to rule for the next 5 years under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, it is going to be stable because the arithmetic that Ramesh just mentioned is such that the BJP may fall short by just about 30 or less than 30 seats. So they are not heavily dependent on coalition partners. The BJP will have the majority hand within the coalition. So in other words, what it means is that the world need not worry for any instability or unpredictable policies or sudden reversals. There is continuity, and there is going to be continuity of policies and reforms. Prime Minister Modi has committed himself to long-term reforms for shaping the India of all our dreams and for making it a developed country by 2047 and a great power in world politics. Those goals are not going away. There is going to be no new entrant who will come and say, no, we are going to reverse everything that was done by Mr. Modi for last 10 years. So the world can be assured that there is no such going back. There is no backtracking. We are only forward. But of course, it will require a little more
confidently this morning when I saw you
of more balls in order to maintain the trust of the partners over the next 5 years.
Fair enough. Continuity with stability, says Professor Cholia. I'll request all our guests, Professor Cholia, Mr. Anthony, Mr. Tupati, and Mr. Rajagopal, to stay with us for some more time as we go across to another of our colleagues who is standing by, this time at the BJP headquarters in New Delhi.
If the people is willing to change, definitely they do the change.
And who do you attribute this big win to, sir?
Public, and then all those workers like Madam Devra, Auntie Ferlin, all of them. And then, first of all, I would like to give my condolences to those who has already, those who are not here even after the voting.
Right.
I just want to give my special condolences to those family also, those who could not see the clear outcome of their voting also. I feel really sad, and then I send across my message to all those family, like more than 20, 30, I think so.
So, sir, I don't want to talk politics right now, but still there are some issues that, the President MP did not raise in the Parliament. What are some of those issues that you would address probably when you hit the lower house?
There are lots of issues actually that needed to be and I will discuss with my people. Then only I will bring all those things, especially on the floor of the house.
And my final question, sir, how do you plan to celebrate this big win?
Of course, by praising the Lord. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
People are already celebrating. Not really expecting kada macam mendemangba nakapani intervene kami ci atau public kami tentang ko nang kami ci sa ya lalu ya dalam mazun ko manan nira so nakapani kami so nakapani aru nakapani chance kantina directly or indirectly send across the message. So ni naman ya victory not for me but for the people.
Sab chichek MP MLS doa MPP ni nasak sanamang makira thonwa BJP baksa line khali gimu onna ba Congress ni campaign na manche mande onna resonate kajukma ini bidon agan nakura
lokobani patchani gimu so God has blessed us actually, not only me, the people blessed Garo Hills. So maybe God wants some changes in the Garo Hills. That's why God has given us the responsibility to do something about it. So definitely along with our people we will try to do some changes.
Parliament changya mana issue ko na raise kagem gawe sin mai mai ni mi kanen dongen issue namen bala sing issue namen bala education policy rangni daw betake mining policy rangni and then boundary issue rang bala aro sini unemployed issue rang bala lots of issues are there, so we will discuss which issue we will take up first. We will discuss with the public because it's not only me who has won, so it's the public who has won, so I'll definitely have to talk with our people first. Na da shipungo na expect kamera for result what can memo karong shu asuma continuous kan lokoba the one even namin kan God was with me, so from before that's why I was confident. Dal make a celebrate kagin of now lokoba sin tele Mr. Sorry, the essence you contested elections.
Hello, mic testing, hello.
Right now here, the media is here, the party members are here, and the mood somewhat is better, as what would have been in 2019. They are distributing sweets because of the party getting good numbers as compared to 2019. But like I said, as far as forming the government is concerned,
Steady.
then the party is lagging behind in terms of seats, whereas when it comes to the BJP, from 2019 to 2014, and the alliance, the chances are for the party and the get to know which party is emerging victorious and which party.
So, it's been a long drawn day here at Tura, but the voters have decided once again and they have elected Salek Sangma of the Congress as their new MP from Tura constituency. Well, the big question now is, will Salek Sangma bring up pertinent issues in the lower house? UCC, inclusion of the Khasi and Garo languages in the 8th schedule, other allegations that the opposition will have put forward, like corruption, unemployment, and so on. But that we will talk at a later time. Right now, as you can see, the convoy of Salek Sangma just left the premises. All very happy, and I don't see any reason why they should be. The gentleman himself stepped into this place with a lot of confidence, and here he goes back with the victory. Like I said, he has a lot of work cut out for himself, and his time starts now. What we have right now is your new
on
MP
ground,
from Tura
law and order problem
Mr.
restored,
Salek
etc.
Sangma,
Still, the voters are not that much happy. Despite Ram Mandir, despite triple talaq, despite developmental projects, if the voters have some sort of fatigue, we must understand. So BJP may work on that, but on the top of it, as Mr. international expert said, for the international audience, one has to be very, very candid about Mr. Narendra Modi returned to power third time is an enormous thing. There is no anti-Modi wave in India. That has been proved very well. And at the same time, the Congress also got dysentery. The Congress spokesperson was also saying about certain deficiency in NDA. Similar deficiency are also in the Congress. One has to notice that because the fielding of some leftist candidates in Delhi, especially Kanyakumar, that went against the party. The party is also under great amount of stress by the old-timers. You can't parachute the